So we already know that. We know that Sarnetta handed her the so-called championship, but and so she ain't earned the goddamn thing.
Well, did you hear the latest?
Uh
Did you hear the latest?
no, I did.
Sarnetta challenged me, man, to a one-off. And
Hold
backed
up,
out of
hold
it.
up,
And
hold
then
up, hold up.
he wanted Tshaka to host it, right? So I agreed.
Hold up. He challenged you, the
He challenged
non-debater?
me. He challenged me to a one-off. Now listen to
Oh,
what I'm saying. He
oh
challenged me
man.
to a one-off, right? And said that Tshaka would host it. I told him fine. I called Tshaka the next day. Asked him if Sarnetta called him. He said no. I told him what's up. He said he'd be glad to do it. And he'll be fair. He'll make sure that I'm not cut off and that I'll be able to present fully. So I called.
Oh shit.
I called
Oh,
Sarnetta
shucks. The good
and told
reverend.
Sarnetta set it up. Tshaka agreed. The next day he calls me and said he wanted his wife to do it. I said, hell no. You challenged me.
Nah.
You challenged me. I said, your wife didn't challenge. And plus, I
I
don't
thought
debate
we
females.
I thought we
You
was
know
gonna see the first debate, his first debate. That
So,
nigga ain't boosted up the nerve to debate yet.
look,
At
man,
all. At all.
listen. And then he said, I would have to agree he will do it if his wife can go. And I told him, no, hell no. You got to stand on your own feet. You challenge me. You always tell folks you know more about the Bible than me. You tell folk you smarter than me. You tell smoke you beat me. You tell folk you beat me. So let's do it, me and you. I ain't heard from him. I made a
Hey,
whole video on it.
hey,
Challenge
God,
him.
hey,
Hey,
God,
we
God.
live. We live. We live. Y'all hear me? We live. I just want to let y'all know we live. Go ahead.
Good, good. I told him
Call him out, Apostle.
if he challenged me, like he said, and face me, and win, I will never come back on Facebook and teach again.
Oh, stuff.
On YouTube. Because if he whooped me, I don't deserve to be a teacher.
Well, this will be his first debate. He know how to talk stuff, but I don't think he knows the art of
Well,
debate.
hold on now. It's not a debate. It's a one-off.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just a conversation.
So
See,
how
I ain't
so
getting
how y'all
tricky.
go? What they gonna do? Put a poll up?
Yeah, I guess so. They're gonna have to, but then we're gonna have to do it on the neutral channel because
Right.
the channel ain't gonna be honest. You know what I'm saying? So we
Yeah,
have to do it. I told them like do it either on JJ channel or do it on Captain's channel. One of
yeah.
those channels. Neutral. I didn't even mention Fofi because I knew he probably wouldn't go along with it.
Yeah.
But I mentioned Captain's channel and I mentioned JJ's channel. I think we
Or
can even
or,
probably do it
or
on
y'all could do it on Garfield's channel with a mutual
we
judge.
can do it on Garfield.
Oh,
Right.
Terry trying to Terry, don't do that to him. Apostle go on JJ channel. I mean on Garfield channel. They do a poll. Who you think gonna win?
No, they can't do no polls though. Yeah, they couldn't do no poll over there.
No Saints was saying he
They
was
would have
like,
to
we're
have a
gonna
mutual judge.
we're gonna have to get 3 judges.
And he
Yeah.
ain't gonna come over. He ain't gonna.
Votes can be tricky sometimes because, you know what I'm saying, people vote for who they want to, you know what I'm saying, vote for,
Favoritism.
regardless of whether, you know what I'm saying, the person brought the better argument or not. And that's the only thing with polls that I have, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, I really don't be looking, you know what I'm saying, at that. Even when we got judges, like I learned that, you know what I'm saying, sometimes judges can be biased, you know what I'm saying, sometimes polls can be biased.
Everybody can
I'm
be
only
biased,
here to
man.
freaking goddamn bring my information and bring edification, and that's the deal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like say for instance, when Black Jesus battled Yeshua, you know, I don't care what nobody say, what the polls say, what the judges say. George won that to me. You know,
Ken, Can.
You know, and in my mind, I don't can't nobody and nothing change that. George is the winner
Right.
in my life concerning that debate. And I'll challenge
Listen,
anybody on
in my mind, I'm always a winner. And at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, when I actually, engage somebody who's a decent debater, they're a winner in my head too. Because at the end of the day, I'm not here to dictate what God says, this, that, and the other. Some, you know what I'm saying, people are gonna receive the message that they receive according to how the Most High gives it to them, based upon both of our arguments. So at the end of the day, we did what we were supposed to do, and I'm humble. You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to say,
That's how I feel about that too.
yeah,
I'm
I'm trying to say just because the people say you lost the debate don't mean you lost. And
Exactly. Exactly.
I get
Exactly.
But see,
The same people who will tell you that you lost the debate are the same niggas who's scared to get in the ring.
Most definitely.
but see, that's
Every
different
time
when
I
you
fight,
got
I don't
believers.
care if I win or lose. I win because at the end of the day, I done left that nigga with a whole bunch of lumps. You know what I'm saying?
I go in it and I don't think about like trying to smash nobody. I go in it for myself so I can prove myself that I'm smarter than I was yesterday.
Hey, Zion.
Hey, but
All of us say, hold on, Zion. Where's
Go ahead, go
that?
Yes, sir.
I'm still waiting on you to send me that link of you when you debated.
Listen, I had potty mouth all through that. The only reason why I didn't send it to you is because I had potty mouth worse than you in that video. Do you want it still?
Yeah, I still want it, bro. Yeah,
I had the potty mouth the whole time.
That was you debating
Deron Tillis on his Esau doctrine, which he only takes from Genesis 25 and 26, but then he won't go into 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 30, all the way to 33, right? So he just focusing on a specific set of scriptures, and then he want to turn around and try to act like the rest of the book it has no credibility. You can't do that. I smoked his head with what was called the whole evidence law. You know what I'm saying? 106.8, the whole evidence law, you know what I'm saying? And federal law basically means that if you bring a piece of law, a document in, you know what I'm saying, and to show one point of credibility, that means that the whole document becomes credible. You cannot freaking goddamn tell me that the whole document, that one part of the document is incredible. However, you know what I'm saying, one part of the document is. That doesn't work that way.
You're freaking crazy, Zaya, because you shouldn't have been.
I'm a monster. I'm a gorilla.
You shouldn't have been. A man of your caliber shouldn't have been debating Deron Tillis. You should have left him in the ring with Freddie Biggs.
I told him he was a punching bag. Listen, sometimes you gotta practice. You know what I'm saying? You need to practice. Remember that kung fu movie? You remember that Run Shaw kung fu movie? Bronze Men. 19 Bronze Men. You remember that? Remember that movie?
You should let Freddie Biggs just beat him down.
19 Bronze Men from Run Shaw. Y'all watch that movie. Sometimes you just got to get in the ring to exercise your skills. You know what I'm saying? Deron, you know, his doctrine is really weak. You know what I'm saying? And he really does not really dig that deep into scriptural context. You know what I mean?
It has no mental.
I fought better than him. You know what I'm saying? I've debated better than him.
But
you know what? It was that time to put a hole, to blow a hole in his doctrine.
He has no mental, spiritual, or a historical foundation.
Yeah, he made it up.
None whatsoever. He has no document that supports his argument besides the Bible, and you can't discredit it and try to freaking goddamn credit at the same time based upon what you pick and choose. You know what I'm saying?
Brother Zion, did you debate LV also?
No. LV was the moderator, but he really didn't do much. He just let me and Deron go. You know what I'm saying? He just let me and Deron go at it, and I appreciate him for that because he knew I was gonna smush that boy head.
Yeah, but Deron's his homeboy, so it's good that he didn't get involved in that.
You know what I'm saying? He supports Deron. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, he knows Deron's doctrine is trash.
He made it up. the great eye.
He knows it's trash.
Made that up.
Hey, I was gonna have a conversation with him, man, but he came on my page talking so stupid, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Deron is a hot mess, man. He's a hot mess. He has like the Napoleonic syndrome. On top of that, he has a narcissistic sociopathic complex. I already freaking broke the brother down years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like in the last 2 years, I've already seen
I
this
beat
dude
that man up 50
and then
times,
me and
man.
him are still freaking going at it right now in the back chat. And this dude is not. He's not tapping out. Even though I keep on destroying him. Even though I listen.
He's not gonna tap out because he's in
I would
another
say
dimension.
there's more debate in the back chat between me and him in our personal messages than there is on that debate, and I smushed his head in that debate.
As long as you don't have as long as there's no judges for somebody to declare how stupid he sounds to the world, then he gonna keep doing it. He need y'all need
That's the
like
point. Yeah,
y'all
no,
need
he's
a
gonna keep
panel
doing it
like
regardless because
no,
see,
y'all need
he's
a
one of those
panel.
people who are cruising for a bruising. I don't know if you ever saw that there was a movie about some superheroes, and one of the superheroes, one of the supervillains wanted to get beat up. I think that was Extraordinary. Was it Extraordinary? No, it wasn't Extraordinary. It was the one with Dr. Manhattan. What was that called again, y'all? Y'all remember that one?
No.
Yeah,
Y'all
I need
remember that
somebody
movie?
to.
Okay, well, there
somebody
was one villain. There was one super villain who loved to get beat up. He was like, bruise me, smack me. You know what I'm saying? Like it was on some. So yeah, it was almost.
I know you're talking about.
That's some weird sounding shit, man. I don't think
about
That's
right.
that nigga Deron. I'm telling you. I think whenever him and his wife get into some shit, that's when you see Deron pop up to get spanked because he just want to get bruised. He want to get a spanking. You know what I'm saying? She ain't spanking him right. You know what I'm saying? Apparently he's the submissive in the he's the submissive.
Hey, hold on. So, we got Commission and we got Mighty Hebrew. We got y'all.
Commission,
Hold up, man. We got Commanding General Yashar in the building. All right.
I would like to speak to Commission right quick if I can, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Did you get my message?
What's up, champ?
Brother?
Yeah, I actually responded to you, brother, on the page. What's going on, dude?
All right, man. What's going on with you, man? How you doing, man?
Oh, all is well, brother. You know, we unfold. You know.
Yeah, we've been thinking about you, man. I just want to let you know, man, we can send it up the prayers and asking God to cover you and your household, your family,
yes,
and everything, man. We've been asking about you. We've been talking about you. I'm thankful, man, that you're back on the air with us, man, and all is well with you and your family.
Yeah.
And, man, we miss you, man. We
Hey, I got
understand, though.
one more thing. Uncle Moon lost his son today. Uncle Moon lost his son.
Yeah, I saw that too, y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
I saw that. Yeah. I sent them condolences and everything too as well.
Yeah.
His family, man.
hey, pray for Eric.
Yeah.
You know, Eric is out of it right now, I think.
Yeah, he in surgery.
Yeah.
Well, listen, man. I'm going to the hospital today.
You going?
Yeah.
Listen, we all met each other, you know what I'm saying, and got to learn each other, you know what I'm saying, and regardless of whether we, you know what I'm saying, disagree with each other's ideologies and everything like that, you know what I'm saying, when tragedy happens, you know what I'm saying, we see the heart of our people, we love our people at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, and so, you know, I never wish no ill will on none of the people that I bang on, you know what I'm saying, and these arguments ain't about that. Now, I love my people, you know what I'm saying, I love your children. You know what I'm saying? Listen, B, they'll tell you straight out in Syracuse, Zion is for the babies. There little kids out here call me seafood because I go to the park and I start teaching freaking goddamn like 10, 12 kids, you know what I'm saying, punching and kicking techniques. I do that on a regular basis.
Yeah.
They don't call me ninja out here for nothing.
Boy, you going 20 years, you're going to have a bunch of terrorists running around this motherfucker.
Nah, because they come to me for other things
joke,
too.
man,
I got one of these young dudes who got a girl pregnant in the whole nine. That's who he came to. He came straight to Zion because he know Zion know the law and the whole nine and tell him how. And I'm a good, you know, I try to be a good father. I'm not going, you know what I'm saying, stroke my own ego. But at the end of the day, I got so many young kids out here who love me to death. You know what I'm saying? And if you would have put your hands on, and you know, somebody would try to get at my head, you know what I'm saying? It would be a problem out here.
Hey, can we hear what Apostle said? He had to go hospital. He didn't get the finish.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's serious, man. I stubbed my toe about 4 months ago, and I got lumbar disc disease. I don't know if y'all know what that is, but from the fifth vertebrae down to the LL vertebrae, I'm damaged, right?
Wow.
So I have no feeling in my feet. And when I stubbed my toe, I didn't know I hurt it as bad as I did. The toe became infected. So they treated me with antibiotics, but what happened was the infection inside the toe was still there. And there's the possibility that it has picked up my blood. So I have to go in to the
Oh
emergency
man, that's
room.
serious.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So
that
I
could
have
set
to
up
go
a
into the
sepsis.
emergency. I got to see an infection to make sure it hasn't gotten my blood. So I do need y'all prayers, man. I'm gonna be going
Yes.
about 3 o'clock today.
Yeah, that's real serious.
Yeah, yeah. So we hoping everything's all right, me and my wife. And I haven't even talked to my sons about it or my daughter, but I'm gonna
You
wait
got
till I
my
hear
prayers,
more.
brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, brother Apostle, get you some neem, my brother.
Same way, brother.
Some what?
Some neem, Neem.
Okay, what is it?
It's a herb.
Okay, okay.
You can
They
get
got
it.
it
You
at
can
the
get it
herbal
in the
store.
herb form or the capsule form. You can go to a Whole Food store. It's a blood purifier, cleanse the blood.
Oh, okay.
They took it off the shelf when Corona came because you can use it. You know what I mean? It basically shield the body from that type of stuff.
Right.
It was
Oh,
curing
okay.
Corona
It's
in
so
India. It's
hey,
an
but
Ayurvedic herb.
they left so much on the shelf that could get rid of corona. Elderberries, mullein, shit, slippery elm, green tea, black tea. There's so
Well,
much
yeah,
shit
green
on.
tea I drink every day.
Hey, brother,
Yeah,
and just for FYI, if you get some boiled out root tea too, that's a blood cleanser too. It's real strong.
Yeah.
yeah,
What
bird eye.
about golden seal? Because I heard golden seal was one.
Yeah, that's
Golden
good
seal, that
too.
give you a headache too.
That's
It'll give you a
good,
headache.
but you got to
Yeah.
take it in moderation.
Yeah.
The golden seal is good for diabetes.
Okay.
Regulate blood sugar. So I'm quite
Right.
sure it got some kind of blood element qualities to it.
Well, that was something you used to take to clean up your urine when you're on drugs,
Right, that's correct.
Right, yeah.
It
Yeah,
worked
it
like
clears you out.
penicillin, basically.
Right,
It's like a detox.
right, right. Well, I'll be going in like 3 o'clock, man, because with these specialists, I can't get an appointment within 6 weeks. So my doctor told me to go into the emergency room and they'll be forced to see me right
He
now.
breaking up with that me?
I hear something in the background. I don't know. Sounds like shuffling, moving, boxes moving. Y'all hear that?
Sounds like somebody knocking on somebody's door. Work
Yeah,
or
somebody
something.
knocking on the door.
Yeah.
Give me my mic. Give me my mic. I'm at work. Hold up.
Oh yeah, see, I was finna say that probably Judah up there on that roof.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't. Hey, man, I ain't been up on the roof. I'm inside doing some carpentry type work.
Oh, you copy?
I'm a carpenter helper. You know what I'm saying? I got different skills.
I got
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, JJ, I'm like you. I'm too old for that roof, boy. That roof ain't nothing
Man, they ain't paying enough down here. You know, they was paying that union scale. Hell yeah, I get back up on that flat roof, but not. I ain't fooling with no houses, man.
I
Flat
know
roof.
guys
the
that
word that
climb
nigga
up
said
there with
flat
no
roof.
problem. I ain't
What
nowhere in
about
the
that
hell I
12
go up there.
pitch?
Yeah, you ain't wrong, brother. Cause I know them storms, boy. They make them roofs so weak sometimes, boy. Falling through them is the worst thing you got to worry about.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's worse
Yeah.
than falling off, huh?
I be seeing the Mexicans, man. They got them. They slide down the roof like they on a slide and all that type of stuff.
They
Yeah.
got they get and they trust their pillow too much. Their pillow cushion.
Yeah.
Trust them.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
Trust
trust
Them
them.
that
Mexicans
pillow.
don't mind doing that hard work though, man.
Oh
They
yeah, I will
work
say.
their ass off, man.
Nah, that's a stereotype because I done been
Yeah,
around
I
some.
know.
Yeah,
I done been
some of
around.
them use that to get by too. Now they use
Yeah,
that to get by. and be
Yeah,
lazy as hell. They act like
you
they
know what I'm
can't
talking
speak
about.
no English.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's in all races though, man.
Mhm.
They, but hey, Kamisha, can you kind of go into how the Moors and the Israelites was working together back probably like in the 700s? Was like when we took over Spain and Portugal. 'Cause Chris Harris running around here talking
Uh,
about
they, they, they all started. The Israelites started working with the Moors the minute the Israelites were born, because they were born Moors.
True.
Facts.
True.
Facts. And see, that's the thing. That's why
Yeah.
when people fail to realize when Queen Isabella expelled the Moors, they expelled the Moors and the Israelites at the same time.
Right.
Tom, I was just saying that yesterday when we was talking
And they
when we
banned
was on
our way
live.
of life. They banned what we
Tom,
believe. You know what we believe. You had to be a Christian after that.
Right.
Anybody that let you practice your way of life, they find them and everything. But yeah,
Tom.
man, it's written in stone, man. Anybody a fool to argue, especially and
Right. See, they
the
was trying to
DNA
force
marker, the
Catholicism on
E1B1A,
everybody. Yeah.
the E1B1A markers tell you who the Sephardians was and the Philocious and all of that, man. You
Yeah, they
can't
wanted to
escape
try
Well,
to
it.
make it
yeah.
like I mean, that question is like they work with the Moors as though they were a different people. I mean, they
Nah,
were
they were
black
the
folks.
same people, but different
Yeah,
different ideologies in the midst. That's the
Right,
same
right.
yeah,
They
people.
yeah,
were all classified as Moors, right? But
yeah,
they
They was
had
all
yeah.
different
Moors.
ideologies,
Right,
and they were all
right.
they were predominantly monotheistic. You know what I'm saying?
See,
Predominantly
you had
monotheistic.
when they
According to the
classified
Blackmore Dictionary, any black man that's a native to the soil where we come from, if you're made from dirt, you're more.
That's exactly right. And we got
when the
proof of
Europe
that. I sent that out recently to
when
the people.
when the
Apostle is
Europeans
definitely right. It
when the
being indigenous
Europeans
to the land.
when the Europeans classify the Moors, two of the classifications is the Hagarenes and the Saracenes. The Hagarenes were the Muslims and the Saracenes were the Jews.
Right. That's speaking of the ideologies. Yes, sir. But the actual tribe
Can
were the Philocious, the Sephardim, and from the Islamic side, it would have been the Mauritanians. You see what I'm saying? The Mari. And so that's what people don't know. I'm glad you pointed out the concept of the ideology of the people, and see it. The ideology didn't separate the people as a tribe, so to speak, because they was both tearing the European behind up. And I'm gonna tell you something else what people don't know when it
Yeah, I'm
comes to
back, y'all.
language. A
Right.
lot of people don't know what sound divergence is, and dealing with what sound shifting is. This is dealing with what we call systematic sound variations. And this deals with the change of certain letters in certain alphabets. I'll give you a prime example. You got the letter G, and our brother Yasha, he can bear witness to this. Sometimes you'll see it as a K, a X, and a GH, but it's still a G, right? Or the letter D is
Okay.
interchangeable with T, for example, right? It's just like when you look at the name. Let's give a prime example of sound shifting. I'm saying this for a reason, dealing with the word more. Michael, we see it spelled in most cases as Michael, right? But then you'll see it spelled, in other languages, Mikahael, right? Or
Yeah.
sometimes you'll see it spelled like Miguel,
Right.
Mick, with the Q and then the Ael. So this is called sound shifting. What a lot of these cats don't know about, and it's the same thing when you deal with the word more that exists. The word more comes from the word
Right.
mar, which is reborn through the word mari. And that's where the
Right.
word more come from. And that word go back, like apostles say, from the time of antiquity. Every time you
Right.
deal with that word, it's either talking about divine light or being indigenous to the land or being an overseer of the land.
Yeah.
That's what the word more always entail to. And they don't one of them definitions. That's a big fact. And that was also not a name that was given to them by the Romans. These were pre-Roman terms because
Right.
they existed across the board. It was a term that carried over even into the Phoenician language, where they called them the Maharim. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of these guys don't understand the root of and power of etymology and the importance of it. just like the name you hear people say, and some of these names, family, can be traced back to ancient roots and come all the way up into the modern time. You know, like for example, in Egypt, you heard them talking about Osar, and I tell them that Osar, who they like to call Osiris, you know, this wasn't just a individual. This represented a principle that manifested through the ruler that was ruling at the time. You see, that's what they don't know. So they get
Right.
into this mythological spookism. But then you go from that word, you get the word what you call Usir. You know, and that word Usir means power, which when you come to vizier, you know, a
It's
wazir. You see, it's
Mike.
interchangeable. And then last but not least, assert actually comes into the English. When you say you asserting yourself with power. So we can trace that word all the way from the English back into an ancient language. And that's how serious and critical etymology is in understanding where we are today.
Agree 100%.
Yeah. Chris Harris don't know what he talking about.
No,
He's a Jabari knockoff. And Jabari ain't even who he say he is.
that's for sure.
You know what I mean? Because when you put him up under that fire, folks trying to get him to go into the language that he understands.
You gotta mute the mic. You know,
Somebody got to put a hole in their window.
Yeah, somebody got their wonder down.
Yeah,
there
got
you
to
go.
put a mud in that hole.
There you go.
Yeah,
There you go.
But yeah, we
Yeah,
Put that mud in the hole.
Jabari knockoff. That's all he want to be Jabari.
yeah, that's all.
So look,
Hey, you
can I
trying
can I just
to Jabari?
Shalom
You
family?
telling
Hey,
Jabari off of Sinetta.
let, let me let me just read this real quick, right? This shows that we were converts in Spain, according to Chris Harris, right? So it says, not merely the clothing, ornaments, and valuables which had been taken from the fugitive Jews were converted into money, but also the debts which they had been unable to recover were declared by order of the crown to be forfeited to the state treasury, and stringent measures were adopted to collect them. So that right there tells us, right, that our family that was over there in the land were actually converts. You know what I'm saying? We had, all type of, civilization going on over there. Not anything that we adopted from anybody in Spain, uh, other than the titles, right? The Spaniard titles, the names. Other than that, we brought in everything:
Right.
civilization, clothing, spoons, bowls, crafts, mathematics, nautical instruments, maps. This is us. This is all documented, fam. I land my plane.
Hey, you know, I'm gonna give you something on that right there, brother. What a lot of people don't know too. Let's deal with the alphabet, for example, right? There's a universal alphabet that proves, whether one believe it or not, in the concept of the Tower of Babel. There's a language through linguistics. If you deal with what we call abjad research, and the abjad
Right.
is what I like to call the DNA of the language.
Right.
It would tell you if an alphabet was remixed,
10.
but it also shows you if an alphabet is related to another original origin of the abjad family, so to speak. European like to use the term what they call Afro-Asiatic languages. I use the term, I'd rather use the term abjad, or what we say Af-Beta, Af-Beta, the alphabet, whichever way you want to go with it.
Right.
We talking about the language itself in the root. And there's 4 letters that it always begin with. And the last letter any abjad end with is the letter T. Now I'm saying this because the actual alphabet that was taken over into Spain originally come from what we call the Iberic script. And the Iberic script is the same of that of the Phoenician script, with a little variation. Only difference is a lot of people don't know is that certain alphabets may be turned horizontal instead of being upright in certain cases. But a lot of time the alphabet is really the same. They might turn it upside down. But this is a way to distinguish the alphabet. So when you go over there, the Iberic script, you know, which also was known as Punic, which also goes back to what they call even the Puttite script, the Phoenician script, and they even had a script in relation to it in Egypt, unbeknownst to many so-called Egyptians. And this is beyond Hieratic and Demotic, and the so-called hieroglyphics we're talking about. Another alphabet that they don't know nothing about. And I'm putting that
Hey,
out
that's
there.
fire right there, Kamisha.
Yeah.
And so this
That's fire right there.
yeah, that's the universal alphabet though that everybody spoke. That's why you'll find it all over the place. You'll find it in Carthage. You'll find it all the way over in India. You'll find it all over. That's the original language that the whole world dealt with before. You know, every other language, these were the personal alterations of the people that wanted to distinguish themselves. So they had their own language, and all of them had a root in that original language that everybody, the world, spoke before the tongues were separated. That's why you can even trace even the English language, being as bastardized as it is, you know, indirectly through the quote-unquote so-called Latin, you know, as they like to call it, which actually come from Coptic, because it ain't no Greek.
Coptic.
All that Greek stuff they talking, and this how you kill that. If they tell you that Coptic was the last form of Egyptian, right? Listen to me closely. They say Coptic is the last form of the Egyptian language, right, before Arabic came in. If this is the case, you don't see Greek coming before Coptic, do you? In the Egyptian paradigm. No. So how in the heck they gonna come and tell you that Coptic come from Greek? No, that's called superimposing themselves into the history, and they felt like they could do that. And so that's why a lot of the texts, like the Nag Hammadic text, that codex was written in Coptic. But the European will call it Greek now if you let them slip it in there. Because all this has to do with that Ptolemaic scam that they came up with during the 333 BC.
Coptic coming from Greek is about as ignorant. It's about as ignorant as I done heard Greek came. I heard the people say Greek came from Hebrew some years ago. And there's a pseudoscientist out here pushing that. And none of these languages are even related.
Yeah, that's European scholarship.
Well, it don't come.
Not Greek.
The script don't come from it. See, they had it wrong, Terry, when they said that it came before, right? Or it comes from.
That's right.
No. It all, but the languages that we're speaking about, they all come from what we call the Shemitic language, or what I call Shemitic, as the world calls it Semitic, right? So that's where we get it confused. And then like a lot of people say, well, the Coptic language, what the fuck is you talking about? You talking about the script? Because I ain't never heard no Coptic language, my nigga. I ain't, you know what I mean? Like, I ain't heard nobody read it, say it, none of that. Only thing I've seen was people try and translate that particular script to something that they can actually read. I never heard nobody read in what they call Coptic. You get what I'm saying?
They actually had a Coptic language, my brother. But the way the Europeans try to teach it is that they basically trying to bury it. And they try to call it Greek. And what they did is just like with what we call Hebrew, right? Some people don't know that Hebrew, you know, the original Hebrew script was pictorial. Not the hieroglyphics, but the Egyptian, not the Egyptian hieroglyphics, but the Hebrew script, which was known as what we call Proto-Canaanite, Proto-Sinaitic. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Paleo-Hebrew was another script.
Lips or mouth.
Right. And see, that's what I was getting at right there, Kamisha. But since you're telling me that, I'm gonna go look further into it to see what the language, you know what I'm saying, maybe I could hear what it sounded like, because a lot of times when they get to mixing up these scripts with languages, that's where shit get confused.
That's what I'm talking about, right? And that's what they did. They did that on purpose, though. They were trying to superimpose themselves, attach themselves to anything that was pale skin. So when they went to Greece ain't even the original people that were there. It was the Etruscans that was there before them.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? It was the Kiftihu. And see, A lot of people don't know when you change that F and shift it, it goes from F into P in linguistics. So that shows you the Coptic root there. See, when you say Coptic, you're really saying he Kopta, which is Kemetic for the house of Ta. Ain't got nothing to do with no Greek language.
Right.
So, but if one don't know no better, they can pull that over on you. Just like when they be trying to talk about these hieroglyphics, that's the way that the hieroglyphics, the way that they tried to come up with that, they got that from the Hebrew, the original Hebrew script that was pictorial. And that was made up by those who were in Egypt that left out of Egypt and went into the land of Canaan. They took that language with them that they came up with. And so the European E. Wallace Bud them tried to take that style of writing and then say, well, this is the way you translate the hieroglyphics,
Right.
You see? And that's where they went wrong.
What's the name of that stone? The stone they found.
The Rosetta Stone.
The Rosetta Stone, which is straight garbage.
Stone. Right.
Straight garbage. It's the greatest hoax they ever have. How you kill that? It came about during the time of the Ptolemaic period. So how can you make that the actual end all be all process of translating language?
So they had to use Ge'ez and Amharic in order to translate the scrolls of Qumran. They had to go to Ethiopia.
There you go, proper. And so when you go in that aspect right there, all you got to do is look at the fact of when the Rosetta Stone came into existence. It came into existence.
You remember I said that, JJ Jeremiah? You remember I said that in that debate with the Count Chocula?
He might be working over there.
Yeah.
And Garfield tried to jump on my ass about it, but it's an actual fact. They actually had to use Amharic and the Ethiopian in order to translate the text from the scrolls of Qumran.
That's right, because Amharic is directly related to Hikata.
Right. And they didn't know that. These niggas didn't know that. They didn't know.
The Sabian language, the Sabian language.
Hey, shalom, my dude.
Arabic. Go ahead, brother.
I just want to say shalom to Abdul. He just doing his thing.
And be it that we're talking about this good language, right? This is why it's imperative that, you know what I'm saying, certain things that we stop saying, right? Because the more we say it, like for example, Yasharel. You see what I'm saying? That L shit, that has nothing to do with us as Israelites. That has everything to do with Canaanite language and verbiage. You see what I'm saying? So when it comes down to our spelling, when it comes down to what we say, we have to correct it, because if we don't and we keep saying the same shit, but then we try and explain it in a different light, they're not going to understand it and accept it, fam.
Right.
This why I don't call ourselves, I don't label us as the world label us as Jews, even though they got us labeled as that in history books and all type of sources. That's what they called us. That's not what we call ourselves. So
that's right.
I just have to make sure that, you know what I'm saying, whenever I'm talking to y'all like this on the panel, that I can put that remembrance, you know what I'm saying, out there.
I know when I start talking about Paleo Hebrew, but I'm just trying to get the people to see that we have something that belongs to us, that's untainted, and it's available to us to get it. So let's take advantage of it, man. Let's learn our original language and speak it in the way it was intended to be spoken. That's all I'm saying. I'm not begrudging nobody for saying Ishaya or Yahusha, or even Yahshua. Even though I know that suffix shua in Hebrew means cries for help. And I don't know a God that cries for help.
Right.
What it is dialectal differences. It's just like when you deal with, for example, if you know anything about speaking to people that's Spanish, for example, it's a lot of Cubans down south, right in Miami. But it's a lot of Mexicans up north where I'm at. You see what I'm saying? So
and they speak
you might say one thing, you know, I remember in the streets, one might say, "Dame tu pistola." Now, that means give me the pistol, you know, in certain language. But in another language, you know, like Cuban, they like, man, that means you talking about give me the peanuts. You feel me? So you got to be careful.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm just showing you. So you might ask a dude for the pistol. And I'm giving you an example on how you got to be careful with dialectal differences
Right.
Hey,
They
They
are
Kamisha.
don't
different.
mean the same thing as they do in
Hey,
say
Kamisha, can I ask you a question?
uh-huh.
Because I heard y'all talking about the Coptic, right?
Yeah, he
What? So
Coptic.
what language did the Comedics speak? Because I remember one time I looked a long time ago and they were saying it was like a Semitic language.
Well, what it is, my brother, a lot of people don't know. In the ancient texts, some texts I've read, some texts that I've read don't distinguish what we like to do now in this time on what the European gave us. It don't distinguish Kemetic. When I say Kemetic, I'm talking about the Cham. Some of it
Yeah.
don't distinguish Kemetic from Shemitic because Shem, basically was even in the midst of being with the brothers because Noah's original name was Menachem, for example, right? So you don't really see a difference from that aspect. It's Eurocentric scholarship. Now, as far as the language of what they spoke in Kemet, like I was telling them a few minutes ago, it's different scripts that were brought about later, but the actual language, pretty much remained the same throughout all these different nations that ever came. And that's
Okay.
the language that looked more like what we call the Paleo Hebrew. That
Okay.
language was in Egypt originally. That language was in Phoenicia originally. It went all the way across the North African area, known as the Iberic language. I mean, so that's the original language of the world, the universal language, right? But when you
Yeah.
get into the other actual languages of these particular nations, they had their own individual scripts that they created and languages that represented them specifically. It's almost like, for example, a person that may speak Spanish because that's their native tongue, but they also adopt English because they communicate in it. It's the lingua franca, so to speak, of everybody. So they speak in it. And so we have lost that original tongue. All we know is English. You see what I'm saying? We don't
Yeah.
have contact directly with our mother tongue outside of trying to learn it right now. So that's where a lot of the conflict come into play at. And we begin to see everything else as a script outside of it being a language. It was a language to those people, though. You see what I'm saying? We call it
Yeah.
a script because we don't know it. We don't speak it. You got me?
Okay. Yeah. We miss you too, man.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm definitely on the manifest, man. Just trying to aid and assist God with, each kind of, taking it hard, trying to stay strong.
Who?
Yeah, other than that, we definitely got to be strong for the home front. So I've been dropping videos too. If y'all get a chance, go to my channel and you're gonna see me going from the Arabic all the way back to the Hikaptic,
Yeah. That
the Demotic, and right now I'm teaching the Moors hieratic. And we're gonna get into the Proto-Sinaitic, Proto-Canaanite. I'm going back like, language by language until I get to the most ancient source because we getting ready to compile dictionaries and everything. So our own, that way we ain't got to go back to the European source. And people get, why are you using the European source? Because they usurp everything that we have, and that's what's in front of us. But we showing you where they went wrong at. So rather than keep having to reiterate this right now, that's what we doing. We correcting all this hodgepodge of madness, that the European uses loopholes to play with our people. You know what I mean? And have them going back and forth with each other.
For sure. For sure. Yeah.
Yeah. It ain't never been done though, bro. What we doing right now, ain't nobody in the so-called Kemetic community ever tried to transliterate, for example, any Coptic document, less known hieratic or Demotic. They going off what E. Wallace Budge and them said. And that's why you keep hearing me going in on Jabbar now. Because they praised this year, even though the European tell you he was guessing. Now tell me if that ain't mental slavery, bro. How you gonna be a conscious slave? Is that even possible? Or is that an oxymoron?
Yeah. It's oxymoron.
So like, and that's the thing about it. These guys become eloquent in ignorance. How can you become eloquent in ignorance? You see, how they
That's
say, well,
perfectly put. Eloquent in ignorance.
yeah, they eloquent in ignorance because how can you get out here and promote an ideology that the European is ever changing. They do the same thing with our information that they do with science. So whether people want to accept it or not, science is involved with religious doctrine as well. Because the Europeans move the goalposts when it comes to religious information as well. They find something else and they try to debunk that. You know, oh, this right here don't mean that. Soon as they find out that our people is the most ancient source, they already looking for something to try to put the European up there somewhere, so they can superimpose themselves into the history and make it look like they was more ancient than us. You understand? That's what it really boiled down to. They ain't moving the goalposts for the sake of just doing it. They doing it to basically hopefully find that one particular situation where they can say the European is the end all be all, being the origin of the human family. And they know they can't find it because every time they go to digging, there's other people digging. And when they dig and pull something up that they would try to hide, it debunk what they already got in mind. So, you know, but every time they dig, they gonna find us. We gonna always be more ancient. I don't care what they go to digging up and talking about the European. You know, and that's another thing. I want to get y'all to see this too. With some of these guys that be going against the Hebrews, the Moors, and religious in general, to me, I don't care what nobody say. They can say I'm tripping. These individuals are agent provocateurs, family. I'm telling you now. That's why they going against you. And they got the agent provocateur textbook. Exactly what is meant to try to debunk anything that got to do with what we talking about. So basically, a lot of them is coming from the Hermetic hypotheses. If I'm lying, I'm flying, family. Most of them using the Hermetic hypotheses as if it's the truth to go against us. That's Eurocentric doctrine that's dealing with what? Scientific racism. And then they also dealing with atheism, which is another form of scientific racism. So
Speaking of
then they
atheism,
also dealing with what they call it eugenics.
hey,
You
speaking of
see,
atheism
these
commission,
people are enemies of our people, man, with that food. Go ahead, brother.
but we got Google Scholar, one of the top atheists in the community. I just want him to reintroduce himself to the people. You know, I don't want to make it feel like we're talking about y'all behind your back or nothing. You know, you could defend your atheism, my brother. Go ahead, Google Scholar. Let them know what it is.
Nah, peace, man. I'm just listening to y'all. Listen to the brother speak.
You didn't
Obviously,
warn your phone today, huh? All right, leave alone then.
And I'm gonna say this right
obviously, I
here.
don't agree with nothing he's saying, but you know, it's fine. I'm just
I'm
listening.
gonna say this right here too. Know this, Google Scholar. If that's what you believe, I'm not attacking what you believe. For example, right? What I'm attacking, and I don't deal with just the atheists. I'm going at the Moors the same way. You know what I mean? The Moors that like to believe in the Eurocentric concept, talking about that we got a treaty with Morocco, they'll lie. We ain't got never had no treaty with Morocco. You feel me? So Morocco was the one that enslaved the Moors. You understand? So I speak the truth even if it's against those who are part of the ideology that I stand on. So don't think that I'm attacking. I'm going against that Eurocentric mindset that has infiltrated all of our belief systems.
Listen, I do it in Rastafari too, B. I do it with Rastas too, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't play no games.
This European. Go ahead, brother.
I do the same thing with rosters too, man. You know what I'm saying? Certain roster camps, you know what I'm saying? What we call them mansions, you know what I'm saying? You got your Israelite camps, you got your Christian churches, and you got your Rastafari mansions. And there's a couple of mansions that I don't agree with their doctrine. You know what I'm saying? The Baba Shanti, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't rock with the Baba Shanti and how they, you know what I'm saying, how they view, you know what I'm saying, the Trinity and the whole nine. You know what I'm saying? I don't rock with, you know what I'm saying, the worship of Prince Emmanuel, you know what I'm saying, over they you know what I'm saying, they did their own thing, you know what I'm saying, and I respect it at the end of the day because it's a part of the foundation, but at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, do I argue against other rosters? Absolutely.
I think
what we've been doing this in the temple since the ancient of days.
Right. I think all of us, Zion, what we have to do now that we know who the enemy is, we have to go within our own particular community and attack that European doctrine.
Yeah,
But
'cause
see,
you know what?
that's a lot
I
of
had looked,
that's
I had
yeah.
looked
You know
up,
what? That
I had
has a
looked.
really hard body within the roster camps because they had their own. They had the Grand Pibby, which was you know what I'm saying. And they had the Negro Bible. I don't know if y'all ever studied
Yeah,
that
I'm
book.
familiar
You know
with
what I'm
the
saying?
Holy
That
Pivot.
yeah, the Holy Pibby. They had the Negro Bible. There was a couple of other texts. You know what I'm saying? Some camps, some mansions focus on the Orthodox faith, which focuses on you know what I'm saying like the Bible and the Kebra Nagast and the Feta Nagast, which I more or less subscribe to more than other groups. But at the end of the day, what black folks status quo and the ideologies that were taught to us by Europeans. And so, you know, you had many branches that branched off into their own, you know what I'm saying, their own ideologies. You know what I'm saying? I'm not taking nothing away from that, but at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, if it don't align with the precepts and the scriptures, you know what I'm saying, then we have a problem here. We have a ideological problem here, you know what I'm saying? An interpretational problem here. That doesn't
Yeah,
mean that you know what I'm saying that the Most High that you're not you know what I'm saying I don't have the power to judge nobody whether they're going to heaven or hell. That's not my job. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right. When you correct the error of man, that don't mean the Most High wrong. I used to tell people that when I
Can't.
was studying just the Bible. When I
Yeah,
was
because God is
studying just the
merciful.
Bible
Most
alone,
High is
bro, I used to
merciful,
say,
yo.
I know that this book is
Yeah.
tampered with, but I don't blame that on God. You see what I'm
yeah,
Right.
saying?
that's why I
Right.
was looking up this joint. They got I'm starting to study this joint. They call it the Defiant Scholarship, and it's basically based off of destroying the colonism and European scholarship that basically had took over.
Let me give you the terminology that you
Can't.
use for that right there. This is the term we use for that, brother. It's called neo-colonialism.
Yeah.
In other words, this is where the European is basically, it's Willie Lynchism, where
Can't.
you don't
Can't.
have to be there, you know, but your ideology there reigns supreme and people be going crazy, going back and forth, and you still controlling the people without physically controlling,
But
which is where
they
mental
said that in
slavery come
masonry
from.
too, though. They didn't they say that in masonry? They said those who control the circumference of your thinking also controls it was the hold on, the circumference. What was the Masonic term? Those who control the circumscribe. Those who
Well, it was
circumscribe
basically Malcolm who made that
control the
statement
circumference of
possible.
your thinking. Right.
Yeah, Malcolm X, you know, those who basically control determine the circumference of your knowledge controls the diameter or some of your
That's what it
actions or
is.
something
Thank
like
you.
that.
Con.
But I do know that this, for example, masonry. Let's talk about it. What people fail to realize is that masonry was established as a direct opposition to Shemitic belief system. Period. But be it Islamic, be it Hebrew, Masonry was established mainly as opposition to Islam, really, to be honest with you. And what happened is they had what they call most of their teachings come from Muslims. That's the crazy thing about Masonry, right? Because the Knights Templar swore under the tree on the Salahuddin's camps during the time of the Crusade, and that's why the Roman Catholic Church ended up killing them because they say they converted to Islam, and so this caused beef between what they call the Jesuit priesthood that they were trying to establish and the Jacobites and all that type of stuff they come into being with. See, all this being masonry, you know, under Adam Weishaupt and all that other stuff. So what they did is they created masonry as no different as when you establish a lodge somewhere. It's like establishing an embassy, but the lodge is like the secret embassy or the secret consulate
So
that's
can I
being
ask the brother a
established,
question?
and then they control a nation through that particular secrecy because the leaders are a part of it, and they divide the conquer, divide the spoil. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I want to ask you, as a Muslim,
Uh-huh.
you worship Allah, right?
I'm a Muslim, not a Muslim.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a
Do you
difference
worship
between the two now.
Do you worship the God Allah?
I don't worship a God outside of myself. I
So who is
worship the
Allah to
Allah
you?
within me, not a Allah outside of the self, no spooky being. God is inside of me. I'm the will of God. I don't submit to the will of God.
Okay, so you don't worship anything outside yourself. So
That's right.
basically,
That
so
don't mean
you're
I worship my flesh neither, though. Don't get it
no,
twisted.
but so in a sense, you're a pantheist.
No, sir. I'm saying that God is in me, right?
Mhm.
And I worship that God, meaning that anything that need to be done, God gave me the power to be able to do it. And this
So
is
do
what he
you?
taught in the Bible. This is what he taught in the Quran, because he said, know ye not the temple of God and the spirit of God that dwelleth within you. You see, so in other words, for example, if I go out to do a job and I'm doing it for a man and the man pay me and he give me a raise, I'm oh man, he gave me a raise. You know, God did good, but it was really the man that gave me the raise, right? That don't mean I'm worshiping the man for the raise. I'm recognizing God in his reality. So what I'm trying to tell you, my brother, is that I recognize the reality of God, not a spooky thing thinking that I'm gonna pray and God gonna come do something and I just got to wait on him. No, I got to pray and I got to work too. So
So
that's my
Allah,
concept of God. Go ahead, brother.
so Allah can be inside His creation.
He is in the creation. That's why you can't blame him when nothing go wrong. If something go wrong, you got to blame yourself. You
Okay, so
can't blame God. You got to blame you for not working after praying. You
the word
see?
Allah, right?
That's right.
So
Allah.
it used to describe what you say inside you. Where does that word come from?
Oh man, that word Allah go all the way back to Kemet, my brother. And actually, it actually means the inner being. I'm gonna give you a prime example. Ra himself, when humanity got disobedient and rebellious, he withdrawed himself from the world and went into a garden of peace that was known as Allah. So Allah is a state of being, a state of existence in its ancient way. In fact, the word al that's used in the word Allah, that is used in that word Allah, goes across the spectrum of all languages. And you will see
The
depictions
first
of
letter in the
Allah in
alphabet.
Kemet. Yes, sir.
I I have a different theory. Because you see, the word al, as Allah, as you're using it, is in the Arabic language, and in the Arabic language,
That
al
came later.
is a definite article.
Yeah.
Yeah, that came later though. That's what they say in the Arabic. But before there was Arabic, it was called Mudar. And
Yeah,
Mudar,
but
which Arabic came from, brother, it come from Medu Neter. Arabic come from the Egyptian language, brother.
well,
So I go back to the
I know
source,
I
not
don't
the
want to debate.
Arabized version. I'm
I don't want to
familiar with what
debate
you're
you on
talking
that.
about though, because I speak
Yeah,
Arabic. So I know where
yeah.
you're coming from. Go ahead.
No, it's just
It
that
has Sanskrit. It has Sanskrit and Hindu influence as well. This is
That's
why when you
correct.
look at Sanskrit, Sanskrit looks like Hebrew and Arabic written upside down.
That's correct.
Right.
They do have a relation to each other. That's
Right.
what we were
So
talking
yeah,
so
but
so
about.
so so so
but
that
wait,
Mount
but
Kailash.
wait.
So a lot of people don't know about that Mount Kailash culture.
Yeah, but I think we're going off somewhere where I wasn't going. But Sanskrit is older than Hebrew anyway. But what I'm trying to get to is
No, I
inside the
disagree. Sanskrit ain't older than Hebrew, brother. What is actually older is the Harappian language. The Harappian language, which goes back to the Sabian, goes back a little more ancient. But no, you wouldn't say that. Sanskrit is a little younger than that, brother. Just
that's
to get
fine.
some insight. Go ahead.
I'm not a linguist, so I'm not debating that. But what I want to get to, because the Quran itself says
Mm-hmm.
that the Quran itself was sent down in the Arabic language, and the
Yes,
Quran
sir.
itself is not created, it's on the eternal tablet. So that means
That's
Arabic
right.
is an eternal
Alami Ul
language.
Mahfuz is the eternal tablet you referred to.
Yeah, so that means
Al
Arabic.
Kitab, the mother of books. Go ahead, brother.
So that means that Arabic is an eternal language. So it has to be before all other language.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Let me help you out here, brother. Let me help you. Now, it's 7 different dialects in the Arabic language. Now, no, I was an imam at one time, right? So when I'm telling you, this ain't somebody that don't know what they talking about. Like I said, I learned Arabic from somebody that studied at Dar Ulum in Egypt, Cairo, taught Arabic at Cairo. That's who I learned my tajweed from, right? So when you get into dealing with Arabic, my brother, even in the teachings of Ibn Khaldun. You know who Ibn Khaldun is,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, no, yeah, I
He
know.
wrote the Muqaddimah, right?
Yeah,
He tell you the origin of the languages in that particular book, and Mudar is the origin of the Arabic language, which he said come from the Egyptian language. Now, I did my research, and I found that to be correct. Mudar and what they like to call Medu Neter, you know, which is the language of God. That's why they call Arabic the language of God. They're really referring to the original Arabic that became on the manifest before the Quran was fully revealed, so to speak. It was written, the first text was written in this Mudar, but Uthman destroyed it. And he came forth with the Kufic, you know, and all that other script later. You see what I'm saying? But when you
yeah,
go into Mudar or the Arabic, it actually derived from the Demotic language in Kemet, bro. I can
yeah.
prove this. Even the glyph for the name Allah, I got it in my archives. I could show it to you. It comes straight out
No,
of that. And the teachings of Islam come from Tahotep. They
yeah,
come from the maximums of Tah. Go
that
ahead,
part
bro.
I'm not even debating because I'm aware that they're even among modern scholarship they're classified in the same family. Arabic and Semitic languages are actually under Afro-Asiatic, which is also the
Okay.
Egyptian. Yeah, so
Okay.
I'm not
Yeah. So we
disputing
couldn't
that part
say
of it.
based on, I see your logic now, mystically. I see your metaphysical expression is how I would take it by saying that, you know, because there was a book. Because even in Egyptian teachings, there's a reference to a book written in the heavens. You know, in every culture, even in the Hebrew teachings at the highest level of the rabbinical teachings, you will find books that are referred to as books of the heavens. You
Yeah,
see
but
what
this
I'm
is my
saying?
question
So you
though.
couldn't say that the language is dealing with a regular language like we're talking about now when you're talking about divine language, because God's language is not man's language. For
No, so
example,
no, I
Arabic, right?
get you, I get you. But what
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying is, if the tablet is eternal, are you saying that the language on the tablet is different from the
Yes,
language
sir.
that?
The language that's revealed. I'm saying exactly that. I'm gonna show you why. Because, for example, Arabic was a vehicle that Quran was revealed in, right? But
Mhm.
it wasn't revealed in earthly dialect, so to speak, right? So, in other words, Muhammad was really the only one that can understand, really to the fullest extent, the Quran. Everybody else is really guessing, you know, and trying to get the meaning. But Muhammad, who it was revealed to, he the only one really understood it, and it was revealed in divine dialect, even though Arabic was the vehicle. So just because you speak Arabic, being an Arab wouldn't make you understand the message of the Quran, because there are different dialects in Arabic.
So
So
when
that
Muhammad,
Arabic, that dialect was divine, and only Muhammad could interpret that to
so
those
when he,
people. Just
so
like in
when he
Hebrew,
received,
one more example, and I'm gonna let you speak. Just like in the Hebrew text, if Moses had received a text, though we read it and we study, we learn from these things now. Moses is really the only one that could understand what was revealed there to its fullness extent. You see what I'm saying?
Can
Or the same thing with every prophet that came, because it was a divine dialect that was revealed specifically to them. Just like the same
at
reason
that time,
that you
right?
can't turn a staff into a serpent now, because Moses was given the seals to be able to do that. Anybody that claimed to do that now, they practicing black magic and they lying to
They
you.
didn't understand. They
Because
didn't understand
God
what
would
that
have
meant.
never
Yes.
gave that to you. He gave it to Moses. Same thing with Solomon. Solomon was given wisdom that was given to him, not to everybody else. You see what I'm saying?
I get your point.
Go ahead.
What, but yeah, so I'm trying to get back to it. So the Quran that we have on earth right here now would be a translation of that
That's
heavenly.
right. There you go, brother. That's what I always taught. You can't really translate the Quran either, though. It's an attempt to translate. That's the best way to say it. That's why you got 30 different words trying to explain one word. And they really still ain't sufficient enough to explain. They
Can
trying to give you the meaning. You understand?
No, I fully understand what you're saying. I don't agree with all of it, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah. In
Mm.
other words, I'm saying that God's words are too great for man to put them in a box.
that's
And a
right. That's right.
translation is an attempt to understand that.
Yeah.
not the end all and be all. Go ahead,
Now,
brother.
now I'm gonna tell the truth. When I agree, I agree. When I don't, I don't.
Yeah,
This
all is well.
concept, this concept of a divine language, I don't believe that. I believe, I mean, it's to make. Cause see, when we talk about Hebrew being a divine language, we're saying that Hebrew is a divine language now. We're saying that it will be a divine language tomorrow. We're saying that it was a divine language then. It's not a different Hebrew that Moses spoke than the Hebrew that exists in the Tanakh today. It is the same tongue. And
No,
that
you
tongue,
misunderstand what I was
hold up.
saying,
And
y'all.
that tongue is a divine tongue.
Yeah,
Now,
Yeah, I
as
don't
far as
think.
you
Yeah, I
Arabic,
think you
misunderstanding what I
misunderstand.
said, y'all.
Yeah, I
I
think you
said
did.
divine dialect. You
I
see what I'm
mean, but
saying?
I don't,
Not a
it's the same
divine
thing.
language. Dialect and
Same
language, two
thing.
different things. Go ahead.
No, but
Same,
as
I
I
mean, but it's
understand
the
it,
same
as I
thing.
wait, as I understand it, it's not saying that the language that's in the book that we have is the divine language. You're saying the one that originally that he came from, that's the divine language.
That's
Yeah, that's
right.
what
That's
he's saying.
exactly what I'm saying.
I'm saying that they're no different. They're the same language.
What I'm
It's as if though that there is a divine language spoke off into some non-corporeal realm or some personal existence or something to
Yeah, no,
Moses.
no, no.
I'm
We
saying
ain't.
the
That
whole
ain't
language
how I
was
mean it,
divine.
y'all. That ain't how I mean it. What I'm
Yeah.
saying is this, right? I'm saying that what God revealed to that prophet, right? Though we draw from it in this era in time, the prophet was the only one that could fully understand what was revealed to it in totality. Not saying that we can't get understanding from it. I'm saying that the prophet would have the greatest understanding of that text, is what I'm
This
saying.
this
And
is how I see
anybody
it.
in their right mind would agree with that.
I see it like the language
Because
is a
we wasn't
divine.
there when it was revealed, is what I'm getting at.
The language is a divine language. Now, when the prophet give a revelation to a person, just as well as like a dream today, if you have a dream, don't nobody understand your dream like you understand it, no matter how much you tell it to them,
That's
because it
right.
was given to them. Even
That's
in
right.
the linguistics of that dream,
That's right.
okay, that dream is a personal revelation that was given to you, and won't nobody else understand it like you do. But those
Facts.
words are universal.
That's right. Now, but now check this is what I'm
Those
saying.
words
Now
is not like
So
any
how
like.
come y'all don't
now
follow the hadith then? Since
no,
you're saying
hold
that.
up. I'm gonna tell you why I don't follow that. I'm gonna tell you about the hadith in a second, but let me respond to Yasha. I agree with everything you said, not Yasha. But what happens? What happened when somebody take your dream now that you had and they begin to put a spin on it and interpret it another way? You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah, then
that
they
causes
coming up with another
confusion
creation.
about the dream that you had. That
Yeah,
ain't that don't make your dream a lie. That mean that somebody came along and they didn't have the full understanding of your dream. So you
Jeremiah
can't
8
blame that
and
on
8.
you. You can't blame that
Jeremiah
on you.
8
Yasha.
and 8.
yeah. I'm just saying that it's the revelation that the prophet himself have a more keener understanding
That's what
on.
I'm telling you, right?
That
So
is what the major problem with the scriptures, our
that's
Bible.
exactly that's right,
That's the
Apostle. That's
major
what we
problem
getting.
is that the scriptures has deviated from the original intent that
That's
the
right.
prophet when he wrote it.
That's
Because
right.
these
Well,
scribes and
one thing for certain is, and I'll say this with the fact that the people that is doing the deviating is the people who can't speak that language in well.
for sure
So
they
now
couldn't
you get
speak
where
it.
I'm coming
That's
from.
why there's a deviation.
There you
Whether
go.
they did it by mistake,
That's
whether they
right.
did it by mistake, or whether they did it intentionally.
Facts.
I
That's
can
all I'm
go
saying.
right
That's right.
now to Psalms 46. I can go to Psalms 46 in the King James Bible or the New King James Bible, and now the Bible says it. Out of all the other translations, only the King James Bible and the New King James Bible has the name Shakespeare in the scriptures because he
Facts.
put it there when he translated
When he
the
translated it.
46th chapter of
46
Psalms.
letter.
He
Yep.
was 46 years old when he
Yep.
translated it, and he signed his name. The
Yes, sir.
46th word from the top is
And the
Shake.
bottom.
The 46th word from the bottom is
That's right.
Spear.
That's
And
right.
they all was Masons, right?
Yes, sir.
What's the key in that? Because that sound like Masonic signaling, like
Well,
Masonic
that's exactly what it
codation.
is, family. That's
Now,
exactly what it is.
now, for those that believe the Bible is 100% inaccurate, they got to answer that question.
Facts. Facts.
If
See,
they
what
believe
people
that.
don't know, Brother Apostle, what people don't know in most cases, and I learned this years ago, in my early years of studying, when I first learned about what you just was talking about, the Shakespeare. A lot of people don't know the Bible is really a Masonic document, low key. So
Hey,
when
you
they
know
be
what I
talking about
got that?
Masonic Bible,
Especially the
I'm talking
King
about the
James.
translation.
You know,
Not
you'll never
Especially
guess.
not the
the
Torah.
King James.
Not the Torah.
Hey, you'll
I'm
never
talking about
guess
the
where
translation.
I learned that from. I learned it from Anthony Broder, man, maybe 20, 30 years, about
Anthony
30 years
Broder.
Brother
ago.
talked about
Anthony
that.
Broder talks about that.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
talks
Yep.
about
Well,
it.
look,
Now I'm gonna show you
look
something.
here.
I'm gonna
Do
show
you
you something
know,
that's gonna blow
according
your
to
mind.
Deuteronomy, do you know, according to Deuteronomy, chapter 29, verses 22 and 23, Jerusalem is inhabitable.
You know what I'm
Nobody
saying?
is supposed to be able to live on the land.
That's right.
Go to Deuteronomy 29.
Right.
Israel is supposed to look like Sodom and Gomorrah.
Exactly.
God
And in
cursed
most
it.
cases, Brother Apostle, where people find so-called contradictions in the scripture, the English translation, a lot of that deal with Masonic esotericism.
Right. Exactly.
In them spots where you see conflicts and contradictions, stuff don't make
Right.
sense, it's
Right.
esoteric stuff. And they didn't only do it with the Bible, brother. They
Right.
also got some translations of the Quran that Masons translated because
Right.
they trying to put their allegory in the translation so they
Right.
can point out to their membership.
Right.
See, this is what that means. Now
Right.
you read it and you see it and you don't know what you're looking at, but when they go through them degrees, they pointing this stuff out.
Right.
You see, that's what
And,
people don't
and
know.
I haven't found one preacher, honestly, and I've talked to a lot of them, Terry. I know you have too, because you was in the church. I was
Yes,
in the
sir.
church for 44 years.
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't think none of y'all was in the church as long as I was.
Right.
And I done talked to most preachers about this book, and all of them sit there dumbfoundedly and tell me this is, you're right, but we're supposed to be dealing with these are the things that the Most High don't want us talking about. He left it this way. I mean, I've heard some of the silliest stuff, man.
Oh yeah.
You know
All
why they
because
say
they
that?
can't accept the idea that the book has been messed with.
That, and when God start lifting the veil from your eyes, brother Apostle, which
Right.
he will, that's why they'll tell you a true Mason is made a Mason in his heart, right? Not a lodge, right?
Yeah.
When he start revealing, this is the prime example allegorically of what they're saying. When he reveals certain things to you, some of them
Right.
people will try to keep the veil on your eyes, brother, and tell you, no,
Yeah.
brother, don't look at it like that.
Yeah.
You don't
Yep.
supposed to
Get
see
mad
it that
at you,
way.
man.
You know,
I mean,
that's
you no
what
longer
Masons
have a
do, bro.
discussion.
That's
You
what
would no
Masons do.
longer have a discussion. They would literally get mad at you, man.
Right, of
For
course,
saying
because they have to hold their tongue on the secrecy. That's why,
Right.
and they are jealous of you because they have taken them oaths and the things that you can speak and proclaim from housetops. They got to
Yeah.
keep a secret because they done
Right.
took their will on the man. Keep a
Right.
secret or die.
Right.
So anytime they go to talking this stuff, we talking, they done broke their
Right.
oath.
And
You understand where I'm coming from?
anybody that's a student of scripture, no, you don't swear an oath to nothing.
Nothing
At all.
at all.
You know that.
But
You don't
that's
swear
why.
an oath to nothing.
You ever been on a conversation? I know y'all have, all y'all have, when you were speaking and it was somebody that was in the lodge around and they say, brother, you giving up too much.
Right.
If you hear,
Right.
no, don't give them too much, bro.
I've heard that in conversations, just random conversations, right?
And most
And
of the
brothers
time they
is
say
just
that,
having
though,
a conversation and chopping it up,
yeah,
and then you know what I'm saying, some information drop. Woo, you hear, hey man, you that's too much information. And
yeah.
you like, and just why would you just randomly say some shit like that?
Most of the time when they
Making
say
sense.
that, that's a lodge member, bro.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
they are sworn to secrecy, bro.
Right.
They can't talk that stuff open, so it make them feel uncomfortable where they got to be around you talking this stuff that if they talk, they get in trouble.
Yeah.
You see what I'm
And
saying?
this is why we get those looks as well. Like
Yeah.
you'll get a look. You'll talk. You be having these conversations, and a motherfucker just look at you like they wish they can jump in that conversation, but they can't.
Look, I've been on the pulpit, and the back of my coat was pulled. When the back of your coat gets pulled,
You gotta be quiet.
You talking, you get to change course.
God no matter, they
Hey.
pull your coattail.
Hey, remember, JJ, I was telling you. Remember, I was telling you about my dad, bro, and how fiery he was, and how one time he was up there, and here come a little old pastor, come right behind him, shoot, 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 right in his ear. Man, my father's whole face, his whole spirit changed. He calmed it down, and then in about 2 or 3 minutes, my nigga, he sat down.
That's the power of masonry, man.
I'm gonna tell you. I had a pastor. Listen to this. I had a pastor to go to the back of the church where the entry door is and put his hand underneath his throat and telling me to cut it.
You know what I'm saying?
I know you brothers. I know most of the brothers on this panel believe in the spiritual realm. Not all. There's maybe 2 or 3 that don't, but most of us do. So I don't want to confuse this question with the spirit realm. But what do y'all boys think about the paranormal?
Oh, it's real.
Yeah.
That's real. If you
Dark,
don't believe
dark,
in that, you don't believe
It
in
ain't
God.
scary. People just want it to be scary. It ain't scary at all.
Yeah, it ain't scary, but it's real.
Yeah. If there's a good, there's a bad.
Right.
There's opposites to everything. So if you believe in a God, there has to be an opposite. Because the same God that created the good created the evil. By creating good, you created evil.
Well, he said in the book that he created good and evil.
Right.
So
he said he
now
created good and evil. So we can't give that evil to another.
No,
like a Satan or a devil. God did it.
In the Quran, this is what.
But now your actions are your actions.
Now mind you, family.
That's what I was.
Yeah, that's right.
Mind you, family. We got babes that's listening, right? So when you hear our seasoned elders breaking things down like this, they're not giving you the whole detail because sometimes that's just how the conversation rolls, family. So let me just help y'all out real quick. So the evil, right, that they speaking about that he created, it ain't talking about like raping a baby, raping a woman. I'm just making sure that
and
the
it's
family
good
understand
up,
what y'all saying.
A person to listen to that and run with it.
Exactly. So now what he's speaking about is the wrath of the Most High, right? That wrath is evil because what's happening is he's wiping flesh off. He's wiping them out to where you won't even find the bodies. Right? Because the natural disasters that they like to call it. That's the new word for it.
Right.
We talk about earthquakes, we talk about tsunamis, we talk about tornadoes. That's all coming from the Most High to deal with the wicked on the land.
Right.
Go ahead, fam.
Let me
understand.
Hey,
He made the
excellent.
tree.
Let me say this.
Hey, beautiful, brother, beautiful.
Of good and evil.
Yeah.
Let
me say this.
Tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
That's right. And let me say this in
created
support
a
of you.
tree that had the knowledge of good and evil.
That's right.
Now you know the malevolence the malevolence we speak of when we talk about things like rape, strong arm robbery, murder, not killing, but straight murder, offensive crimes. Those things are things that are limited to human beings, which are the creation of human beings, just straight out. You know what I'm saying? We can't blame it on God. We can't blame it on Shaitan because you become the Shaitan when you do that.
That's right. Let me say this in support of what y'all saying, brother. And I'm going to give you a prime example. In the Quran, it says God created good for man, right? He say whatever evil comes to you comes from your own soul. You got me? Then he created everything good for you. But if you choose to go deviate from that, move outside of that guard, take the hedge of protection from around yourself.
That's a proverb right there.
You can't blame nobody for that but you.
Hey, can you locate that in the Quran? Can you let us know where that so the listeners can have that in their arsenal as well as self?
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, hold on.
Let me
Hold on.
Like what surah or
Hold
whatnot?
I'm
on.
finna give it to you right now. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, no, I got an issue with that because you just said something that if you did something wrong,
That's Surah 4,
it's not
Ayat 79, brother.
it's not upon Allah. But
No,
doesn't the
that ain't. We
Quran?
never said it was upon Allah, bro. I'm telling
It's
you, it
not.
says whatever
Your wrong
good.
is upon you, brother.
Listen,
No, but
it
Your
let
says
but
here.
deeds
I didn't get the
are
question
yours.
out yet, bro. I didn't
Listen,
get
you
the
didn't.
question.
You misunderstood what I was
Hold up,
saying, brother.
hold
Listen.
up, hold up. Let the man speak. I want to hear what.
Yeah, he thinking we saying that evil was coming from
Right.
God.
I want to hear.
No,
I'm
that's
gonna
Hold
not
tell
up.
you
what
what
I'm
we
saying.
said. Go
No,
ahead.
that's not what
I
I'm
want to
saying.
hear what Dennis got to say, and then I want you, Commission, to
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead, brother.
quote that
Yeah,
scripture again,
yeah.
and then expound upon
If
to the brother.
like for example,
Respond to the
I don't
brother.
believe in any of the Quran or the Bible.
Right.
And the reason I don't believe is because I'm not convinced. But
Okay.
according to the Quran, that's not my fault. That's Allah's fault. Because if I'm being deceived, I'm being deceived by Allah because the Quran says Allah is the best of the deceivers.
No, sir. No,
It
sir,
does.
brother. The
It
Quran
does.
don't say that, brother.
But
You don't.
I don't think I think you
Brother. I'm
misunderstanding
gonna
what
have
that's
to
saying
tell
though.
you, brother. It don't say
but
that.
Because
Now you don't
when I
have to
hear you
prove.
say that Allah, you know, what say what you just said again,
Yeah,
Is the
it
best
school
says
scholar.
deceiver.
Allah is the best of the deceivers.
Right.
that don't
Okay.
have
So
nothing to
when you
do
say
Quran
with.
don't say that though.
when I hear you say that, right,
Mhm.
I'm not taking it as uh uh that's something that's pertaining towards a deity making us do something, right?
Exactly.
What I'm taking that as in understanding you saying is that in the deception, right? With the basically the origins of deception starts there. That's basically what I'm understanding. Like, if he didn't deceive, if he didn't wasn't disobedience, we wouldn't have deception in the earth.
Okay.
See, we
Now,
starting a new conversation. He
No,
well,
derailing the
no, we ain't
conversation.
finna go away
No, I'm
from it. I'm
saying
finna ask.
what I'm saying, Terry, is that's my understanding from what he's saying.
No,
I'm
I
not
ain't
Right.
talking about
understanding it the
you.
way
I'm
that
just
The
he's
saying.
thing
asking
is,
the question.
Yeah,
I'm
the
Terry
thing
saying
Terry
that the
is,
don't.
brother,
He
the
the
trying
brother,
to.
thing
the
is, when
He
it
brother,
comes
when
trying.
he
down
brought the
to,
Quran out, all he simply said was, "The Quran validates what you're saying," and then he showed us the scripture where the Quran validates what he said.
No,
Now he
right,
when
did
he
prove
showed
his
us the
point,
scripture.
and
What
he
the
was
scripture?
correct with that what
When
he
did he quote
said.
the
Now
scripture,
this
Terry?
brother come over here and says that he got a problem with Allah because Allah the greatest deceiver and this and
no,
that. That's another
no,
conversation.
That's
no.
what
You
I'm saying.
misunderstand my
Now
point.
let me
No,
respond
you
to you, brother.
misunderstand my
Let
point.
me respond to you.
You
Let me
misunderstand
respond
it,
to you.
Terry.
Let me respond to you, brother, because Terry asked me to show where it say this in the Quran, and this is Surah 4, Ayat 79, right? It states, "Whatever good, O man, happens to thee is from Allah. But whatever evil happens to thee is from thy own soul." Just like I said, right? He said,
right.
"And we have sent thee as a messenger to instruct mankind, and enough is Allah for a witness." So that's confirming what I said. But you got to show me, brother, where Allah said that He is the deceiver. Because, brother, I read
Okay.
the Quran and been reading it for years. What surah and what
Uh,
ayah? Because I'm
no, I'm
telling you,
gonna
it's
get to
not
that.
there.
I'm gonna get to that. But
Pull
I
it up.
want to
I
Pull it
don't
up.
think
clarify.
so. If you will get to it, you would say it right now.
I'm
Pull it
gonna
up, brother.
clarify. Apostle, can you let me speak, please?
Oh, we're
I'm
going to
gonna
let
Yes,
you
go
speak.
clarify.
ahead.
I want to
I'm
hear
not
you
stopping you
speak.
from speaking. Go ahead.
Yeah, we ain't stopping you. Go ahead, brother.
I'm gonna look for the surah, but in a minute. But what I'm saying is,
Oh man.
I did not derail the conversation. I, I I interjected based on what you said because if everything wrong that I do is my fault, then that does not jive with the idea that if I'm being deceived by Allah, which I don't think I'm being deceived, but in your view, I am being deceived. So how is that not
That
Allah's fault
We
if
didn't
He's the
say you
best
was
of
he
the
being
never
deceived?
said
deceived,
that though.
brother.
He never
You said
said
you
that.
was being deceived. You
Right.
said that
Right.
you
He
was
never said
being
that.
deceived by
So
God, brother.
Let
so
me
you don't
read
You
something
said
from
God
Daniel.
allowed you to
so,
be deceived, basically.
so you don't think I'm being deceived?
No, I think you accept what you have
You
dealt with as
deceiving
deception.
yourself.
If you believe it's any deception, that's coming from your own thought and not
Yes,
nobody
you
outside of
deceiving
yourself.
yourself.
I don't believe in Allah, so I'm not being deceived.
That's your choice you making. That ain't deception. That's an outright choice.
Belief
Listen to
is not
what
a
James
choice,
said.
though. Belief is not a choice, though. Belief is
Oh
what
my
you're
goodness.
convinced of.
You consciously saying that you don't believe something, my brother. And I told
Yes.
Judah this the other day, right? Listen to me. I told Judah, a lot of you atheistic brothers, really, it's not that y'all just don't believe for the sake of not believing. Some of y'all want somebody to convince y'all, you know, so that y'all have a reason to believe. This is what I just told Judah the other day, because y'all not convinced. But it's a surah in the Quran, my brother, called Al-Rahman, where Allah say through the whole book, and he go just to describing everything he did for man. And after he described what he did for man, like I gave you food, I gave you these things to sustain you. You know, made you strong when you was weak. You know, which one of the favors of your Lord will you deny? And that question is asked like time after time through this particular surah. You know, that's like the text of exercising any atheism, if you ask me, because I ask the same question. I believe atheism, this is my view, not speaking of you, just in general. I believe atheism is nothing more than someone who has fallen from grace due to a particular situation or what they seen in their surrounding, and they feel God is not involved. So I say that one becomes ungrateful. Instead of focusing on the things that you do have or the things that you can control, you know, instead of getting caught up into what happened that you didn't have no control of. I lost my daughter. I lost my son. I lost my wife. I just can't get ahead. I'm telling you how you take that power back is by recognizing God in you. So I tell every atheist, brother, when you deny God, you really denying yourself. Because like I told you, God is in man.
The surah,
So you denying yourself. You ain't denying the Most High.
the
God is in
surah.
you. So you denying yourself. You denying the very life of your being. Go ahead, brother.
No, the surah is Surah 354. It says Allah is
Okay,
the best of the
read it.
deceivers. Now,
Read it.
the way
Read it.
I gotta pull it up. But the way I look at it is, if I'm being deceived, then I'm being deceived. But it's Allah's fault because He's the one that brought the deception in.
God gave you free will, so you blaming God for giving you free will, brother, freedom to choose?
No, that's not what I said.
Brother Kamisha, let me read this real quick.
Go ahead, brother.
James 1, starting verse 12. Blessed is the man that endureth temptation, for when he is tried, he shall receive the crown of life, which the Lord hath promised to them that love him. Let no man say when he is tempted, I am tempted of God. Cannot be tempted with evil. Excuse me, let me read this again. Let no man say when he is tempted, I am tempted of God. For God cannot be tempted with evil, neither tempteth he any man. But every man is tempted when he is drawn away of his own lust and enticed or deceived. For when lust hath conceived, it brings forth sin. And sin, when it's finished, it brings forth death.
I'm just saying
brother,
that
you are not deceived by God, you're deceived by your own flesh.
But I'm just saying this. I'm just saying this. How can you say? I mean, it seemed like that this would go right in line with the atheists. I mean, because if the text is saying God didn't deceive you, and you don't believe in God, then God couldn't have possibly deceived you. I don't see where the problem, where would any problem exist with that.
The problem exists because he don't believe in God.
I mean, but the bottom line is either way it
God
goes.
deceive him if he don't exist.
Y'all
Either way it
talking,
goes,
y'all
either way
talking,
it
but you're not
goes.
talking. Let's talk about logic a little bit.
I want you to
Right?
read this surah for
I
me.
don't
Say
believe in
anything
it.
else, brother. I want you
Let's
to
talk
read the
about
surah
logic. Come
first.
on.
I gave you the surah. Hold on.
No,
I
I
gave
want you to read it though, brother, so the brothers can hear you. I
I'm
want
gonna
them.
read it.
Yeah,
I'm
don't
gonna
move
read it.
on until we want to hear that.
I'm not
Before
moving
we
on.
Right.
I'm pulling it up right now.
Yeah, you got to show that to the people.
I'm not a dummy.
Yeah, we're gonna
I'm gonna have
listen
to
to
just
you, but
open
we
a
want
little
to hear
bit
you. We want to hear
and
what
then
you
drink a
talking
little
about.
bit and then open a little
And
bit.
I know it ain't what you said it is.
See, you say you wanted to talk logic, but what I just spoke was logic.
No, it's not.
It was logic, my brother.
It's not.
So
It
what
was
I
logic at
read,
its
what
finest.
I read wasn't logic.
Hold up, Terry. Don't let him get away with not reading the sewer here, though, brother.
Yeah.
We'll get into that right after that.
And I can prove what syllogism it was.
Yeah, you got it, brother.
I'm pulling it. I'm on my phone. I'm actually cutting my yard now, so I'm outside. So let me pull it up.
Okay, go
Well,
ahead.
evidently you pulled it up before, right?
I
I
didn't.
thought he already
I
had
gave
it.
you the
said
surah,
what it
but
was. You should have pulled it up.
I want you to read it. You brought it up. You cited. Now you got to cite it.
That's right. We teach y'all. We're gonna teach y'all boys how to prove what you say.
How many? You got?
Or at least have something to support what you say.
My wife just brought me home something that's a mix with a cherry and a plum. It's damn good.
Hey, yeah, it's a lot of good stuff. That's one of the things the Most High gave us, Apostle. Think about that. All this good stuff we able to eat.
Hey JJ,
I mean,
remember
the logic,
the conversation that started this conversation, right?
So
We was talking about.
354.
Watch this. It says their descendants earliest settlements of the Morenos in Hispaniola and the Portuguese colonies, the Inquisitions and its victims in the colonies. So when we get back to that topic, I'm gonna bring that information out.
Okay. What a brother at? He still ain't got the sewer up yet.
Surah 354.
He cutting the
Read
grass.
it, brother. Read it.
Cutting the grass and holding.
Yo, listen, I'm trying to read it and y'all talking and Surah
Okay, go ahead,
354.
brother. We quiet. Read it. Go ahead.
Surah 354. And they schemed, and Allah countered their scheme by his schemes. Allah is the best of schemers. Now, before you jump in, let me explain that this is a translation by, I think, Yusuf Ali. I have in my house the Hafs Quran, a hard copy. In the Hafs Quran, it is translated as deceivers. This is a mistranslation.
The game we play.
This is a mistranslation trying to cut. Yo, you're not even saying nothing, but you're cutting me off. This is a mistranslation by the Muslim trying to cover up the obvious text in the Quran, but I have the original Hafs Quran translation, and the word is not scheme or schemers, it's deceivers. So when I finish, I'm gonna go inside, I'm gonna take a copy of a picture of it, I'm gonna send it to JJ, because this is a mistranslation. And you speak Arabic, so go ahead and read it in Arabic and tell me what it says.
I'm gonna show you something. You say Surah 3, ayat 64 or 54?
54.
You say Surah 3, ayat 54. Let me show you something, brother. Again, you still ain't hear what I listen
54, 64.
Bust his head. Bust his head.
Listen to me. This is what you got to first realize, brother. You reading a translation, right? Right? And you going into that translation and saying this is the end all be all, brother. That's where you coming up short at. That's what the translator chose to put in that particular area. He didn't say nothing about deceiver in Yusuf Ali, though. This other one says scheme, and the other said deceiver, as you say, right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean what it is in the language.
If he was using logic, then it wouldn't matter whether the word is deceiver or schemer. He feels the same way.
No.
What it says here, it says, this is what it says in the Quran. This is what it says right
Read
here.
it in Arabic and translate it.
It says, and they, right? It says, it says, wa makaru, right? Wa makaru, Allahu, wa Allahu, jahrihu, al-mahuri. And basically what it is saying, it says, and they, the disbelievers, planned, but Allah planned and is the best of planners. So that's all it's saying.
Thank you.
They,
JJ.
It says they, the opponents of
JJ.
Isa, opponents of Isa.
Is this being recorded?
Listen.
Yes, it's
No,
being
I want to
recorded.
know if it's being recorded.
Listen.
We've been recorded.
Hold up, y'all. Yeah, stop interrupting, y'all. Goodness.
Listen, you asked me to read it to you now. Listen, I'm reading the translation to you now. And this is his choice of translation. It says, and they, the disbelievers, plan, but Allah planned, and Allah is the best of planners. They, the opponents of Isa, who is Jesus in translation, devised a plan, and Allah devised the plan, and Allah is the best of all planners. So what you are doing, my brother, you know, is
Now
basically
that's the
saying
same
people
scripture,
thinking
right?
they 3/4 slick, right?
But that's the same scripture, right?
Yeah, this is the same scripture.
And I
Only
want to
difference
pull
is
up my
somebody chose
Quran,
a
and I want
different
to see what my
word.
Quran got to say.
Only difference is this translator chose a different word to explain
Right.
his
Hey,
way.
hey,
And what
could
it's trying
somebody
to say is that
post that word
All
up?
right.
I'm going to
I
look.
heard.
I'm
I
going to
heard
look
what you
into
said.
the. I'm
I
going
heard
to
what
look
you
into
said.
this
Now
ancient.
yeah, I didn't
let me
finish
speak
saying
now.
what I'm saying. I didn't finish yet. I'm finna be finished if you let me. What I'm trying to tell you though is when it says they devised a plan against Jesus, right? It's saying that Allah devised the plan. And the plan they're talking about is to crucify him, basically. They plan to kill him, right? But it's saying that Allah basically planned different. And that's why I said it was made to look as if it was such. You understand? That's
Okay.
what it's saying. And the unbelievers plotted and planned, and Allah too planned. Allah is the best of planners. And the best
Okay.
of planners is
And if you
Allah.
put scheme
Yusuf
or
Ali
deception,
translation,
if
bro.
you put schemer or deceiver there, I mean, it still turns out the same thing.
No, sir.
It's God deceived the deceiver. He was
Yeah, I mean,
because he's the
but
best
what
of the
he's saying that God
or he
deceived
schemed
him.
the schemers
But
because he
see,
was better than the schemers. That
Terry,
is
you
what the
right. You
text
right
is
with
saying.
that. You right with that. But Terry
I
used it in the
understand.
context. Hold up,
God
brother.
damn. I can't get a word in.
Terry, you right what you're saying,
Oh,
but
go
he
scholar.
used hold up, brother. I'm finna let you speak. The brother used it in this context that Allah is a deceiver. So therefore, Allah deceived him. And that does not apply in the context of the way this was revealed. This is saying that
That
Allah
word.
deceived. Listen, this
Yeah,
is saying Allah deceived.
you can't focus on one word in a sentence. When somebody is speaking to you, you have to understand what they're saying. And in order to understand what they're saying, you have to understand every word in the sentence. That's how you get the thought. You don't get the thought of what. So it's not the word. The importance of that text is not the word deceiver, schemer, or plan. That's not those thoughts in
All
which
right.
this man is speaking.
All
Yeah,
right.
let
If I can
Dennis
speak now.
go. Let Dennis go.
If I can speak now.
Yeah,
Go
you
ahead.
go ahead, brother. You
The
know, but
fact
you're
is,
taking that out of context. Go ahead.
the fact is that the translation that you read can change the meaning of this of the phrase, right? Or of the verse of the surah. The point is, one translator
But
translated as.
it wouldn't change the thought of the prophet, though.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Let him go ahead, Terry. Let him
All right,
finish
all
it, and
right. Hey, I
we'll
fall
come
back.
back. We'll
I
come
fall
back
back.
after he finishes. Go ahead, brother.
One translator translated as planner, the other translated as deceiver. Now, it is clear. I don't know Arabic, but I know English. A deceiver and a planner is not the same thing. A deceiver is suggesting something with malintent. You can't deceive with good intent. That's not possible. So the translation does make a difference. Now, you want to translate it. You want to go with the favorable translation because that one's hold to your belief. But I don't speak Arabic, but I have people who do, and they have assured me that that translation, it's translated as deceivers, is accurate. Now the whole point of the text is to say, wait, no, I'm not finished.
Misunderstanding
I'm not.
what it is,
I'm
brother.
not finished though. I'm not finished. I'm not finished. I'm not finished though.
Therefore, he won't have to interrupt us.
Go ahead.
I don't. I'm not interrupting anybody.
Go ahead.
I'm just.
Go
The
ahead,
whole context of it is that the people who were plotting to kill Jesus, they went ahead with their scheme, and Allah deceived them so that they thought they killed Jesus, but they didn't.
What was
There
that
you
chapter
go.
and verse again?
Jesus.
Can I say something? I promise I'll be real quick.
You know, man.
Can I say
Y'all
something?
go
I
ahead.
promise.
Y'all have it.
Hold
Y'all
on.
have
Let
it.
me say something. I
Y'all
promise I'll
have
be
it.
real quick.
Hold up.
Do you remember? Do you remember
Pause
when
here,
you said
Terry.
about the thought the thought is it is the revelation of the prophet and not the language. Remember, I just said that, and this is a prime example of that. This is a prime. This is a very prime example. It is about the prophet's revelation and not a word. You understand what I'm saying? And hold up. And no translator on this planet, only thing he can assure you is that the word for deceiver means deceiver. He cannot assure you the thought of the prophet. The only person that can assure you the thought of the prophet is either the prophet or to whom he was directly speaking, brother.
So how about we go to the tafsir?
Hold up, Dennis.
How about we go to the tafsir?
We heard you. Hold up, Dennis. Hold up.
How about we go to the tafsir?
Hold up, brother. Hold up. We're gonna let you. I want to say something now, brother Terry. Now, Terry, you see exactly. This is a prime example of what I was just saying. Like you said, only person that can really understand what's being said is that prophet. And this is a prime example of what this brother doing right here, right?
Hey.
Now, prime example right now, in the use of our lead concept, and this ain't nothing hard. This is use of our lead translation. He say, and the unbelievers.
I mean, I understood the concept, brother.
Yeah,
I just wanted to make it clear that there's not a difference between a secular and divine language when it comes to the holy languages.
Let me read my version of the Quran.
Right.
Let me read my version.
Hold up, real quick. I'm finna let you come. I just want you to hear this again now. The same scripture, right? It says, and the unbelievers plotted and planned, and Allah too planned, and the best of planners is Allah. This is the use of Ali translation. He said it said deceivers in use of Ali. So he even wrong in the translation.
Now listen.
So now why was
you just misrepresented me. I never said
it.
No.
Hold on, let him speak, Google Scholar. I stopped him for you. No, stop. You'll get your turn. You'll get your turn. You're not going to get your turn now. You're not. No, we're going to go back and forth. You're not going to say. It's not your turn to say. It's not your turn to say. I'm not going. Just like I stopped him for you. Just like I stopped him for you.
Terry, he said now. Hold up. Let him go. Let him go.
No, I never said it. I never said it.
Go ahead, bro.
Hold up. I got to meet everybody real quick so we get back to order. All right. So.
Oh, we was already on the order before you did it, Judah.
All right, go ahead.
I just want to read my copy of the Quran.
All right.
Go ahead.
Let him read it.
Yeah,
and Google unmute mic.
Our Lord, we believe in that thou hast set down, and we follow this messenger. So write us down among those who bear witness. And they planned, and Allah also planned. Allah is the best planner. As he said, 56
Wait, because you misrepresented what I said.
Let Apostle finish.
So everybody got to finish. Everybody got to finish except me.
No, I'm just reading the text.
Let him read it.
And it says, and they planned, and Allah also planned, and Allah is the best of planners. When Allah said, O Isa, Jesus, I will cause thee to die a natural death, and I will exalt thee to myself, and I will clear thee from the charges of those who disbelieve, and I will place those who follow thee above those who disbelieve.
We get it now. We get it. All right. Okay. First of all, you said what I said. What you said about what I said was wrong. I never said it says in the use of Ali translation, deceiver. That's not what I said. What I said was, oh my God, let me finish because you don't listen well. Y'all don't listen well. That's your problem, right? I said in the original Hafs translation of the Quran, it says deceiver. I specifically said I have the hard copy. I'm going to take a picture and send it to Jeremiah Judah when I get done. That's exactly what I said. Now you are saying, I'm saying in the use of Ali translation, it says it says deceivers. I never said that. I read a translation I thought online that I thought was the Yusuf Ali. It may have been something else, but I never said Yusuf Ali has the word deceiver. So that's a misrepresentation of what I said. Now,
Bro, when you
now,
was reading from the
no.
translation, you say this
Hold
is
on,
the
let him.
Yusuf
He got.
Ali. That's what you said, brother. That's what we were talking about.
Okay.
You say this is Yusuf
I-
Ali translation. I heard
The
it.
one that I read, I said was Yusuf Ali.
It don't say deceive though in this
I
Yusuf
never
Ali that
said
I got.
it's. Are you listening? I never said it said deceiver in the Yusuf Ali translation. I said the
You said schemers.
Yes.
That's what you said. And
Yes.
with our translation of
schemers
Yusuf
and
Ali, not
planners.
Yeah,
saying
schemers.
schemers.
He said schemers.
Yeah,
Bro.
schemers. And it's not
Bro.
saying it in the translation I have over here. What translation of
It's
Yusuf Ali you got?
planner, the same thing.
Okay. Let me look at the translation again.
Because
I'm saying.
apostles say the same thing mine say, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, bro. Let me make it clear to you. The translation I read has schemers. It was not Yusuf Ali. It was what's the name? Understanding the let me see. Islamic Studies.info. That's the website I got it from.
Nah,
But,
that's the problem. That is the problem.
but no,
right
but
there,
wait,
brother. You got
because
it from a website and not a Quran.
no, but you're not
See what I'm
listening.
saying?
You see,
That's a European
every
brother understanding of the book. And you said understanding the Quran. That's
No.
straight English. It ain't even no Arabic. I know what Quran. That's one of them cheap
no, but
Qurans,
you're
$5
talking
Quran.
over me. I can't get my point
I'm
out. The
telling you
point
what
I'm
the
trying.
problem is on why
No,
you got
that's not the problem.
misinformation. I'm trying to
That's
help
not
you,
the
brother.
problem. That's
I
not
ain't
the
going
problem.
against you. I'm
The
trying to
problem
help you.
is you're not listening to my
Oh,
argument.
I'm listening very well to your
No,
argument.
the problem is you have a translation that says plan. This translation says scheme, and in the Hafs Quran it says deceivers. So this is the issue.
I'm telling you, brother, that other
my
Quran
God.
you talking about, my brother.
Hold on,
No.
let me hear what
God
Google.
damn.
We hearing him. We hearing him, Judah.
No,
but
you're
it
not
has
hearing
to
me.
be pointed out, right? Because
Yeah.
it don't bother me either way or another.
Right.
It don't offend me. I'm
Right.
just trying to help the brother. I'm trying to show
No,
the
you're not
brother
helping me.
You're
You're trying
trying to show you
you're
that
trying to be
Yusuf
right.
Ali. Look,
Deceiving
Yusuf Ali.
You may not be able to help the brother, but what you need to do is
You're right.
just let
Everybody, as
the
soon as
truth
I
is like
start
a
to talk,
lion. Just
everybody
let it
dive
loose
in.
and let it
I
present
never,
Go ahead,
itself.
I
You're
let
right,
y'all
Aaron.
get your
You
points
said
out, but as soon as I
Go
start
I
to
ahead.
give
talk,
him one.
everybody
Go
dive in.
ahead, Google. Go ahead. You
Go
can
ahead.
have it, brother.
I'll
You can
interrupt
have
you
it.
for 1 minute. Go ahead, Google.
Go ahead, brother.
Okay.
Don't nobody
All I'm
hold your
trying to
peace,
say,
everybody.
all I'm
Hold your
trying
peace.
to say is, all I'm trying to say is, the Quran is written in Arabic. When there's something in the Quran that the Muslims are embarrassed by, they try to smooth over the language. But if we can, I don't speak Arabic, and I don't know how proficient the brother is in Arabic. But let me just finish. Arabic
All right.
speakers have explained to me that the
All
word
right.
deceivers in the Hafs is accurate. So what I'm saying is, if we have a conflict as to what the meaning of the word should be there, everybody can't just say this is my opinion and this is what I'm going to. How about we go to the source of the Quran, the prophet, and if he has not said anything about it, what about the companions of the prophet? What have they said about it? Have you looked at the tafsir? Have you looked in any hadith concerning this? That's the issue. That's how you go about exegesis.
I ain't gonna
You
say
guys,
I ain't gonna respond to him. I'm gonna wait till he finish.
Come on,
If
y'all.
I say something, he gonna try to cut me off. So keep going,
Well,
brother.
Google Scholar can't be filibustering now.
Look,
You just can't hog
Denisha,
the mic now.
it
Come on now.
doesn't matter, y'all. Listen, even if Allah says he's the best deceiver, even if he was finished.
He wasn't finished, but please don't filibuster. Don't hog the mic.
All right,
y'all
go
go
ahead.
ahead, man. You all
Look,
tell me how I'm wrong. Tell me how I'm wrong. Go ahead.
Get it, man. Hold up,
What
bro.
I'm saying is,
Hold up, bro. Hold up, real
even if it says that Allah is a deceiver.
Apostle, just real quick. Get a man. Can y'all give him 1 minute without nobody jumping in? Just 1 minute. Go ahead, Dennis. Just 1 minute. Can y'all hold your tongue for 1 minute? I'm gonna count 60 seconds.
I don't even
You
need.
don't have this. Come
I
on,
don't
man.
even need a whole minute. What
Get your minute in, bro.
What my whole point is bringing up the conversation is, right? The people were deceived about whether Jesus died or not, right? I used to be a Christian. If I was deceived whether Jesus dies or not, that Allah's fault, because Allah is the one that make the people believe that Jesus was killed when he wasn't, according to what the Quran is teaching. So I don't know why would it be my fault because I am deceived in terms of whether Jesus was killed when it's Allah's fault. And the thing applies to the macro as well. If I'm being deceived in not believing that there is a Allah, it's Allah's fault because he deceives. That's my point.
You done, brother? Okay, I think you done. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Apostle.
I mute my mic. I'm done. I'll let them go.
Can I say something real quick? Just real quick, I speak conversation Arabic. All right, I don't speak and the reason that don't I'm not qualified to really speak authoritatively on that is not the fact that I speak Arabic. See, you were saying that you don't speak Arabic. That is really irrelevant. What qualifies a person to speak on that is Islamic scholarship. You understand what I'm saying? Because since there is no companions, since there's none of his descendants, none of these people is alive today like that, what you have to do is go into the realm of Islamic thought, and you have to study Islam. And upon the Islamic scholarship would tell you what the real hookup was on that. Just like in Hebrewism or in Christianity, all you got to do is go to Jewish or Christian commentaries, and it would tell you what that meant. Now, if you took that to mean something other than what was intended by the practitioners, the believers, the author, and all relative, then you were self-deceived.
That's right. And let me say something in relation to dealing with that, because he actually was cutting us off before every time we
Hey,
said something that
I
didn't
think
agree with him.
Commissioner Apostle was
Yeah,
next.
Apostle still there?
Yeah, he's still there. Go ahead, Apostle.
Go ahead, Apostle.
Unmute your mic, Apostle.
This is why I don't come on these calls, man, because see, people go to cutting you off, and then see, you got to go to the source, shooter. You know, let's be honest, that brother was cutting in when he didn't like what was being heard. He didn't agree with it. I'm just being real.
Yeah, he cut in.
Babysit nobody here. I'm gonna say that because it need to be said.
And I didn't like how when I stopped people for him, everybody stopped.
Yeah, we
but
were
when I
both
tried to
stopping
stop
for
him, he wouldn't stop.
Yeah, we were both stopping. We were stopping and saying, "Let the brother speak." You know what I mean? So we ain't gonna act like we
Everybody
was
fell
just
back
talking
for
over
him, but when he cut in, he just going to insist on cutting in.
And that's what we had to stop. But
Brother,
let me go and say this right here. Let me say this right here, brother. And this boils down to, this go back to something I showed y'all. I don't know if you was present, but I know Judah was present. All this is referring to.
Apostle, hold up, Commissioner. Apostle wanted to go.
Yeah,
can you hold your thought real quick?
We stopped to let him go. He didn't come forth.
Yeah,
I didn't know.
Yeah, he can come forth. We ain't got no problem with that, brother.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Okay,
I was talking. I didn't know y'all didn't hear me.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so I'm just going to read this, man, starting at first chapter of Romans. Because they knew not God and they glorified him not as God, neither were thankful, but became vain in their imaginations, and in their foolish hearts were darkness. Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools and changed the glory of the uncorruptible God into the image like unto the corruptible man, and birds and four-footed beasts and creeping things. Wherefore God gave them over to uncleanness through the lust of their own hearts, to disown their own bodies between themselves, who changed the truth of God into a lie and worship and serve the creature more than the Creator, who is blessed. And amen. In other words, yeah, Sometimes these heathens gonna do deceive them to continue to do the deceiving things that they make up in their own heart. Like he did Pharaoh. He hardened his heart so that he couldn't find the truth because he determined to do his own will. So God turned him over to a reprobated mind. Period.
That's right. That's right, brother.
So if you want to know if God deceives, keep going the way you hear it. And you'll find out firsthand.
Well, Apostle, I'm going to tell you something in conjunction with that. If you go into the measure in the Bible, he even tell you that he sent out certain ones, and he said, which of you will become a deceiving spirit?
Right.
You know, to deceive this particular king that was disobedient.
Right.
So we familiar with all that. Even in Isaiah 19.
He sent out lying prophets.
That's right.
And even in a lie because of Jezebel.
That's right.
Her husband, the king, scared to do anything to stand up for God. And Jezebel had just about frightened off all the prophets except for Elijah. To the point Elijah said, who's left but me? But God showed Elijah 1,000 other prophets who went bow the knee to Baal. See, because Jezebel has shaken all the good prophets up. All you got to do is read the story. So he sent out lying prophets to continue to deceive those who wanted to be deceived. Period. Google, you're deceived, and you're going to continue to be deceived. Because that's what you choose to do out of your own heart. But I don't know how God can deceive you anyway when you don't believe in God.
That's right. Now, Apostle, let me say this in conjunction with that, brother, because he also said the thing in Isaiah 19 when he was talking about the Kemites.
And that's logic.
Allow a false spirit to go among the Egyptians, which means they were guided. Well, they was guided one time, but he sent a spirit there to chastise them, so to speak, for their disobedience. So now in the Quran, this is what we got to remember, and Judah and them remember this because I talked to them about the Gospel of Barnabas. It explained exactly why that was revealed the way it was in the Quran. If you read the Gospel of Barnabas, because it said Judas was the one that was actually crucified instead of Jesus. You see what I'm saying? Right. So now, in the Quran, in Surah 4:157, it says, and for their saying, indeed, we have killed the Messiah, Jesus, son of Mary, the messenger of Allah. And they did not kill him, nor did they crucify him, but another was made to resemble him to them. And indeed, those who differ over it are in doubt about it. They have no knowledge of it except the following of assumption, and they did not kill him for certain. And this goes back to Apostle translation, where it was saying that he would die a natural death. You see what I'm saying? But it's saying here that somebody was put up there to resemble him. And this goes right in the line with what was revealed in the Gospel of Barnabas. It was Judas who was placed up there according to that text. So
I just know to say that I know for him to say that God is a deceiver based upon that text, you know, that's just
a lack of comprehension.
That's either way it goes is subjective. You know what I'm saying? That's not an objective overstanding. That's a very subjective. That's based upon your own feelings, your own understanding, your own experience. But that's not a subjective view.
That's right.
That's not an objective view. I mean,
can
that's
I reply?
Subjective view.
Can I reply? All right.
Yes.
All right.
You can have it.
Okay.
Guys. I'm through.
All right. Like I said, I've spoken to people who are Arabic is their native tongue, who were raised in Islam and who were raised with the Quran, and they agree that that word saying deceivers, that's an accurate translation.
Okay, go get them.
Prove it. Oh my God. Let me finish.
Just prove it.
Let me finish, bro. Let me finish.
I'm going to prove it.
All right. So I'm not listening to none of you. You are living in 2022, looking at a Quran that was written in the 7th century, supposedly, and I'm going to listen to the people who were surrounding the prophet.
What that
Now,
have to do with the price of a can of beans? What year the wheel was created?
It got a lot to do with it.
I'm
It's
not
called
done. I'm not
solipsism.
done. I'm not
It's
done.
called solipsism.
I'm
It's
not done.
That's a fallacy argument.
You know this when y'all was
Okay,
speaking, I
okay,
mute my
Kareem.
mic. I mute my mic because
I'm muting. I'm
Christian over
muting, bro.
there,
I'm
he
muting.
cut
I'm
me
sorry.
off every time I speak, and then he
Slocky,
started.
slocky.
Right? So let's not listen to these brothers who barely knows Arabic and want to tell me that I should listen to what they're saying because they have the right interpretation. Let's listen to the cousin of the prophet who was prayed for by the prophet himself to be the scholar of the Ummah. All right? This is Ibn Abbas talking about the said surah. Ibn Abbas said, the deception of God is that when they increase in unbelief and sin, he increased their blessings until he pulled them into total recklessness. They brought immense unbelief and applied their heads to rebellion and misguidance. He took them little by little from whence they did not know. Now, y'all can go and speak all the speak you're speaking and apostle run into the Bible like the Bible has nothing to do with what I was talking about. This is the cousin of the prophet who lived, walked, and talked with the prophet. Who the prophet says, I pray that you be the scholar of the Ummah. He says what I'm saying. So now y'all go ahead and tell me how I'm stupid.
He did not say that God was bad because God was a deceiver. That's what you're saying. And
He
that's what
just
I'm trying to
confirmed
tell
what
you.
Apostle
That's
said.
what he did not. That's one thing he did not say. That man follow Allah. You don't. Okay? He's in the Quran. You're not. He's Muslim. You're not. He's not saying that God is a deceiver and I don't follow him because of that. And this is what I'm saying, for you to come with that understanding is just pure subjection. Now, me personally, I'm not here to fight you over what. If you don't want to believe in Allah, I believe in Yahweh only. I don't believe in Allah. I'm not going to make you believe in Allah. I don't care whether you believe in Allah. Okay? That's not important to the world beyond you saying that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Because there's others who do believe in Allah and who do not take that understanding to mean that. And they're going to keep doing it by the millions. All right? That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah. And basically, Terry, what you showing the brother is he have a lack of comprehension of what's being said. And actually, that hadith that he's quoting a hadith that actually support what Apostle was saying. It's basically another way of saying that Allah turned them over to a reprobated mind. That's basically all you quoted from that hadith.
Well, let's use the word deceiver. If Allah deceived the deceiver, brother, I don't care what you say, that is not bad to me.
No, sir. If you want to look at it in that context, you're right, Terry. Because think about it. If it was war, let's just deal with it on the general context. If it was warfare, and you knew you had an enemy, and that enemy was trying to take you off the count, and you devised the plan, and you say, all right, this individual think it's going to go this way right here, but the same individual that he's sending to get me, I'm going to flip that demonstration. He's going to take him off the count. That's going to be a good act in war, right? Because you preserve yourself, right? And it's
That's like do unto others as you want them to do unto you. You out here being deceived, you should expect the day for you to be deceived. That's yin and yang. That goes with all of the religious principles. And I agree with religious principles. I am not one who is non-moral, one who don't have established principles that's liable to change with the fucking wind.
Facts. And so basically the problem with our brother is he took one word, deceive, because it has been perceived that deceive is supposed to be something bad. Deceive is something evil. And he went outside of the context. The scripture is saying that Allah was the best of planners. You see what I'm saying? They plotted and planned, but the Most High is the best of planners. That's the real context of the meaning of the scripture. It ain't got nothing to do with God deceiving man. It's saying that God is basically protecting the believers by basically misdirecting those individuals. It's a saying, and I know you heard this before, Terry, where a Muslim say, whomsoever Allah guides, none can misguide. Whomsoever Allah allows to go upon the path of misguidance, none can guide. And that's exactly the case right there with this brother, Dennis. Allah, our God, Yahweh, Yahweh, however you want to say it, he has allowed this brother to go upon the path of misguidance. Doesn't mean that he gonna stay there forever. It's just where he at this particular time. So we ain't gonna throw the baby out with the bath water with the brother. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I'm just saying that he chose.
Right here,
I'm just saying that
can guide
if I
him
could
right
respond.
Hold on, Dennis. That's you. You Google scholars, Dennis.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Dennis, man, let me deal with this dude when y'all done, bro. And you
All right.
know what I'm talking about.
I got two things.
Let me respond. After Zion, let me respond.
Go ahead.
All right. So like I said, I'm not listening to none of y'all because
And you had that right.
Y'all saying what the early Muslims are not saying. Y'all making your own Islam, and that's called bid'ah. That's wrong. All right. The Ibn Abbas says the deception of God. It didn't say Allah turned them over to a reprobate mind or Allah allowed them to go astray. It says deception. The word deceive implies that Allah is actively doing something. I don't speak Arabic, but I speak English, and I know English. When you say you deceive somebody, you don't sit and watch them do what they're doing. You do something to cause them to go astray in some way. That's what a deception is, right? He says he increased their blessings until he has pulled them. He has pulled them into total recklessness. That's Allah being deceived. The brother quoted Islamic
But
saying.
that's not bad.
No,
that's good.
Well, no, that's your opinion, but I don't see it that way. But I want
Right.
to address.
And yours is your opinion, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. And by resting at your, I'm okay with your opinion. You're not okay with others because you'll sit up here. You'll sit up here and tell us you're not listening to us, but you're responding to us because you're listening. Okay.
Okay. So as I was about to say,
so you are listening to us, brother.
as I was about to say, because clearly when I say I'm not listening to you, I don't mean I don't hear what you're saying. So that's a different conversation. We have to learn how to use the English language. I don't mean I don't hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. What I'm trying to say,
no,
I don't buy
what
what
I'm
you're
saying
saying.
is that
But don't derail the
if you don't
conversation with that.
listen, if you don't hear, then you won't. That's the only way that you won't listen, brother. For certain.
Don't derail the conversation with that.
No.
Let me address.
What I'm trying to say is that if you don't agree with it, why is you bothering these people about their beliefs, bro? This is what they believe, bro. You're not gonna take that from them. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. What I'm saying is that be happy with what you got, this belief, and let these people be happy with their belief. That's what I'm telling you.
First of all, what you're saying makes no sense to me because you're on
What
here.
don't make sense is for you to come up in here amongst believers trying to tell them not to believe because you don't believe. That don't make no goddamn sense.
You're talking too much and you're not listening. You're on here on what is a debate league.
That's all I come to do is talk. I don't come to listen. I'm the boss around where I stand. I come to teach, not to be taught. Not by you.
I know this is your platform, but you don't have to try to overtalk.
And when I come here, I come to talk. I don't come to learn nothing when I come here.
All right,
not
bro.
From
you win. You win. You're always right. The brother commission said, him that Allah guides, no one can misguide. And then he tried to pretty up the second part of the statement to make it not say what it originally said. The correct quotation is, him that Allah guides, no one can misguide. And him that Allah misleads, no one can guide. So that's the correct quotation. Allah is actively misleading people, or Allah is actually deceiving people. That is taught in the Quran, in the Hadith. So when the brother comes in 2022 and comes with his view of the of what the Quran is saying. That's all good. That's his view. But don't come and try
And
to
he
make
has
it.
that right, freedom of religion. He
He
has,
has
just like
that
you
right.
have
I
that
never
right.
said he
You
don't
have
have
the
it.
right to do what you do.
This is a debate league. We debate ideas. He come up
Right.
on
So
here
you can't
and
prove him wrong when he have that right.
he come on here and he challenged other people's belief. When I came on, he was talking about different beliefs that he don't follow. So why can't I do the same? Why does he get a special?
No, I'm just saying you can't prove him wrong. Yeah, I'm just saying that he can't prove him wrong. You can't prove him wrong, brother.
But he can't prove me wrong either. So where are we at now?
I'm not going to fight for Islam. So, you know.
No, you can because you worship a different God. So how are you?
Right. I'm just trying to get justice in this conversation.
Yeah, we can move on. I also wanted to go back to Apostle, if but maybe not, because it's Gideon.
Oh snap!
Gideon, you sure you ready for me?
Oh, hey, you already know what it is. I'm trying
you about
to
to cuss me out?
Nah, I'm not gonna cuss you out. I'm gonna let the information deal with you. I'm trying to see, because I know that was you in saving your back chat, but that is you. So
that is me, yeah.
So what I'm trying to understand is, how can you make statements like that, but then when you get in here, you go to backpedaling and backing up saying you don't know the information. So why would you even do that? Why don't you just say, I don't know nothing about it, I just don't think it is?
About what?
About Israelites being in West Africa.
No, I don't say I don't know nothing about it, but I wouldn't come on here and make a statement unless I have a source to back it up.
You an evolutionist?
I accept the theory of evolution by natural selection. So if that's what you mean, then yeah.
So that's your religion?
No, that's not a religion. I don't have a religion.
You can't prove none of that you're talking about, right?
But you say that, I have evidence to support what I believe.
But evidence is not proof.
No, right. But proof is only in mathematics. I didn't say proof. Proof has to do with mathematics.
So yeah, and that's what he said when you should say, no, I can't prove it. Because once you say proof, science is thrown out the window, brother. Because like you said, it's mathematics.
Terry,
so don't
I
let
think
him
you
trick
have
you.
a problem.
I'm just saying that it sounds like he was tricking you into. He shouldn't even use proof because it can't be proven.
He didn't say proof, though. He didn't say proof. He said I can't prove it. That's different.
Same thing. It can't be proven.
No, it's not the same thing. That's your mistake. That's your mistake, Terry. Terry, proof and prove something is not the same thing. Prove something is show me the evidence that verifies what you're saying. Proof has to do with mathematics.
Proof is the same thing, bro. Proof is the action of doing it, bro.
To prove is to establish your truth by demonstration. Simply, definition textbook, Oxford.
Yes. And what's proof?
Proof is the evidence.
So you're right technically, but when we talk about proof in science, we're talking about mathematics. That's it.
Right. So when he asks you about these things, that's not science, and I wish that you wouldn't try to answer that like you can prove it. That's what I'm trying to say.
Because
you step outside of the realm of science when you start acting like you got proof. You got evidence, but evidence is nothing but written observation. But it doesn't prove anything.
I got evidence to back up whatever I'm saying.
No, you have evidence. Yes, you do. You have evidence to back what you say, which is nothing more than written observations.
So what do you have?
You the biggest and most disrespectfulest religionist on this panel, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because your religion comes from Europeans. And that whole pseudoscience that they talk about is based on hatred for the black man, bro, which is the Israelite.
Listen,
Okay, go ahead.
Gideon, you see,
He only got
when I come
evidence,
here,
which is observations, and none of them niggas he got observed. Nobody evolved into nothing.
you see, when I
Right.
come here, I come to deal with every. I don't. I know.
But why
I
do
know.
you come when you know?
Wait. I know how y'all do. All y'all got is emotionalism. As soon as I mention, oh, this the white man. This come from the white man. The Bible y'all got came from the white man. And that language
Well,
you have that you call
that
Hebrew,
wasn't my
that's
argument,
translated
Dennis.
by the white man.
Dennis apologized to me. That was never my
And the
argument.
archaeology that you got is
I
done by the
believe in
white man.
white man science, just in knowledge, just like you. And that's why when I talk about the criterions of falsifiability, I go to white sources. I am not one. I use white sources all the time.
That's
They
all I
don't know
get when
what
I come on
science
here is
is. This is science.
emotionalism.
Google Scholar.
Nobody wanna address. Nobody wanna address the evidence or the arguments. All you got, that came from white people. I
I
don't do
do.
white
I
people.
want to address it, and then because when I'll sit there and let you talk for an hour, and I'm just going to say two simple things. I'm going to say that your evidence is based upon the scientific method, which is largely observation. Okay, and none of y'all observed a monkey or ape evolve into a human.
Well,
And that's what
well,
we
where
end the
you
conversation, brother.
this is where you're wrong. This is where you're wrong, right? The first thing you said is that the scientific method is based largely upon observation. Observation is just one part of the scientific method. There are other criteria to make it science, and not
which is
just
demonstration, which
observation.
kills your argument.
No, not
Because you
demonstration.
cannot demonstrate how a monkey or ape turned into a human. You can't demonstrate that, brother. You cannot establish your truth by demonstrating that act, bro.
Google
Okay,
Scholar, just explain to us
okay,
why we don't see things evolving no more. Something simple like that. Start with that.
okay. Well, first of all, evolution is a process that takes a vast amount of time. It's not something that happened overnight. A human being only
It
lives for
did. A theory
baby.
happens overnight.
Oh my God.
Stop
A
right there,
human
Google
being,
Scholar. That
a,
right
hu-
there
a
takes it out of
human being.
science in its definition because you cannot
No,
prove that.
no,
You
you
cannot
can't just
demonstrate
make a
that.
statement. I was in the middle of saying what I was saying. You can't just make a statement. That's not how conversation works, bro. Every time I get to say something, y'all jump in and cut off and then say, oh, you're wrong. I
I'm
this
gonna
and that.
fall back for a few minutes. I'm
It's
gonna
not
roll up
even
a fat
about
blunt.
falling back. It's allow me to finish a thought before y'all
Well,
cut me off.
I'm just not. I'm gonna fall back. So you surely you won't hear from me for about a good 10 minutes because I'm finna blaze a big fat doobie.
I don't have a problem having the conversation, but we can actually dialogue. You know what I'm saying?
I
I
can dig
don't.
it. I can dig it. I just don't want to forget sometimes. And I'm be honest with you. Sometimes I have to throw myself in there because you guys are super duper long winded, bro.
And I don't say I don't cut people off too, but if we want to be honest, I get cut off more than I cut people off. So I don't know why everybody well not say everybody,
Hey,
but
if
some
I was
people get
long winded, I would get cut off too. I try to say my shit quick and get out the door before somebody come in because I know they coming.
yeah, but that's fine, that's cool. Because I know Gideon get long winded too, but Gideon's cool. Well, we dialogue information. But as I wanted to say, Gideon, you have some misunderstanding of what science is, of what science teaches, and that I feel is the issue.
Okay, so straighten my understanding. When lot it begs the question to me, why don't we see these things still evolving?
Okay, as I say, evolution is an ongoing process. Species is still evolving today. All right. But the problem is a human being only live on average about 70 to 80 years. You're talking about processes that will take hundreds of thousands to millions of years. Not all processes will take that long, but in general, that's the time scale we're talking about. So it's not something that you're gonna see in your lifetime. But there is a way where scientists have actually learned to see changes that are enough that they can cause speciation in certain species of animal and plants that don't live a long time, that their lifetime is very short. So what they can do, they can observe them over many generations, and they see these changes. We have documented evidence of one species turning into two species in more than one occasion. So at this
What is the
point,
evidence for that?
But
okay,
y'all
I
ain't
can
never
give you.
seen no human turn into nothing, or no monkey turn into, or the monkey that's the closest one to us turn into nothing.
Yeah, but Terry, did you understand what I just said about the time scale that things take?
No,
Yeah,
I
you must
didn't,
have
because
faith.
I can never understand about people observing something that is millions of years old. I don't believe in none of their carbon date. I don't believe in none of their tests. I don't believe that they can go back that far, brother.
That's why it's based on
You
belief, Terry.
you don't have to believe it.
It's based
Nobody
on
said
belief.
nobody said they observed something that happened millions of years ago.
Right,
That's
and
your
that's
that's your
I'm saying
misunderstanding.
that's why I can't believe it, because there's no test that they could take that could tell me anything about something 3, 10, 100 million years ago.
Exactly.
Let's get into
It's
it.
a
So let's
religion.
get into it then.
It's
Let's
faith.
get into it, Terry. Let's
School
get into
scholar,
it.
you
So
got
you
faith.
only yeah, I got faith, whatever. So Terry, you only believe in what you
Science
can
is
presently
about
observe.
belief.
Pretty much,
Terry,
pretty
Terry,
much,
Terry, you only believe in what you can observe.
pretty much.
No, you see, this is where I'm talking um about intellectual honesty, because you can't observe Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, but you believe that.
My brother, we'll let you know from real. We have faith. But what you're saying is you can't debunk nothing about Abraham's existence. It does get to a point when we have faith. But what you got to understand is you
So
got
now I
just
gotta.
as much faith as us. You're talking about when I ask you, can we see this evolution? Hold on, bro. Hold on. I asked you,
Mhm.
can we see this evolution process happening? You say it's impossible because man don't live that long.
I never
Isn't man?
said that. I never
Isn't
said
man
that.
the one that's evolving? You
Yeah,
did say that.
I
You
just
Gideon,
said
want
that.
I
to say,
man only
never
lives.
said that. I
I
You
want
never
to say
said
said
how
we do
Gideon.
not live that long to observe the
I
change. That's what you said.
You
I
did.
said
You said that.
I said there are certain species that we have seen, have documented, that have one species changed into two.
Yeah,
Did
you
I
said
not
that
say that?
after that. You said
Well,
that
Did
after
I
that.
not
I'm
say
talking about
that?
what you said before that.
Did I not
You
say
said,
that?
yeah, but that don't have
So
nothing to do
when
with what I'm
apostle in the
asking you though.
background, being a sideman, he's lying
you
then, right?
said that afterwards. But
You said that
no,
after. I
scholar,
agree
yo,
too.
you said it, but you didn't state it.
Bro, I
planet
said
Earth?
in
Yo,
general.
somebody
I
gotta
said
mute
in
that shit,
general.
man, because I can't hear nobody talking.
Because they're all
Come
yelling
back
over
in.
me. They are yelling over me. I said in general, it takes too long to observe on a human time scale.
So
But
what have we observed?
there are certain species that their lifespan is short, that we can observe, that we see speciation. That is
Which
exactly what I
species?
said.
But
But
yo,
Which
but
species?
who got
you're not
control
trying to
over
learn.
how long you live
Which
or how long you
You
die,
species?
man? Come on,
you're
man.
not trying to learn. You're trying to argue, so you don't hear what I'm saying.
Nobody ain't arguing. Somebody asking you a question. Somebody got
What
power
is the
over your life,
species
man,
you
whether you
talking
live or
about?
die, or how long you gonna live on this earth, or die when you gonna die, man. Come on, man.
What does that have to do with anything I just said? What does that have to do with
What
nothing
No,
I
what
just
the
said?
fuck is
species are you
evolution got
talking
to do
about?
with us, man? That's the
What the
question
fuck
I'm
you
gonna ask your
talking
ass.
about?
What the fuck
Who
is
this ignorant?
evolution got to do with us?
Who this
You know what
ignorant
I'm
nigga
saying?
But
talking?
Jonathan,
Nigga, you a fucking
it
retard, nigga.
ain't got
Who
nothing
this
to
Nigga,
do
you a
ignorant
with
fucking
nigga
us.
talking?
retard, man.
He was explaining his beliefs, and he got the right to do
What
that. You
beliefs,
know,
No,
man?
but who this ignorant nigga talking? That's what I
Yo,
want to
who the
know.
fuck? Yo, nigga, come on, nigga, please.
Who
Nigga,
this? You
you
jump
don't know
into
shit, nigga. You just a
telling me
fucking
shit.
hey,
wannabe ass
I'm
Who
fucking
the
trying to
fuck
break
wannabe,
is
it
this
up.
nigga. You a
ignorant
fucking
nigga?
I'm
wannabe,
getting
bitch.
punched in the middle of the breakup.
Who this
Dumbass
ignorant
nigga.
nigga?
You an ignorant nigga, you fucking damn West Indian punk
All
ass
right,
bitch.
y'all.
Go
Nigga,
Stop
learn
it,
to
stop
read,
it,
you
bro.
y'all.
Read
talking
a
Stop
to
it,
nigga,
book.
y'all.
motherfucker.
Stop it.
Read a
Stop it.
Nah,
book.
you
Stop.
better, yo, kid, if I could get over there, I could smack the shit out your black ass, you
Yeah,
fucking
yeah,
idiot.
I bet you
Yeah,
would.
nigga, please,
I
nigga.
bet
I
you
would
would.
beat your monkey ass like it
I
was
bet you
See,
would.
nothing.
that's
Stop.
what we
You
don't
hear me,
need.
nigga?
That's what we don't need, bro.
That's
Let's
right,
just stick
nigga.
to the
Cause
Stop
you a
information,
it.
damn
bro.
fool, you fucking
Stop.
idiot.
Stop.
Listen, I don't want
Stop.
to talk to this
Yo, man,
ignorant
get this
ass.
fucking clown off here,
Go read
man.
a book,
Get this
nigga. Go
fucking
read a
clown
book.
off of here, man. This fucking
Go
dumbass
read a
bitch.
book, nigga. Go read a
Nigga,
Come
you
book.
on,
don't
man.
know how to
Let's
read,
not
nigga.
do that,
Go
bro.
Why
read
don't you
a
Let's
go
not
live
do
book.
up
that.
a white man ass, nigga, since that's what the fuck you want to believe
Go
in,
read
bitch.
a book,
Damn evolution ass bitch, nigga.
Go read
No,
a
but
book.
let's not do that.
Why
Let's
don't
just
you
show
read a book,
Google
bitch,
Scholar.
and stop
Let's
smoking
just
a
show
blunt,
Google
bitch?
Scholar
Who
how
this
off he is.
who
Google
this
Let's
Scholar,
ignorant
not
ass
deal
nigga,
with
nigga?
it.
please. You a clown.
Did I come in here disrespecting anybody? Man, fuck you,
There's
you
no need for
ignorant asshole.
disrespect, man. You good, Dennis.
Yo,
Don't.
when you
Yeah,
call me
no.
nigga, you disrespecting me, bitch.
Fuck
Cause I didn't
off.
even come out my mouth towards your punk ass like that, bitch.
Fuck off.
That's when fuck you too, punk.
Come on, y'all.
Smack
Come
the
on,
shit out your monkey ass, you little fucking punk
Yeah,
ass bitch.
you talk a good talk, but I
Yeah, I
bet you
take
wouldn't.
your ass up to Mount Everest and throw your black ass the fuck off there, bitch. Nigga.
Man, I'm tired of
Watch
this
your
nigga.
mouth, punk.
Somebody else speak. I'm tired of this nigga.
Yeah, get this asshole off here, man. Why y'all
Google
even
Scholar, my brother. So look, this is what we trying to
man?
get you to explain or understand from you. You like what you're saying, bro, is total conjecture. You do know that, right?
No, it's not conjecture.
Totally, because when I asked you to explain that process, you didn't do no demonstration, you didn't do no explanation in depth. All you just said was, man don't live that long to observe it, so they observe it in a lesser species. Like that right there is non-comparison. Like you can't compare an insect with a human. Like that's like you like what they telling you, bro, is all over the place.
Okay, first of all, you can compare an insect with a human depending on what you're comparing. All right, an insect
Agree.
is a living thing, and a human is a living thing. So in that respect, you can compare it. The reason why what I said is simple to understand. What I'm saying, I don't know what the confusion is. Evolution takes a long time. Humans only live 80 years, so a human being would be able to look and see most things evolving. I use the insect and on like bacteria and stuff like those because those have relatively short lifetimes. You have a bacteria that can only live for a few hours. So in that respect, we can observe many generations of such things. And when you do, you see that it evolves. You see also when you look in the fossil records, you see fossil of things that's no longer here, and you see transition from one kind of thing to another in the fossil record. We also now have genetics, and genetics show that there's a connection between all these kinds of things. We have in human, we have linguistic. The languages show that the language starts one place and it branches out and it's all correlated. So it's not just conjecture. We're dealing with evidence. You don't have to believe it, but we're dealing with evidence.
So let me show you how your evolution is your God. So you sat up there and told us, you said that this process takes so long, we don't know it. It's unexplainable to us. That's what we say about Yahweh. So you taking all that information and you're saying that, oh, because evolution is so ancient and so old, almost infinite. Do you believe it's infinite?
No.
Okay, but it's ancient, right? You don't
Well,
you
yes,
possibly
billions of years. So I guess
right.
you call that ancient.
So it's unfathomable to how to perceive it, but you do know that it wasn't intelligence. That's your religion, my brother. You can't prove a
No.
smack or none of that you said, bro. You
Let me
can't.
show you how you're wrong. Why it's not my God and it's not my religion. First of all, if there is evidence that come up tomorrow that show that something that I hold in terms of evolution is wrong, then I discard it. You can make the same claim because
Well, Yahweh
in
said
your
that itself, Isaiah 44, that all gods are false and they'll change on you. But he's forever. He doesn't change.
yeah, but you didn't get my point.
So
I
your
can
God
say
changes.
no, listen to what I'm saying, Gideon. You didn't get my point. I am saying that if tomorrow that evidence comes and show that this is false, I will disregard it. I will drop it. You can't make the same claim because Yahweh has to be right. There cannot be any evidence that will come that shows that Yahweh is wrong or is false. So
But
that's why
That's right.
yours is a
let
religion.
me tell you
That's
how
why
that's
yours is a
subjective,
religion
Google
and
Scholar.
mine is not.
Google Scholar, let me show you how that's your opinion and it's false. First of all, I want you to show me where Yahweh was wrong. You
That's a
yourself
different.
said
That's a different argument.
no,
That's
you
right.
just said it.
Yahweh has to be right. He
You
has to
just
be,
said it.
brother.
There go Terry confirming it. There goes Terry
Well, but
confirming
he
it.
has to be right. Because that's
Okay,
what I
so that's
chose to
my
follow.
point. So that's my
I
point.
chose, and hold up, but the thing is, I chose to follow that. And there's nothing you'll ever be able to say to change it. You know, you'll never win a debate against it. You understand what I'm saying? Or any of that.
No, I
Right. Google
perfectly
Scholar,
understand what you're saying.
your
But
God,
that's
according to
that.
your own information, changes. Yahweh does not change.
No, Gideon. The point is that's the difference between yours and mine. Yours is a religion, so by default,
Yours is a
it's
religion. You ain't
wait,
proved
wait.
nothing yet, my brother.
No, you're not listening, bro. You
No,
by
But
you're not
default,
but
understanding.
he don't
by
he,
default,
he don't have to prove nothing
Gideon,
to accept it as the truth to believe it. But what he has to
Gideon.
do, but you do have to prove something when you're having a discourse with amongst two people who don't believe in the same thing. If you're trying to convince a win or trying to be right.
No, I'm just trying to show him where his
Like,
misunderstanding.
say for instance, Google Scholar. I'm gonna
No,
give you an
before you
example.
go, Gideon, before you go, can I find evidence tomorrow that Yahweh was made up? Is that possible?
It's not possible because he's
You
not
see
made
what
up.
you see what I mean? You see the difference between yours and mine. Do you see now the difference?
No,
But
because you
no,
just
your
said earlier how
evolution
you're
has
not
Oh
going to
my
shown.
listen
God.
to us in the
Oh
same
my.
regard because we don't speak Arabic and we not Muslim and born in the land. You know, so it's not no
No,
different. It's the same
no,
thing, brother.
it's not. Mine says, I just said it. If tomorrow I see evidence, they find evidence that mine was wrong, I will drop it.
Right.
You
Right. That's what
can't
I'm
say
saying.
that.
Your God
Yeah,
You
but
changes.
can't say
you
that.
said that, but that's coming
Can
out of
you
the
say the
same
same thing?
mouth. But that's coming out of the same mouth who said that he will not listen to us. So I'm saying
Terry,
that because you said you will not listen to us, you should understand that that is the same thing as us not listening to you. You said
Terry,
it's not the same thing.
Terry,
If you come with this evidence, I'm not going to listen to you.
Terry,
No, I want to hear the evidence. I
Terry,
just
I
want
want to see
evidence.
it
Terry.
and watch it and all of that, but I'm
Yeah,
not going
yeah,
to listen to it.
Terry. All I'm saying, do you see the difference between yours and mine?
Yep. Yours is science. Yours is scientific, pseudoscience, and ours is religious based. I
Thank
see
you.
the
Terry,
difference.
Thank you.
Terry,
Please say pseudo
can
or put air
anything
quotes
prove
in
God
front of
wrong? Can
science
anything prove
because
God
that's
wrong?
not science by definition.
Can
That's a whole
anything
bunch of
prove?
Europeans hopped up on that El Puro, just giving you an observation of what they think happened. That's all that
Gideon,
is, bro. With
Gideon,
millions of dollars of equipment behind them. That's all that is, bro. They're
Gideon,
looking at the makeup of things and they're trying to explain how the makeup of those things came about. That's all. It's a
Gideon.
religion.
We don't have to agree, but we can at least use logic, right?
Let's go.
So, is there anything that can change your mind about Yahweh that he was wrong?
It's nothing
Okay. Now, I'm
because
saying,
nothing exists. That's what I'm
wait.
saying.
You don't have to go into any explanation. I'm saying there is something that can change my mind about evolution that it was
I
wrong.
know.
So do we have the
I bet you
same?
there ain't nothing that we could do, even if
No,
we was
before you
right.
go, Terry, before you go, I need Gildan to answer this. Do you see the difference between yours and mine now?
Yes, my God is
Okay.
stable. Yours is unstable. I get it.
Yeah, I got it. You see, yours is a religion, mine isn't.
No, yours is a religion too.
No, it's
Until
not.
you start proving, until y'all start proving what y'all saying, it's always going to be a religion.
Well,
It's based on your faith.
we saying that yours is a religion in the sense of religion being a way of life.
It's
And
their
that is your
belief.
way. Your life
It's
is
something they
revolved
can't
around
prove.
that.
It's not.
It's a belief you cannot prove.
He said, no, it's not.
That's headed by quasi scientists, really, which is the priesthood. That's y'all priesthood, man. And it changes every 5 years. Just like every other world religion, except
You
Yahweh, except
you
Torah, that does not change.
you're doing a lot of let's talk about the evidence, right? Because you said there's nothing that can convince you. That means you started with your conclusion. This is what I do. I look at the evidence and then I
Right,
came to a
because
conclusion.
what's required in religion is belief. Scientific observation and all that is not. All our God, whatever that is to you, want us to do was to believe. And he didn't ask, he don't require us to know in him. None. He requires us to believe and have faith in him. That's what's required over here. Observation, scientific method, theories, and all that shit. That's not required over here.
And I say faith, trying to know something by faith is illogical.
But we not that. But we're not required to know anything over here. We're required to believe, to accept as the truth.
Yeah,
Our
but you
God don't
can't.
even hold us to happen to prove Him, man. We
Yeah,
don't
but
walk
you.
around here happen to prove our God to nobody but people who want to challenge us.
Yeah, Terry,
God
but your
never
way,
told us to
I'm
prove Him.
saying your way is illogical because if all you need is to have faith, then you can believe anything by faith.
See, it's like this, Google Scholar. When it come down to us and who we are as Israelites, it's not that we ever had to prove the Most High. What he did was he proved himself to us. So if he haven't taken the time to and prove himself to you, you have to ask yourself why that hasn't taken place. Well, what am I? How is my thought process? How am I dealing with life itself, and why I haven't had the experience? Like all these other people that's talking about this experience and this relationship with this power. How come I haven't? If you're not asking yourself that question, then you don't really give a shit
Right.
about no relationship with the
See,
Most High. You see what I'm
what's
saying?
required is God prove Himself to us, not that we prove God to ourselves.
Okay,
The
so
people
let
close,
me ask you this.
the people in history that was closest to this event of mankind origins, they never said what you're saying, bro.
Okay, so
Like,
let me ask you
come on,
this.
bro.
Let me ask you this. Since God has to prove himself first, why does Paul get a Damascus Road experience, but my dad didn't? Why? Is that
But you know
favoritism
how
from
to
God?
X me out. And you know how to X me out the conversation, don't you, Dennis?
Well, you gotta understand, some are chosen for great things and some are not. I mean, what's
Did
your
your
point?
father go around killing folk like Paul did?
I can't hear whoever is speaking.
I said, did your father go around killing people because they believed in Christ like Paul did?
No.
All right. So why would you ask? Why wouldn't God show Himself to my father like He did Paul?
So
Why
why
would you
so
ask
so
that?
so why did Muhammad get a Damascus Road experience then? Since that's the criteria.
I
Because
mean, according to the
Allah
story, he did get an
chose
experience
to
though.
approach.
Not a Damascus
Allah
Road, no.
chose to
I
do
mean,
that
everybody
to
don't gotta
Muhammad.
go to Damascus Road, Google Scholar, but that's what I'm saying. But y'all
Gideon,
guys
The
think
Gideon,
that.
point
Gideon,
is,
please
have
stop. When
you
I say a
ever?
Damascus Road experience, I don't mean he went to them. What's wrong
Okay,
with you?
so the experience that Muhammad had, so the experience Muhammad had was what you would call a Damascus Road experience,
No,
where
it
he was getting
wasn't. No, it
convulsions,
wasn't.
and
It
he found
wasn't.
out later it was the angel Gabriel that was telling him those things. That's
Gi-
an experience. That's a
Gideon,
spiritual experience.
Gideon, do you understand that Muhammad denied the divinity of Christ?
Well, I'm not an Islamic scholar, so
So,
I'm
then
not
why are you
going into
trying to
that.
argue something
But
you don't know
you're
That
talking
about?
doesn't
about
matter anyway.
that experience specifically. That's what I'm
I'm
Right.
talking
talking
about.
about a Damascus Road experience where
Okay,
Christ
so
revealed.
you're air quoting Damascus Road experience. So what is Damascus
Right.
Road experience?
All right,
And
let me
what you mean
explain
by
it to you since
divinity
you
of
don't
Christ?
know. Since
Explain
you
it.
don't know where the risen Jesus revealed himself to Paul as the God, and the risen
No, He didn't
Savior.
reveal Himself as God. That's not true. He
So
didn't
you
reveal Himself as God. He revealed Himself as Christ, the one that you've been persecuting. What are
so
you
so
talking
you're
about?
so you're telling me that Paul did not worship Jesus? Is that what we're saying now?
See, now you're trying
What
to
you mean
divert.
worship?
Your point
He
is that
worshiped Him as king.
So now we don't
What
know
you
what
mean
word
worship?
mean. Now we
Paul
don't know what
worshiped
word
God.
mean. You see, this is the confusion that I talk about.
No. I
Paul
worship Christ. What are you
was
talking about?
was Paul worshiping Jesus? Yes or no?
No. Paul worship him as a king, which he will be.
You don't
But
worship
he
a
never
king. What
worshiped
are
him
you
as
talking
God.
about? What
He
are
never
you
worshiped
talking about?
Christ
You
as God.
worship God.
He never worshiped Christ as
You see,
God.
y'all see the confusion that these brothers try to perpetrate on our people?
What are you talking about?
Paul worshiped Jesus Christ. Not as no, you don't worship
Paul
nobody as
worshiped
no
God.
king.
Paul worshiped God.
Yes, and Jesus was God to
God.
Paul.
No, Jesus is not God.
All right, man.
Show me that in the Bible.
Argue amongst yourself. Argue amongst yourself. I'm going to argue amongst yourself. I'm going to show you from the scriptures. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you.
Paul never said Jesus is God. He said he's the Son of God. What are you talking about?
You can shout over me, but I'm going to show you.
Hey, this is about to get good. This is about to get good, and the reason why I say that is because inside of the realm of Christianity, not even Hebrewism, just Christianity, there's Christians who worship Jesus as God, and there were those who didn't. And this argument that y'all about to have is about to be that same type of argument.
Sure.
I'm talking about Paul.
Which
was a Christian.
Yes.
Hey, what the unbelievers do, and I don't know if it's by default or it's just by nature. We'll be talking about one thing, and they'll mention some things, and like you said, Terry, when he mentioned the New Testament, that took you out the conversation, and then he went to mentioning
I could get
like
in it,
Jesus
but
is God. That took me out the conversation because I don't want to get into it because
I
do
just don't want to
believe
get into that
Yeshua is Yahweh.
conversation.
But
I can
I want
conversate about it.
to the main.
Oh, so Gideon, so that was me that changed the conversation. I was the apostle.
Boy, you was running and scrambling trying to grab something, so you just throwing a whole bunch of stuff out.
No. I asked you a
just know the New
specific
Testament
question,
can go
and
so
you
many
jumped
different
in.
ways that I just don't want to pick that fight.
Exactly.
When it comes to an unbeliever, believe me, they know less than the Christians do.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I was only a Christian for 44 years. So come on with it.
I know I was talking about the Christ worship, amongst Christians, like in the Pentecostal church. Right. You had the Church of God in Christ, they worship God. But the apostolics, everything was Jesus. Everything.
Right. But they don't believe in the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. They just
but both of them do.
Huh?
I think the apostolics, as far as the Holy Ghost go, their doctrines are pretty much the same.
Not what I'm saying, they don't believe in the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. They baptize in the name of Jesus.
They Jesus only.
Right. Right. I done been through it all. I done been Jesus only. I've been Father, Son, Holy Ghost. I've been First Church. I done been Baptist. I done been Seventh-day Adventist. I done did it all in the 47 years.
You were Seventh-day Adventist?
Passed it out. Had big churches, small churches, name it.
You were Seventh-day Adventist?
At one time, yes.
So you were a Trinitarian?
At one time, I was Trinitarian, yes.
No, hold on, Dennis, you answer me this. Okay, when it comes to evolution, how come everything, if evolution is always about getting the best position, setting yourself up and giving yourself the best attributes to deal with nature, how come we don't see one animal?
What?
How come, okay, why did a crocodile evolve to a crocodile and the fish evolved into a fish if they're living in the same environment?
They're not living in the same environment.
Water?
Why they don't?
They're not living in the same environment. Just because they're in the water. Apostle, just stop shouting, bro.
I'm not shouting, man.
There's so many things, Google Scholar, that it should just
bro,
not
you
add
can't
up
just ask a question and move on like there is no answer
because you
to
ain't
your
answering
question.
it. You came back with the ludicrous conclusion that they don't live in the same environment.
They don't.
That's the first foot you stepped on. Like, go ahead. How they don't?
Gideon,
How they don't?
Gideon, listen to yourself.
How they don't? Go ahead.
Hold on. What about a fish?
Wait, I don't want to hear.
Fish in a whale?
I don't want to
fish
hear.
In a whale.
I don't want to go there. I want to answer Gideon. I want to answer Gideon. I want to answer Gideon first.
Yeah, because you don't want to deal with that fish in the whale.
Oh my God! Let me deal with Gideon first, and then I get to you.
Tell me, explain to me where they don't have fish in rivers with crocodiles. Go ahead.
Gideon, a
Go ahead.
fish and a crocodile live in water, but they're not in the same environment, right?
What does the crocodile eat?
Jesus.
He goes out of his environment
Gideon,
to eat. Come on, bro. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead,
Gideon, I'm explaining.
eats in
You
his
don't
environment.
know. You don't know. I'm explaining to you, and you can't even allow me to explain. The crocodile and the fish live in the water, but they're not in the same environment. They're not the same thing. The crocodile is only part-time in the water. The fish is full-time in the water. The fish is a different come from a different lineage than from a crocodile. So
I'm going back to the
different.
lineage when they were
What
the
about the
same.
whale in the fish?
You're
What
talking
about the
about
whale
after
in
the
the fish?
separation. I'm speaking of when they were the same. Weren't all
Okay,
things come from?
so
All right, then. So go ahead.
So organism in a particular environment will not change unless they move to a different environment where their selective pressures are different, so they change differently. That's the whole
But
point
that
of
ain't
evolution.
happened with a fish and a whale.
The apostle, a fish is a fish and a whale is a mammal.
That's right, but they live in the same environment.
Yes, but a mammal.
Now you're trying to make a distinction from when you say us and monkeys are the same.
No,
Good
a
God,
mammal.
brother. People have sold you that, brother.
You're not listening.
Nor
Y'all don't know.
can you take a plant that's grown in your house in dirt and then take him
Y'all
outside
assume
and
you
grow
know
him
that
in the
you are going
sand.
on that. What Apostle is saying don't make no sense. A whale is a land animal that went back to the ocean that changed over
But
time.
it's a living organism.
No.
Oh my
I'm
God.
saying right now, a whale is in the same environment with a fish, but it's a different species. A whale is not
It's a living organism.
It's a mammal.
It's a living organism.
It's young, just like another mammal. It feeds its young from its tit, like other mammals. But it lives 100% of the time in the water.
It's a living organism.
Okay, I don't disagree with none of that what you just said. What's the point?
My point is, as opposed to the alligator and a fish, like a shark and a porpoise.
The alligator is only part-time in the water. A whale is full-time in the water.
I know. An alligator.
No, but you keep shouting. You just shouting. You need to turn your mic down.
I'm not shouting. I'm just talking.
You need to turn your mic down or move away from
an alligator.
Yeah, because you is kind of muffled, Elder. And what he just heard that he agreed with, I didn't hear none of it because your excitement or whatever is kind of like getting in the way.
Right. Let me say it again real quietly, like so all of y'all can accept. Listen, I got thyroid condition that affects my vocal cords. That's why I can't sing anymore. Okay.
Yeah. So relax, Elder. Just relax. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So let it go easy,
that's
baby.
Why my voice sounds like it sounds, because only one half of my vocal cords operate. The other half is paralyzed, and it causes it to vibrate. So
talk like this.
So what I'm saying is, you take a porpoise and you take a shark. Basically, they live in the same environment. They both are limited to the water. One breathes through his gills, the other breathes through his lungs. One doesn't have to come up for air, but in a sense also comes up, but not just for air. But the other one has to come up for air. Two separate species that lives in the same environment, that depend on the same environment. Can a crocodile or an alligator live without water? Can they live solely on land?
Let me answer you now, because I hear what you're saying and you have some misconception, right? A shark is a fish. That a fish is something that's always been in the water. A porpoise or a whale is a mammal. That means a mammal first evolved on land.
I disagree with that. We can't see that.
Man.
Let him
Oh
read his
man.
Bible. He know it by heart, man. He reading his
Yeah,
Bible. Read your
yeah,
books.
It don't matter
yeah.
if you
I
disagree,
don't see
Apostle.
that. I've never
It
seen
don't.
a porpoise being buried on the earth and then crawling into the water. I've
It
never
don't
seen
matter.
that.
It don't matter if you agree. I mean, you're
I
wrong,
didn't.
but
I ain't
it's
say
okay.
agree. I said I haven't seen that. You haven't either.
Okay. Okay. You disagree. You're wrong, but let's
I
continue.
didn't say I disagree. I said
My
I
God.
have not seen that. Neither have you. You're making a statement about something that you have not observed. So you just
Apostle,
believe that.
Apostle, do you want to preach a sermon or do you want me
No,
to
sir.
to have a
I'm answering
conversation?
your question.
I didn't ask you a
Google Scholar,
question.
you
You
a
telling
I
me
did.
that I'm wrong. You telling me that
No, because he
a
went
porpoise
on
used to
for
live on
like 3
land.
minutes, and as soon as I opened my mouth, he jumped back in.
You told me that a porpoise lived on land. I've never seen a porpoise on land. And
I
I
never
don't think you
said that.
have.
I never said that.
You said it came from the land. It once was
It
on land.
came. Apostle, I'm gonna talk slow because I know I got an
Okay.
accent. All right,
Okay.
I
Say
know
it
I got
again.
an accent. Let me
Yeah,
talk
say it
slow.
again.
A porpoise is a mammal. It came from something that originally evolved on land and then went back to the ocean.
How do you know that?
We know this. We have the fossil record. We
Who's
have the
we?
genetic evidence.
Who's we?
Humans.
No, we don't know that. Am I human? I don't know that. Why I don't
I
know
didn't
that?
say I didn't say every human.
No,
Obviously, you
you
don't know.
said
That's why I'm
humans. You
explaining
didn't
it to you.
explain. You said humans, so I'm a human. You included me in that. And I'm saying, I ain't we.
Apostle, when I say humans, I don't mean every single last human.
Well, you
If
got to
I meant,
explain that,
I
brother.
wouldn't have to
You
be
the one that
explaining
said
it to
we.
you. I
You the
wouldn't
one
have
that
to be
said we.
explaining it to
I just
you.
asked you who is we. You said humans.
Possible to have a
Well, I'm a
conversation
human.
with a person. It's impossible to have a conversation with a
Why
person.
is that attack? Because see, you say silly things. And when I call you on it, you get upset.
You're
I
getting
asked
muffled
you.
again because you're getting excited and you're not.
I asked you.
No, but I was talking. It's not his time to talk. He just like to.
No.
I got you, but
I
Apostle,
just
just allow
asked
me to
questions when
explain.
you said, because of the way you answered it, it concluded me to ask the question. Because when you say we, I need to know who we is. And when I said who we, you said humans. Now that didn't distinguish me from any other human or anybody else. Because I'm a human. So I'm simply saying, well, I'm a human, but I'm not saying that the purpose is to live on land. You saying that. And I want to know who else says that. Where you get that information from? That the purpose used to live on water, on land, and decided to go back to the water and then decided to stay, that the water was better. Because anything I notice on land that goes to the water, anything I notice on land that goes to the water comes back to land. Everything. Everything I know that's on land that go in the water comes back on land. Because ultimately, they can't survive without land if they're from land.
Okay, now my turn to
In the
speak.
water, there
All
was
right,
people created on land.
mute your mic, Apostle. Mute your mic. All right. I see you have some misconception or misunderstanding. When I say some porpoise evolved from animals came from land, I'm not saying that a porpoise itself evolved in the water, on land. There's a class of animal that we call cetaceans. It came from something that was on land. It went into the water. Over time, it evolved into different species of mammals in the ocean. You have porpoises, you have whales, you have what they call the manatees, and different mammals that are marine mammals. That's why we know that it's not a special creation, because it wouldn't make sense to create mammals that has to breathe air in the water. That's not an intelligent design. We know from the fossil evidence as well as the genetics that there was a land animal that went back to the water and we have the fossils of the transitions into the different species of marine mammals that we see today. This is not something that I choose to believe. It's what the evidence shows. You don't have to believe it. You don't have to accept it.
So, so you do believe in intelligence design, kind of, sort of?
Thank you.
No.
No, he just
So why
said
did
there
you
is.
use that in your argument?
I said this is why the idea. Apostle, mute your mic, Apostle.
He specifically said it was no intelligence, but he explained intelligence. But that's crazy.
When did I explain intelligence?
Just
You
very
said
fact.
when you said that the mammals leaving from Earth going into the water, you said that it happened to come up to breathe. You said that is not intelligent design.
No,
As if the animal was created by intelligent design.
You're not listening, Terry. I said this is how we know it's not an intelligent design. Because if I was designing something to live in the water, if I was designing,
we dealing with evolution, not design like as a guy would do.
But that
y'all
whole
will never
process
learn,
speaks
'cause
of
y'all can't
intelligence,
listen
Google
to
Scholar.
shit.
Just like the Torah is very intricate. That's called mutualism. When you look at nature, mutualism requires intelligence design behind it.
Oh man,
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example.
You can't give an
Google Scholar.
example until I make my point. Every
Like
time
let's
I'm trying
just
to
say
make
a
a point
fruit
in
bag.
this.
No, this is what I'm saying. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead, G. Oh, Google.
Y'all talk, man. I can't do
Go
it,
ahead, man.
It's too frustrating, bro.
Go ahead.
I don't have a thought that I can get out before somebody jumps in.
I want you to go back to what I addressed then, because we was talking about how you conflated evolution with intelligent design, which is both scientific concepts.
Intelligent design is pseudoscience. I'm saying this is how we know intelligent design is fake. All right.
I mean, but I'm just wondering, why did you use it if it's fake? You ain't even got to go off into that.
That's just a flippant comment in my statement.
Oh, okay.
You
I'll
don't have
bet
to focus on every single thing.
I'll bet that.
I'm just trying to explain the process of evolution, and it's not just that we see something and we guess. It's not a guess. It's where the evidence points. All right.
I just hope you don't slip at the tongue. I'm new to this science stuff. You guys inspired me to look off into that. All right. And I don't, as a new guy who really just new to scientific linguistics and terms, I can't have that, the Google Scholar.
You can't have what? Intelligent design?
You slipping at the tongue.
No, I'm not saying I believe intelligent design. I'm saying it's pseudoscience. It's not science, because as you explained before, with the scientific method, it has to be falsifiable, and you cannot falsify an intelligent designer.
Right.
So it's not science. That was my point. But what I'm saying also about the design is that, logically speaking, if you were designing something to live in the water, you would make it so it could breathe in the water, right?
Right.
And so that's why
the designer.
Yeah, that's against the designer, because something that lives in the water and breathes air, it's counterproductive.
Okay, I see where you're going. I see where you was going with it now. All right.
It would be counterproductive.
It's counterproductive because let's say you live
advantageous. You have two sources to draw from.
No, it's counterproductive, and I can explain how it is. This is how it's counterproductive. If you live in the water and you have to come up to the surface for air every time, and you're down in the water, and something that does not have to come up for air starts chasing you, eventually it's gonna get you. You know why? Because it doesn't have to come up for air, but you do. And when you do, it's gonna get you.
Give me an example of a mammal that's being chased by something.
What do you mean?
And that scenario, show me in nature where that plays itself out, where something is chasing a shark or a porpoise, and it's destroying it because it can breathe underwater.
Wait.
You tried to make it sound ridiculous, but
no, it's not. It's not, because I don't understand what he's saying, because we know we know that sharks actually feed on some smaller whales. We know that
What are
this is
all the
not
animals that breathe air and live in the water?
whales, dolphins, porpoises, manatees, sea cows, and seals.
Now, show me an animal that chases them and destroys them and subdues them based on the fact that they're in the water.
Or
Get
the
in,
process in which you explained.
get in, get in. The sharks eat seals,
But the
manatee.
sharks are the ones that have the advantage.
That's my point. Oh my God. The
I'm
point
asking you to
is
explain
the,
why
the
is it
shark. Get in,
disadvantageous.
get in.
Listen. Tell us why breathing air in water is disadvantageous, and you tell us an advantage.
Okay. Breathing air in water
Start
is
over.
disadvantageous because you have to come up to the surface,
Okay,
above
so
the
give us
surface.
an example.
Oh
Instead
my
of
God.
pontificating, give an example.
I am doing that.
No,
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
not.
he's not pontificating. Go ahead,
No.
Dennis.
Give
I,
us an
all
example,
right.
bro.
All right.
He might be
All right.
filibustering a little bit, but yeah, he ain't
No, I'm not
pontificating.
filibustering because y'all not listening. You're only just waiting to jump
Okay,
in.
we're asking for raw data. Give us
Okay,
an
get in.
example.
A shark lives in the water. It does not breathe the air. It breathes in the water. So it doesn't have to come up to the surface to get air. A mammal like a seal or a whale lives in the water. It has to come up at some point to breathe air. If a shark sees a seal, for example, or a small whale, and wanted to chase it for lunch, all he would have to do is to keep chasing it long enough. At some point, the whale has to come up to breathe air. At that point, it's at a disadvantage because the shark doesn't have to come up out above the surface to breathe air. Do you get the point? This is simple. I don't know what's the issue.
Look, okay. Now let me respond. I get your point,
It's like
but
a slippery
a
slope logical fallacy, though.
better example that you should have used was a bear and a sea lion. But the one you use, both of them intake air the same way.
No.
A shark breathes air, and the seal comes up for air.
Gideon, Gideon, are you
See,
are you are you trying to make it look like you know what you're talking about? A shark, a shark is a fish. A
Yeah,
fish
no,
don't.
you're actually you're right. A shark does not breathe
see,
air;
but
it breathes
but my
water.
thing is that with your example, to me that's like a slippery slope fallacy. It's like when your premise slides to an absurd conclusion. Do you have any evidence that has ever transpired? Like, they got all type of dolphin, killer whale and shark confrontation. Do you got any of those examples played out?
I got plenty of examples. There, if you can Google this right now. Sharks
Yeah.
eat seals. Shark eats small whales. Shark eats all kind of
And he catch
animals in the
and
sea.
you're saying that when this happens, it is the norm, or it is he catches him at the disadvantage.
But every time something kills something, it catches them at a disadvantage. But I'm not saying this is what happens every single time. I'm
Right, but
saying
it's common.
it happens. Yeah, that's my
Yeah,
point. I'm not
yeah.
saying nothing observed, and what I'm nothing observed, and what I'm saying is simple to understand. A shark can stay in the water 24/7 without
No,
having
well,
to come.
what it was is that I was just bringing justice to the conversation because originally what he asked was evidence for such, and I just basically just pointed y'all out where the evidence was, and do you
Right.
have that?
He was talking so much, I
Yeah.
got lost because
Basically, I'm clarifying your
I
evidence.
went to like for a quick second, I lapsed and I went to thinking a shark breathes air like a whale, but it doesn't. So he kind of just was talking so much to where it's like I had to reset. But yeah, but this is what I'm saying, Google Scholar. Even with that being said, why did evolution create them like that? If evolution is always looking to make the evolving process to the benefit of the person. So why would he be involved with a disadvantage?
That's a great question, Gideon. That's a great question. I commend you for that question.
Open up your Bible and read
Yeah,
that part.
no, that's a good question. I like that question because you see the thing about evolution is it's not something that can go back and correct what it already did. So because the whales and the cetaceans, they come from an animal that was already on land that was breathing air, it can't go back and correct the
Hold on.
lungs and
Can you
turn it
stop
back
right
in.
there?
Mm-hmm.
So what y'all like to do, bro, is the ultimate scientific revisionist history. So instead of explaining why, it went back, you just said, you skipped over the part that it went back and explained the way why it went back. Explain in the beginning why would it go in error in the first place. Like y'all talk about
That's
God
what
of the
I'm
gap.
trying. If I
That was a
understand
gap,
what
that
you're
was a
saying,
gap argument.
if I understand what you're saying, you don't want to know the process is of how it went back. You want to know why it happened.
Yeah, why in the first place, if that's what evolution purports to be
Well,
by y'all.
well,
That's what y'all say
as
evolution is. Evolution is
as as with science, this is not 100% definite why it went back. But the idea is, if you're on land, there are other different species that's competing with you for the resources in the land. That's why you have some
I'm
animals
talking
that are.
about before it's any other species to make it change. Because at one point, everything was the same, right? And it evolved.
But we're not talking about that. We're talking. You're talking about single cellular things. I'm not talking that far back. We're talking about mammals and
Yeah, that's what I'm
cetaceans.
talking. I'm talking
This
that
is
far back when everything was the same, right?
yeah,
Everything
but that's a
evolved from
different
one
argument,
thing, right?
Gideon.
Well,
Gideon.
that's where I'm at with it though.
No, but you're
Why
conflict. But that's not what you
why
asked
would it
me.
take different avenues?
Listen. One animal itself will not evolve. A species of animal evolve, right? So a species of animal means a population of animal, right? So a population of animal. Let's start from the first multicellular species of animal, a population. They're in an environment, but the more they get to multiply, the more they start to compete for the resources. So it's natural that they would fan out to find more resources the more the population increase. Once they get to a certain finding out for a certain way, they go to a different environment. In that environment, it's going to be different from the environment over here. So because that environment is different, so they would need to change to get the most out of that environment over there. And so that's where you have one species split it into two, two into four, and so on and so on. And that's the cycle of evolution.
Okay. And can you paint that picture visually? How that like literally looks? Like it's just earth and it's just stuff slimy and crawling. Like how does paint that picture for me?
No. Well, as far as we understand, as far as I understand, scientists think that life started in the water. It because of the conditions needed for it, they theorize that it started somewhere in the water, somewhere tropical where the water is warm enough.
Google
And
Scholar, can you give me the definition of theorize?
theorize is based on the available data they come up with the conclusion. Not that it's definite because they don't have enough data to make it that definite, but
So
is
it's
that
not
they
a fact.
that's why I say theorize. They don't know that part for sure yet.
The best of their belief, basically.
That's where the evidence is pointing.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. It's a belief, bro. It's a religion. I have no problem with you being a priest, of the scientific community, bro.
Wait. What part of what I just said what makes it a religion?
When you explain to me what theorize means.
Okay, so let's look at what a religion is because you keep saying that nonsense and it's starting to annoy me now. Let's look at what a religion is. A religion is something that says that you have to worship a particular deity and you have to have prohibited beliefs and required beliefs. What are the prohibited beliefs if I accept evolution? Go ahead and name them for me.
Well, they gotta have principles. I think, cause you got like the Hindu, Taoist, Shintoism, and the stuff from the Far East don't even have like a lot of them don't even have, especially when they had a knockoff little splinter groups and stuff. That stuff transcends the whole ideal of a god.
Well, yeah, you're right. But I should have maybe said, like, the idea that some element of self survives the death of the spiritual body. That's what a religion is.
So
All
listen,
religion
listen.
have that in common.
Let me respond to you, bro. Religion is a noun. The belief in and worship of a superhuman controlling power, especially a personal god or gods. Ideas about the relationship between science and religion. Number two, a particular system of faith and worship, plural religions, the world's great religions. Definition three, a pursuit or interest to which someone ascribes supreme importance. My brother, I make the argument that all three of them fit what you're saying, but definitely the third definition fits exactly what you're saying.
All
You
right,
have a religion,
the
bro.
first two
That's a
doesn't.
belief.
The
You
first two
just you
doesn't.
just cloth it in a word called theory. That's
Gideon,
all, my
let me
brother.
respond now. The first two doesn't describe what's going on here. So let's put that aside. Let's look at the
That's your
third one.
belief
No, let's look at
in
the third one. I don't believe in any
attribute.
superhuman
You're
or
you're
controlling power.
attributing superhuman controlling power to creation, whether
What
it's
are you talking,
intelligent or not.
Gideon?
If you're
Stop while
talking
you're.
about stuff, if you're talking about stuff coming out the water and some type of apocalypse now type of scene, that's some superhuman stuff you're talking about. So
Gideon,
I can
Gideon,
make all three definitions fit what you're
Gideon,
talking right now.
Gideon.
But
You know,
I would
you
give you
know,
that. But the third
I,
one,
I don't
that's
want
your
to call you.
religion.
Yeah, I don't want to call you a lawyer, but you're inching towards it. The first two definition does not apply to me because I don't believe in any superhuman or controlling power. And for you to sit there and say that, you're lying. All right, so let's look at the third definition and don't try to make something what is not. The third definition says something you ascribe importance, or I don't remember the exact word, but something you ascribe is importance to. If you're saying that that's what a religion is, then fine, I can't argue with that. But that
What
means
about
that
what about this one?
wait.
All right, all
That
right, all right, all right,
means
all right, all right, all right.
that means that my kids is a religion. That means that my family is a religion. That means that my car is a religion. So you see, we're getting absurd with this religion idea because you have a religion, so you want to say everybody does. This is not a way to argue, bro.
What would you what about the a simple definition, which is my own conjecture, you know, because this is surely the dictionary doesn't support the definition. Would you have a problem with whether there's a God or not, a religion being defined as a way of life?
Well, no, I understand that religion in some circles are described, and I don't know if I mentioned it here before, but my dad used to be a Rastafarian, and in their way, they don't consider themselves. They say they're not a religion. Rastafari is a way of life. But
Yeah.
I know, but it's a religion by definition. But I understand the concept of it. But if we're saying a religion is just something that you give importance to, or you put on a certain pedestal, then that could apply to any number of things, and that make the whole idea of religion meaningless.
I,
Gideon knows
I
what
have
we're
to say
saying
that.
when we.
I have to say that because, as you know, as we know, as we all know, technically, by the definition, written definition of Jews, we're not defined as that.
No, I'm not Jews. I'm not even
You know, but
saying
I'm,
yeah.
I'm talking about like in the set, like say, far as religion go, the definition, you know, the textbook definition of religion, we as Hebrew Israelite will be non-religious because we're not a part of of that definition. But the part of it being a way of life for us, that can define us very well. You know, we have not taken halakha. We have not went through their conversion processes. We have not did what it takes for them to identify us as Jews.
Yeah, but pardon me,
Or
but
anybody for
don't
that matter. You know what I'm saying? But
don't you
we
believe in a
adopted as a
controlling
way of
power?
life.
But don't you believe in a controlling power?
Yeah, a power, a controlling. No,
No.
no,
Yahweh is not a controlling power.
no. Yahweh to me, it comes from the root word hayah, meaning to exist. It is nothing other than a conjugation of that verb, meaning to exist. So you put the Yah, which is he exists. Basically, Yahweh is the essence of existence. That's it. And
But
Elohim is power. But so when you put that together, you're more so dealing with power and existence.
that sounds like pantheism to me.
That just sounds like what?
Pantheism. You know, like existence itself is God. Not is not a anthropomorphic being
Wow.
out there.
Wow. So okay, pantheism. Okay,
Mhm.
okay. So you talk about pantheism as like in the Canaanite pantheons and stuff like that.
Not specifically, like for example, like Buddhists, for example, those are
Oh, okay.
pantheists. Yeah,
Okay.
they don't believe in a deity as such, but they believe
Yeah.
that existence, the material realm, that's
Yeah.
yeah, like
And that's the most ancient of Hebrew, based upon the linguistics and the reading of it in this most ancient form. Now today, that stuff then evolved off into all kind of stuff today.
yeah. But I have to say though that a plain reading of scripture does not support that. But I guess you can
Well, the
interpret the
scripture,
scripture.
the Hebrew scripture supported fully. In fact, without that idea, it wouldn't make any sense.
I mean, it's your belief. I don't have to believe it,
Well,
but
no, this is what I'm reading. You know what I'm saying? Me, myself, personally, I want to say for the record, I don't even deal with belief as much. The only thing out here that I can say that I actually can say that I've did my belief in was the whole acceptance of Yahweh, period. Okay, because I can go without this belief like I did before. Coming into this knowledge, I've lived without this belief. Okay, but anything within that belief is built upon pure knowledge. All right. So,
okay.
this is why I have learned the language, the history, the culture, so I can speak in the realm of the know and of knowledge and awareness, not out of belief. So the only thing that I have to say that I accept Yahweh is the truth, because I can't say, Yahweh, come down here and show these people who you are.
hmm
Okay?
But you understand that you're a minority position among Hebrews, though, right?
Yes.
Among Israelites, yeah.
Yes.
No. All right, that's fine. Because I'm pretty sure Gideon don't agree with that. Because I talked to Gideon before.
I'm
And
listening, but I'm kind of not, because I mean they kind of all over. What's the in conclusion you thinking, brother Terry saying?
I think he's saying that Yahweh is existence itself. Is not something other than existence. It's not a power. It's not something a force out there. Which
Well,
is
existence deal with power.
yeah, but you're saying it's Yahweh is other than existence. The Bible teaches that Yahweh creates existence. You're saying no, it is existence itself.
Yeah.
So that's different from the Bible as I understand it.
Well, in the beginning, way before the expanse, the heaven, because when you talk about the heavens, you talking about the expanse, the stars, the moon, and everything that's out there. Before that, something existed. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah, I understand what you
there was nothing else existing before any of that but him. He was the only existence.
yeah, but
And
but
from
but
him, he gave birth to other existences.
But you see, that terms like gave birth is problematic.
Well, yeah, well, I mean, I'm just speaking, for the, the slip of the tongue, but he gave creation to other existences. How about that?
Yeah, well, when it says he made it, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
He brought it into existence. That's
Yeah,
how I view.
birth, like being, the word being means son, but it also means to build up. Like I could say the binyaim. I'm talking about the buildings. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So
I
so
don't get
Hebrew
into
words
linguistics.
have a multitude of different meanings.
I don't get into linguistics, so I don't really know. But I understand how you're framing it. I don't agree, but I understand.
That's good. That's good enough. As long as you respect it, and I can respect you, and that's how that works.
Mm.
I'm not one who's proselytive. I'm not one about proselyting. I just enjoy giving knowledge, just like you do.
Yeah, well, yeah. My whole thing is that I don't have. I mean, a lot of people hear me on these panels and they think, "Oh, this guy is against religion." I'm really not against religion. I am against misinformation. That's all I'm against.
Right. You say you have the pure religion. That's all I'm saying, bro.
You
That's all
see
I'm
what
saying.
I'm saying? Gideon
So
always
listen,
misrepresent what
listen,
I'm saying.
listen, Google Scholar, listen. Religion, the belief in and worship of a superhuman, in your case, uncontrolling power,
And the
especially
controlling power.
especially a personal power or powers. So I
Stop,
do
stop.
believe. Hold on. Let me just explain it. I do believe that Yah is a controlling power. He he made all of the ordinances for the month, the moon, the sun, the stars, the earth. He controls all of that. So I do believe in religion in that definition right there, and you do as well, because
Yeah,
that's
so
your
this is why
belief
I'm saying
in
stop. This is
and
why I'm
your
saying stop.
worship. Now, when you look at the word worship, it's something that you give reverence to.
Gideon,
So you definitely
Gideon,
give reverence to the evolution theory, because you're
Gideon,
spending hours on here along with me explaining
Gi-
why you think what you think. But go ahead.
Gideon. I want you to explain to me the controlling power that I believe in. And if you can't do
No, I
that, then
said
you're
yours
lying.
is uncontrolling. You say this just happened happenstance,
No,
like
but
willy nilly.
you can make up a definition.
But it's
It says
superhuman though. It's
no, it
superhuman.
says Gideon, it says a superhuman or controlling power. Now explain to me what
No,
I
of a
believe.
superhuman controlling power. I give you that. Yours is
Explain,
uncontrolling. It's willy nilly,
Gideon,
but it's a God. It's a
Gideon,
power nonetheless.
Gideon, Gideon. Explain to me what I believe that's a controlling power. Go ahead and explain.
Bro, you refuse to listen to me because I'm explaining it to you.
Mhm.
From the very first reading of the definition, I said I would give you that. Yours is uncontrolling, but it's a
So it's
God
not a
nonetheless.
religion.
It's a power. It's a
It's
power
not,
nonetheless.
bro. That's not how that works. Do you understand English? If you're saying I have a religion and you read the definition of religion, then my religion has to line up with that definition. You can't say mine is uncontrolling. So if you're saying mine is uncontrolling, then you're saying it's not a religion, right? It has to be controlling for it to be a religion based on the definition you read.
No, because
Ah, man.
it leads into part two. A particular system of belief and reverence. That's your uncontrolling power. That particular system of belief and reverence, instead of it being a controlling power, it's uncontrolling. So
I
part
have.
two fit. So part the second definition fits what you telling us, what you trying to sell us. Number
I'm
three,
saying it
a
doesn't.
pursuit or interest to which someone ascribes supreme importance. Your importance is an uncontrolling power.
No,
So, my
I
brother,
will agree. I will agree that number three defines my position, but one and two doesn't.
nah,
Now,
one and two definitely does,
no, it doesn't.
because that's a system of belief and worship to you.
No, it's not.
It is. That's what you believe.
Get in.
A system of theories
Get in.
and high reverence.
You're
That's
just
what that means.
no, you're just being dishonest. All right. You can't look at what I'm doing and say I'm worshiping something. If you're doing, you're just lying.
Well, you're giving reverence to it.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No,
So
I'm not.
this is worthless to you. What you trying to explain to us?
Pull up the word reverence. Pull up the word reverence.
Reverence, deep respect for someone or something. You telling me you don't have reverence for that?
No, I don't.
Okay, so now, yeah, I've been seeing it, but now it's just blatant that you just running over clean definitions and ignoring it. But yeah,
Gideon,
okay.
I don't have reverence for it. I don't have
You
admiration
don't
for it.
have deep respect for the theory of
No,
evolution?
no. It's
Okay,
just
let's go to the
it
word
is
respect. Respect, a feeling of deep admiration for someone, that's a person, or something elicited by their abilities, qualities, or achievements.
so
Due
you're wrong.
regard for the feelings, wishes, rights, or traditions of others.
So you're wrong.
Admire deeply as a result of their abilities, qualities, or achievements.
So you're wrong.
A relationship or reference to a particular thing or situation, having respect.
So you're wrong.
Really? Let's go to another
Yeah.
one. An act of giving particular attention, high or special regard.
So you're wrong.
So you're gonna keep denying it.
You're wrong. I don't give any particular special attention to any of this.
So you don't know what you're talking about. You haven't spent time looking into this.
I spent time looking into it. That's not special
Okay,
attention.
that's the most important thing on earth, right? Time, huh?
No. What are you
Wow,
talking about? You give time to
wow.
listen.
Time is the only thing you can't get back, my brother.
I spend time on the corner with the boys that talking shit. Is that respect for that? What are you talking about?
So you don't believe the idiom "time is money"?
That's a
Your
euphemism.
your
That
your
don't
time
mean
your time is valuable. You don't
yes,
believe
time
that?
is valuable.
All right
But we
then.
waste time. We
Stop
waste
stop
time.
trying to stop trying to deny the definitions
Gideon,
by like, bro.
Gideon, Gideon. All you're trying to do is tie yourself in a knot to say I have a religion just because you have a religion. Well, I don't have a religion.
You do.
No, you can say that, but you'll be lying.
You have a religion
I don't.
when you look at the word religion as a belief, a system of beliefs. You have a system of theories, my brother.
Read the definition
And
again.
you talking about a blind Christian. You're wholly
No,
blinded.
no. The difference between you and me
You
is
guys come on here,
you have blind faith. I
read a
don't.
book, read a
You have
Bible,
blind faith. I
read a
don't.
Bible that changes every 5 years, have the audacity to tell people it's going to change, and then say that's something that's not a religion, that's not a belief. When you say it's changing, I mean, come on, bro. I
No.
respect your religion, I do, but I mean, I think it's barbaric. You know, it's
Yeah,
very
yeah. You're not trying to have a
it's
conversation.
very humanist.
You're
You
not
know,
trying to
but
have a conversation. You're trying to prove a point. So religion is a bad thing.
look. So I'm asking you this:
No, no. Is religion a bad thing?
no, true religion is taking care
No,
of the
no. I
widow and the
didn't ask
orphan.
you that. Is religion a bad thing?
Not in this proper context, no.
So what you trying to paint what I follow, what I believe in as a bad thing, but it's a religion. You're all over the place. You're making no sense because you understand that you don't have a good reason to substantiate your religion. So you're trying to make what I believe into a religion because you want to put me and you in the same context. This is weak. It's
No,
weak.
I I could tell you why your religion sucks or why it's detrimental not only to humanity but to the black man in general.
And I
And
could
I
tell
could
you
tell
the
you
same
why
thing about your
Torah.
Bible.
No, you can't. Not
Yeah.
to me.
The Bible
Not to
was
me.
the Bible was the only thing they gave to the slaves to read when they brought them over here. You remember that, right?
Nah, they didn't give them a Bible.
They did.
They wasn't. So show me a
That's
source where they was getting off the slave ship and they was handing the slaves Bibles.
that's not what I said.
Matter of
So
fact,
why?
that was the thing that was
No, that's not.
They said
No,
outlawed
they
no,
for
were
you to
no.
shining.
read.
Stop, 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 stop,
They were
stop.
shining their ass up, sending them to the auction block.
Right.
He,
These
he
arguments
he
that these
just made a
guys make
straw
is
man.
crazy.
He just made
The
a straw man. I never.
colonizers used the
You
Bible.
just made a straw man. They gave them the Bible. That was the only thing they were allowed to read. If they were caught reading
No, it
anything
wasn't.
else,
They
oh
weren't
my
allowed to
God,
read anything.
they were allowed
Matt,
to read the Bible.
no, they weren't. That's false. Bring it up.
Well,
Show it to me.
that's so and no at different points throughout history.
Right. Right.
So I'm lying then. They weren't allowed to read the Bible.
Well,
They weren't allowed to read it. No.
at first they
No.
was, and
Flat
then
out. No.
they
No.
made
Never.
they.
No. In the beginning, they
Yeah.
couldn't read the Bible. No.
Well, that's because they didn't know the language, but they began to teach
I'm
these
done
people how
talking
to
to this
read.
guy, man. He's just
And look,
lying his ass
they
off
taught
right
them
now.
how to read, but they made it illegal for them to write. This is the reason why we have no written books. And right after slavery, this is when you get your first Israelite books starting to come in the Library of Congress. Right after slavery. So, but during slavery, these black folks was starting to get real rebellious reading that Bible. That's number one. So what they did was just make during the end of slavery. By the time American slavery got into play, for sure, you know what I'm saying. By the end of slavery, they just made it illegal. Period. So they can have dominant control and keep you stupid.
Terry, I'm done. You see, Gideon, I can talk to you if I feel you're honest. When
Listen what
Gideon
I'm
says
saying,
they
Google
were
Scholar.
no, I'm speaking. I'm
You
speaking.
could not
I don't
read,
like dishonesty.
period.
I don't like dishonesty. Everybody knows this.
They
This is
would
not.
let you read and teach African before they would let you read and teach English Bible. That's a
You
fact.
hear this shit. You hear
That's
this
a
shit.
fact.
Everybody
So
knows this,
so
and
so,
you're
so
just
Google
lying
Scholar,
your ass off right
okay,
now.
tell me where I'm wrong. You get off the slave ship, you can't read nothing at all. Okay. Then they freed you. In the process of that, some African slaves learned how to read, and it was through them reading the Bible. That's why the Bible, along with English, was outlawed. The Bible was outlawed more than English because they knew that's how they were learning to read. You only
Yeah.
get the slave Bible when you get further along into that process.
It is,
After
Gideon,
it
Gideon,
is
no.
agreeable that we learn how to read from that Bible.
This
like
is
what
why
he's
I say
saying is
Gideon is
madness, man.
dishonest. Well, Gideon is
What
dishonest,
if
and I'm
I
gonna
said that's
explain.
wrong, Google
No,
Scholar? Tell
you're
me
gonna
what I
allow me
just
to
said that was
speak.
wrong.
You're gonna allow me to speak
Right. Just
because
please tell me where I was wrong.
you're wrong because when they got off the slave ship, yes, they couldn't read anything. When they got onto the plantations, they only were allowed to gather in certain circumstances. And the main circumstance was when they went to church. They went to church, they had a Bible, they learned to read that. In certain
Okay, so when they
situations,
went to church, who was
yo,
reading?
let me
They
speak,
were
bro.
not reading the Bible in
All
church,
right,
bro.
man.
Matter of
Have
fact,
it,
they
man.
weren't even congregating with the white man on Sunday.
Yeah,
That was
you
their
have
day
it, bro.
off, and they did their own thing.
You have it,
Come on,
bro.
bro.
You
Bro. I
have it,
don't know.
man.
I know how
They,
it was
they,
in
they,
Jamaica, bro, but it wasn't like this in America, bro.
they only was allowed to gather on certain occasion, and church was the main one. They could go to
No,
church,
that
so
was
they
their
went.
off day. They weren't going to
They,
the white man church, bro.
I know they're not allowed to go to. What are you talking? Nobody's talking about that. Stop talking about
Okay,
shit that we're
so
not
when they
talking
went to
about.
church, who was reading the Bible to them?
They were reading the Bible.
Okay,
The- in
so
certain, I'm
when
done
reading
speaking.
for a slave, when
I'm
for a
not gonna
slave to
answer
read
your
was
question
illegal,
because
so
you
when it
only.
was illegal for a slave to
I don't
read,
care about that. I
they
don't
can
care
read the
about that.
Bible. That's what you're
I'm
telling me.
saying,
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm saying, when they were allowed to read, they were allowed to read the Bible. In certain situations, they were punished if they were caught reading anything other than the Bible. That's a fact.
First day here was
So
yesterday. Or you worked last week?
so don't go
That's
around.
false. That's false, Google Scholar. Once they
Okay.
were allowed to read the Bible, they can read anything, my brother. Go ahead, knock it off, bro.
I said
Knock it
they
off.
were punished if they were caught reading anything other than the Bible. That's a fact.
No, that's
That's a
false. That's false.
A little bit more busy.
So they can read the Bible, but they can't read nothing else. That's what you're
they
saying.
weren't allowed to.
That's a lie, Google Scholar.
Okay, I'm done talking to you, man.
Give me the evidence.
You
Just show it to me.
I got the evidence.
Show it to me where the only thing
They
that
they
they
weren't
can read
they
was the Bible, when the whole point of it all was for them not to know how to read at all.
no, that was never the point. The point is when they realize that they got to read, they're gonna be gaining the knowledge that they didn't want them to have. They outlawed reading except for the Bible. That's the point. And we all know this. This is not new. This is not something novel that I'm coming with. We all know this. So I don't know why you're trying to make it like a statement, like I'm saying something wrong. This is not your religion. So why you're dying on that hill? They weren't allowed to read except for the Bible in many situations. And I know you know this. So I don't know why you're going around like,
Bruh, the very reason why they didn't want them to read was because they didn't want them to read the Bible. Are you serious?
no. They allowed them to go to church. They allowed them to
A
have their
lot of
religious
states made it illegal for them to read, period.
Exactly.
So tell me how
I
they
don't
gonna
know
read
what
the Bible. So Google Scholar, tell me how they gonna read the Bible when they can't read at all. That's just what I'm trying to explain to you.
It was the reading of the Bible that ultimately caused them to do that. Man, black folks were getting
I'm not
enlightened. They was
like this
getting
guy. This
enlightened. They
guy is
was getting
crazy, man.
inspired. They was causing rebellions and uprisings and all kind of crazy stuff, man. You
When
notice
that
all of
Turner
yeah,
revolted, they had
and
several
then Mark
states that
Jackson,
outlawed it, that outlawed the reading just
yeah,
because of the Bible.
all of
Google
those
Scholar,
guys
but let's
was coming with
understand.
that Bible in their hand.
Man, Google Scholar, bro, you need to do better, bro.
listen. When they got off the slave ships, they weren't allowed to read. Then when they
Exactly.
got to the plantations,
But they didn't know the
they
English language, so it wouldn't matter
yes.
if they gave it to them or not.
Exactly.
When they got to the
They
plantations,
didn't read it.
they allowed them
And
to
that
read the
kills his
Bible.
point. What would they read in English that's gonna
The
help
minute they
them
got
in
off the slave
Africa?
ship.
Right.
I,
I mean,
I,
like,
I said they didn't know how.
What would even be the point of them giving them a book the minute they got off the slave ship, or even the next year, or even the next 10 years?
Yeah, but Terry, you're not listening. That was Gideon's point, that I am to show him an evidence that they get out when they get out of the slave ship. They gave them a book. I'm saying when they got off the slave ship, they didn't know how to read anything. When they got to the plantation, they allowed them to gather for the religious services.
Yeah.
If they were wanted to gather for other things, they weren't allowed because they assumed that they are planning rebellions and stuff. So they
And
allow them to go to church, and by going to church, they allow them to read the Bible. If they were reading other like newspapers and magazines and stuff, they weren't allowed to read that because then they would see what's going on with other people, with other plantations.
bro,
What's
that's
going?
a lie, bro. They was not letting them people going to church, and the black preacher was the one reading the Bible. That's a lie, bro. Up
So
until
the
the
black
middle of the
people.
19th century, it was illegal for a lot of states for them to even read, period, bro.
Who
The
was reading the
only thing
Bible?
they did, since they were heathenistic Christians, they gave them Sundays off.
Gideon.
That was
Who
the
was reading
only
the
day they had off. And they
who?
did the same thing you
Gideon.
say they couldn't do. They formed, they plotted, they strategized because that was the only day they can get in large numbers.
Gideon.
They
Who?
chose to pick up the
Gideon.
worship of Yah.
Gideon.
But go ahead, bro.
Who was reading the Bible in the black churches?
Bro, when you're talking about the black
That was
churches,
a
bro,
question.
we didn't
Oh
have no
my.
you're
black
talking
churches
about
till
black
after
churches
slavery.
after slavery ended, bro.
The CME was the first black church that this country know about.
No, that was the first established church. They were always meeting for church on Sunday, even on the
Right, they were
plantations.
gathering, but there's no evidence saying they were
But
reading the
what?
English
So you
Bible
mean
when
to
it was
tell me the
illegal
white
for
man?
them to read.
You mean to tell me the white man had actually built? I could imagine black people sitting in their barns with a Bible. I can't imagine
Yeah, that's all it was. They
Yeah,
was
I can't
gathering.
imagine this white man building no church for them.
Right.
You know,
No.
that's like segregation. That's no, we was in slavery, man. We wasn't in, where he had a white
What?
church and a
What?
black.
What?
I can't imagine no black church, a building in slavery where
We
black
made
folks
our
went
own
to.
church.
You
We
don't have
got
to
together
imagine it.
and
You
we
don't have
made
to
our own
imagine it.
church.
You don't
They
have to
had
imagine
some
it. There
that
were
knew how
black
to
churches.
read. Google, Scott, listen. They had some that knew how to read,
Man,
but
I'm
it was
not listening to
illegal
you.
for them to possess that knowledge.
Well,
No,
I would have to imagine it because I sure haven't read it. That's for certain.
Terry, you're
Yeah.
saying you haven't read that there were black churches?
No, not till this. I read that the CME was the first black church,
There were church. There was.
and
That's the first
everything else.
organized church, bro. That's the first organized church.
Yeah, but
But they were.
I don't know nothing about no unorganized quote unquote black churches.
There have to be black churches. They weren't going into the churches where the white people were. They
Yeah.
couldn't.
So that
Denmark,
deaded your argument, Google Scholar.
but I'm
So
saying this.
How?
continue what you saying.
How?
How we
Denmark
got the
Vesey.
Bible when we got off the slave ship? You can't say that. You can't
So
say that. They
you
used the
mean to tell
Bible.
me Nat Turner and Denmark Vesey wasn't teaching in the barns or the slave quarters with the Bible? He was actually in a building that this European allowed them to have called Black Church.
When did I say that?
Or just, I mean, well, I said
Bro,
called Black Church, not the name, because that's what we calling it.
yo, when I say a church, y'all thinking I'm saying a building. When I say they went to church, they organized for worship wherever they did.
Right.
That's what
Okay.
I mean.
Okay. I'll buy that.
That's what they were doing. Sunday
Yeah.
was the only day they had free, and they organized. They got together for worship. That's what they did. And you can't get together for worship without the Bible. Now, I'm not saying that all of them knew how to read the Bible. There's only a select few that know how to read the book. But
So
that's what they were doing.
were the ones who read the book, were they teaching the European Christianity that they were banned from, or were they developing their own spirituality?
Well, originally, whoever got to read the book first, they would have been taught by somebody who was a white man, right? So they taught them the European, their kind of Christianity. But when these men started to read the Bible on their own, started to get the understanding of it, they started developing their own ideas and
And
started going.
this is before CME.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what
But see,
eventually grew
the
into the
thing was,
CME.
All right.
when we first were allowed to read the Bible, they didn't give us the Bible in its totality. They gave us a lot of books that were omitted. Damn near the whole book of Exodus was taken out. You had scriptures that were emphasized and put in there. Like 80% of the
So you
Bible was
talking about that
taken out.
slave Bible?
Right.
Yes.
Exactly. That was the
So
Bible
that
that
was
they gave
something.
us.
So that was something that they really gave us.
Yeah, definitely.
In some
Definitely.
spaces, yeah.
So when people sit up here, and when you hear people sit up there and say they gave us the King James Bible, that's really a half truth because
Right. And it's
it's
a
a
shame
whole
because
lot of
Dennis know that.
information that they didn't give us.
Dennis know that because he just mentioned it, but he's gonna forget that information and then come out his face and say they gave us
Yeah,
the
that's a
Bible. No, they
lot of
didn't. That's a
information missing.
that's
Hello.
You
disingenuous,
understand what
Google
I'm
Scholar.
saying?
That's
What's
That's
not
the
a
being
lot of
problem?
real.
information.
It's the fact that
That's a
they
lot of
didn't give us the
information that's
Bible. The
missing.
Bible, the Bible was outlawed. The only ones that read the Bible was the house Negroes that were
Right.
under the cold white preach. And what they did was, it's a fact that this is the mighty Hebrew, by the way. It's a fact that they had the slave Bible and there was things that were omitted. But there's a primary source real fast because I'm sitting in the audience listening, and I'm listening to you brothers say that the only thing they could read was the Bible. That is a historical
Right.
fallacy right
That's
there.
false.
That is not accurate at all.
That is not accurate. Because you got to remember, they wanted to lure us away from the Old Testament because the Old Testament was what was causing all the insurrections and all the revolutions that
Yeah.
were going on amongst the slaves,
And see, that's what I
burning down
said,
the
Mighty
slave
Hebrew.
masters' farm.
Yeah, that's what I said. I
Can
never said that. I said that right after slavery, some time after slavery, they taught us how to read, and that included everything. And then these black folks began to start getting enlightened because they were reading everything, including the Bible. You know what I'm saying?
right.
And then they had to shut
That's
that
right.
shit down.
Absolutely. That's a fact. That's a fact. And I just want to read two quotations real quick because the brother was saying, which I found very interesting. He was speaking about Rastafarianism, and then he was also mentioning about the Bible and that we learned the Bible from the white man. I want to read a primary source known as Black Song, The Forge and the Flame by John Lavelle Jr. on page 31 and 32. He says, if the American white man fancies that he was the first to teach the Bible to his black slave, he is quite mistaken. Mungo Park, as affirmed by Marlon Stokely, found that Fantuma, the Catholic schoolmaster, had Arabic versions of the Torah, the Psalm of David, and the book of Isaiah. Why? Because during the Dark Ages, from the 5th century ACE to the 15th century, Arabic was the language of diplomacy in West Africa at the time. Continue on. The unlearned Mandinkas entertained him with stories of Joseph and his brethren, Moses, David, and Solomon. They gave out the stories as part of their own folklore and were very much surprised to learn that white men had heard of them. If many slaves already knew a great deal of the Bible, the whole pattern of the origin and development of the background of the spiritual in America will have to be reconsidered. So we already knew about the Tanakh and all that.
Hey,
We already
hey,
knew about that
hey,
stuff
peep this. The
before
first thing
Europeans even brought that to us.
Hey, peep this out. The first thing that these Negroes did amongst freedom was set up the CME Church and begin to start printing Israelite literature at the Library of Congress.
What
That's a
what are you
fact.
talking
The
about
That's a fact.
Israelite,
Israelite? Listen,
the first thing they
I want
set
to
up was
respond to
Black
that, Mikey.
Judaism. The first thing they did was set up Black Judaism and Christianity.
I want to
Right,
respond
and
to that,
some of the
but I want
oldest communities is in 1798. You can get a book called Israel on the Aftermaths, and in that book it talks about Israelites in the Carolinas, all in Virginia. You got C.P. Mason. You had many brothers and sisters in the AME church that knew that they were the Israelites.
Yeah.
Also, I just want to read this last
They were
quotation because
very,
I said I
they were
got two
very
quotations.
revolutionary, like messianic type, like as in the somewhat like the messianic ship, like the Ben Ami teachers, and
Right, and on
not
top,
focused on like Christ, but like an Israelite Messiah Christ. You see, they wasn't talking Christ
that's a
was
fact.
God stuff. They had a
bro,
very Israelite theme.
y'all need to stop,
Yeah,
right? As a lot of the people that came off the ship
you said y'all need to stop.
were traditional Africans, and a few were Muslims, and none of them were talking about they were Israelites.
Israelites
Y'all
are what you
made that
call
up.
traditional
All
Africans.
of
That's
them,
right.
all of
Y'all
them were.
made that up.
You right, you right. And
I
well, we
think we
didn't make
should
that
be.
up. What it was is that it is a fact that they were Israelites first, and I didn't make this up. Ibn Idrisi, we talked about Arabic being the lingua franca of Africa, okay? And I'm telling you that Ibn Khaldun, Ibn el-Idrisi, and a plethora of Moorish writers said that these people were Israelites first.
I listened to you, but I'm saying the people
No,
that
but you
came
said I
off the
made this up,
That's
and that's not
the
true,
people
bro.
no.
the people that came
And I
off the
think,
slave
brother,
ship, none of them were
I,
talking nothing about no Israelite. That's the part I'm
how
saying you
you?
made up.
Well, Ibn
That's
Khaldun and
not.
Ibn
Listen,
el-Idrisi did mention that the blacks
true,
were
bro.
Israelites, bro.
Ibn Khaldun and Ibn
Ibn
Idrisi.
Khaldun, Ibn Khaldun talked about the Sanhaja Berbers, bro, which he called Israelites, my brother.
Listen to me, bro. We're not talking about Israelites over there in North Africa. We're talking about that came off the slave ships in the New World. None of them said they
Oh,
were
you talking about what
Israelites.
came off the ships, right? But you're right. They were converted due to the Alhambra decree and the decree of Askia Muhammad. They
Right. By the
banished.
time the European got there, all Israelite
They
hegemony in
banished
West Africa
and
was
this is the
gone, bro.
reason why those people were Muslims going on and indigenous Africans going on that boat.
And you
Fact.
know who exposes that? If you watch Steven Spielberg's movie Amistad, he exposes it. When you watch the very beginning, you'll see us rocking turbans and sisters with tabulas on, saying Yahweh, Yahweh, Yahweh. You see it at the beginning. These people know who we are. Even when
Right.
you mentioned about the Rastafarians, the founding fathers and mothers of the Rastafarian movie identified themselves as
How about this?
Israelites.
How about
That's
this?
who they originally identified themselves as.
Bishop Charles Mason of the
Wait,
Church of
say that
God in
Charles
again.
Mason.
Christ.
No,
Bishop
I
Charles
wouldn't mind the Hebrew.
Are
Bishop
Say
you in
that
Charles
the?
again.
Bishop
Am I
Charles
the
Mason
Hebrew?
Yeah,
of
no,
the
no,
Church
no.
of
I
God in
know. I
Christ
want
knew
no.
he was
Hold on,
Israelite.
hold on. He asked.
Say that again,
Absolutely,
because
yes.
I
The
hear you say
founding
something.
fathers, the founding fathers. Listen, the founding fathers of the Rastafari. This is a historical fact. The
No, go
founding
ahead and say it.
fathers of the Rastafarian movie acknowledged that they were Israelites.
No,
The
you made that
founding
up.
fathers of the Rastafari.
How
How
about
much?
this one,
I
Dennis?
bet you
How about this
$1,000.
one,
No,
Dennis?
no, no, no. Hold on. No, hold on for a minute, Terry. You said I made
He
that
made
up.
that up, bro.
You said I
Hey,
Damn.
made
hey,
that up.
hey,
Okay.
Bishop
Listen,
Charles
hold on,
Mason, the
hold on.
leader of
Stop,
the Church of
stop.
God in
Hold
Christ,
on.
said we was an
Can I do
Israelite.
this
Did I
real?
make that
Can
up?
I do this?
And they
Can I
banned
do
white
this
people
real?
out their organization
Better
for
no. Bet
decades.
$1,000. Yo, hold on, yo. Bet $1,000 that the first founding fathers of the Rastafarians didn't say they were Israelites. Bet a
Uh-oh.
thousand
They weren't
live.
Israelite. They weren't
Bet it, man.
Israelites.
Yeah,
They
put
never
your
said that.
money
No,
where
no,
your
bet
mouth
it.
is, Google
Okay. Are you
They
betting it?
never
Are
said
you
that.
betting it? Are you betting it?
They never
Are you
said that,
betting it?
bro.
Are you betting it?
I'm not a betting
Man,
man.
listen, the founding fathers of the Rastafarian movement migrated, the leaders went to Costa Rica, and they was in a movement known as the Ancient Order of Israel. And what
What's
they
their
did, they
names? Give me
established
the
the fact,
names. Give me the names.
Rick, hold
Hey,
on,
hey,
Cunningham,
you
the,
can't
the,
be
the
for real,
founders, hold on,
Google
hold on.
Scholar.
Hey,
He
look,
gave
man,
you
Mortimer
listen,
names. He
right?
you
gave
know
you
what,
one of them.
I don't even want to
Hold on.
talk,
Is it
I don't
Mortimer
even want to
Plano
talk
from
to
the
you
12
no
tribes of
more if
Israel?
you don't.
Yo,
Come
Yo,
on,
y'all
all
doing a
the
Google
lot of
Scholar.
original
talking, bro.
Hey,
founding fathers,
he
come
answering
on,
all your
all the
questions.
original,
He
No,
answering
I didn't
every
get the
one of your
name.
questions,
yo,
Google Scholar.
Cunningham,
I
I
waiting
just
on the
told you
names.
the name, bro.
Oh, man,
I
I
too many
just
didn't
people
hear
said
it
talking
because
at once.
Cunningham, yo, how well, brother Cunningham, all them cats that found the Rastafarian movement acknowledged that they were Israelites. Whether you talking about Emmanuel Gad and the 12 tribes of Israel, the Bumba Dreads, the Bingi order, all them cats acknowledged that they were Israelites. It was later on in history that they started amalgamating Kemetic school of thought and all. Let me read something to you. Let's go into the mission, the
hold
life,
on, man.
reign, and character of Haile Selassie.
You're doing too much.
No,
Hold on. Hold
Put
on,
it
you're doing too
stack. No,
much.
don't hold on. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. I'm giving you sources, primary sources, bro,
And
No,
you
from
bro, I
asked
need.
for it, but you
Rastafarians
asked for
themselves.
it, Google Scholar. Let him
Let's
give
go
it
to
to
No,
you.
but
Rasta resistance.
but
Let's go.
Let him
he's
give
not
you
just gonna
something
just
to
Bro,
reel off a
debunk.
bunch. He's not just gonna just reel off a bunch of nonsense and I don't get a response.
it ain't nonsense. These are the founders of the Rastafarian movement that I'm reading from,
Hey,
bro.
Google Scholar,
You
So
can
you're
get
tell
books like Rasta
you
Resistance.
you're
Google
telling
It's
me
Scholar,
not
that
what I'm
you
telling you.
know
It's
what
some
no, you're telling me that Leonard Howell was an
yo.
Israelite. Leonard Howell was an Israelite. That's
What
what
I'm
you said.
telling you, what I'm telling you is that Leonard Howell and them acknowledge themselves as Israelites, bro. That's what I'm telling you.
No, you're
That's
wrong about that.
exactly what I'm telling you. Yo,
Well,
better stat. Matter
nobody.
of fact, I bet you 2,000. Right now, I'll fucking cash app that shit to you right now, bro. You
I
can go
keep
right
your
now
money, bro.
on
Yeah,
Google.
he's not a betting man.
Man, the Rastafari movement, it started between 1934 to 1936. It was a resistant movement. The original Rastafarians originally wore braids, but later on they started to wear dreads to emulate the Mau Mau's over there in freaking Central Africa. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
Bro.
They was in it. Howell and them was in it. No, you laughing, but I'm giving you the
No, because
historical
you're just
facts,
going
bro.
on and on.
Look, no, JJ, look it up right now and put it up on the screen. Bust his ass.
I'm at
Type
work.
up Rastafarians and the Israelite connections. He was in a order in Costa Rica called the Ancient Order of Israel. This is a fact, bro. And when he came back from Costa Rica to Jamaica, he started spreading that Rastafarian movement because they acknowledged that Emperor, excuse me, my asthma bothering me, that the Emperor Haile Selassie was a descendant of Solomon and the Queen of Sheba known as Makeda, and they had a son named Menelik I, and that they came from out of the Solomonic dynasty, and that Haile Selassie was a direct Israelite. That's why I'm saying when y'all talk about there's no proof of the 12 tribes of Israel and all that, well, if you go outside of the Hebrew Israelite paradigm and just deal with the Rastafarian movement, and you deal with the 223 kings that came by the way of Menelik I, the Emperor Haile Selassie, they say Haile Selassie was from the tribe of Judah. So why are you sitting up here lying, bro? Why you? Any real Rasta will tell you that he's an Israelite. A real Rasta will tell you. Why you think they always talk about they from Judah and the Lion of Zion and all that? They acknowledge. Let me read this real quick. It says Rastafarians are not fantasizers who consciously reinterpret their subconscious West African cultural religious attendance within an Ethiopian religio-cultural reality. The historical links evident from the conjunctions and data cited above on the West Africa's link in dynastic Egypt, Ethiopia, and ancient Israel place the Rastafarian spiritual and secular views within the ancient cultural religious complex. Conceptually, Ashanti and the rest of West Africa represent in the Western Hemisphere archaic but functional religio-cultural patterns deriving from the Israelites of the Old Testament. Don't sit up here and play these games, bro. Any real Rastafarian will tell you that they're an Israelite. I live right 5 minutes away from the Shashamani community in Tanzania. You go to the Shashamani in Ethiopia, they're going to tell you they're Israelites. The only ones that try to fuse in the Kemet and all that and Rastafarianism, that came later, bro. That shit came much, much later, like in the late 90s and all that. In the millennium, they start mixing up. Yeah, they start mixing up. But I'm talking about the original, or go get the book, Rasta Resistance. Go get the old Rasta books. And they all point to Israelite origin. Yeah, why do you think they bigging up so much Haile Selassie? Why you think they bigging him up? They bigging him up because it wasn't a thing. He was an Israelite from the tribe of Judah sitting on the Ethiopian throne.
Hey, Google
That's
Scott,
why they bigging him up, man.
Now
I can't believe this dude. I can't believe this dude is saying that.
You know who Desmond Decker is? Google Scholar.
Why you think you got reggae groups called Israelite,
Israelite
vibration and all that?
You ever heard of Desmond Decker?
Of course I know who Desmond Decker is.
But why? I mean, it begs the question because you made a statement like that. Besides Mighty Hebrew showing you
that
this,
was
like
crazy.
their whole culture is steeped in that. He got a song way from the 60s called The Israelites. So I mean, like, what are you talking about, bro?
Why are you lying?
Get in.
Where is this beef with the Israelites that you're hiding?
This is funny to me.
You look at people like Burning Spear, bro. Come on,
he
bro.
the first. Stop talking. And speaking of Burning Spear,
Mighty Hebrew, mute your mic. You're talking too much.
Hold on, I just want to say, no, you don't tell me what to do. I'm a grown man. Listen, Burning Spear, the drummer from Burning Spear used to date my aunt. And the drummer from Burning Spear, he an Israelite, man.
You talking about Horsemouth, man? You talking about Horsemouth?
All right, my turn.
Yeah, I know the.
Hey, my lunch almost over.
I know the drummer personally. Go ahead, I'm JJ.
Yeah. See, what y'all fail to realize that Google Scholar is a professional troll. I mean, he got some good points here and there, but he's a professional troll. He's been trolling me for years. I'm looking at this Google Scholar with the rest of them. So don't let Google Scholar get under your skin. He just fucking with y'all, man. He's
But no,
smarter
bro,
than
I
he's
that.
just
talking
don't
about
like. Yeah, I
this.
just don't
This
like
supposed to
people
be his
lying.
culture.
I don't like people
Right.
lying like that,
I'm just
man.
letting you know.
I don't like that.
Right.
I never met a Rastafarian that would deny that. Never. The only ones that are trying to stray away is if they mix the Kemetic shit with Rastafarianism. But a true Rasta, a true down to earth Rasta that's a bumble dread, 12
Ayabingi,
tribes in
Bobo Shanti,
Israel,
12
all the
tribes.
Naya Bingi,
I Wayne
all them, they
will
going,
cut
I
your head
know
off,
the
Google Scholar.
Naya Bingi order out in Florida. Them dudes, I know them personally, Elder Gad and all them over there at Naya Bingi in Florida and Miami, and they all teach that they Israelites, man.
That was
I've
the
never
person who
heard
established
nobody
12 tribes
say,
of Israel. His name was Prophet Gad. I
yeah,
mean, bro, you
his name was Prophet Gad.
Listen, man.
Look, they got Hebrew names and all
You can
that.
get,
right.
you can
Are you
get,
trying to say they not
but
identified?
look, you can get these guys a million sources and all that. They still gonna say what they say.
That's
They still
But
wild, bro.
the evolution
That's
argument,
wild.
I can blame that on his European teaching, but him to come out his face and speak on Rastafari with
I
him
bet not
being a
one of y'all,
Jamaican,
since we're
him
talking
saying
about
his
money, I
father
bet
was a
one of y'all
Rasta.
can tell me,
That's
I
crazy.
bet one of y'all can tell me what my position is. Because y'all did all this talking and none of you heard what I had to say.
I know what
Listen,
your position
I
is.
know your
You
position.
don't know.
It's
You don't know.
trolling.
You just talk
Hold
shit.
on, hold on. Look,
It's
y'all.
trolling and
Look,
saying you
y'all.
don't
I
know what
just
you're
pulled
talking
it
about.
up. Hold
That's his
on. I just
position, bro.
pulled it up. Look, y'all. Listen, I'm gonna put it in the back chat. I just pulled it
I'm not
up. And
listening
guess
to
what
you.
it said? I
I'm
just
not
typed
listening to
in.
you.
Are Rastafarians Israelites? I just
I'm,
Hey,
Googled that.
hey,
And the
I want
very
I'm,
first thing it
I'm,
says,
I'm,
it says
I'm,
Sean.
Rastafarians regard themselves as it says
I
Rastafarians
don't care
regard
about that.
themselves as
Oh,
general
Google.
Israelites. They
If you're
believe
not
that.
I
listening,
don't,
then
Wow.
leave
I don't
close
need
your
to
mouth.
listen.
Listen,
I
it
don't listen.
says,
Listen,
Yeah,
this
you
is a
do. You in
listen,
here
this
conversation
is
I
lying,
what,
get
bro.
to
Yeah, you
talk to,
talking
look,
about.
right?
It ain't just hold
this
on,
is
hold on,
what they
The
say.
moment he
hold on,
came
hold on,
in here,
hold on, hold on,
Okay.
hold up,
Cause
hold
you
on, hold
was
on.
on some
Out of you,
bull
bro.
crap.
Yeah, hold on. Don't over talk. You don't want to listen. You want to, then you gonna have to ride out, bro. We trying to learn, bro. You don't do that on Garfield or pseudo killers. You don't do that
Right.
shit. So
He
act
don't
like you
be
act when
doing
you're
that
over
over
there.
there, but he
When
come
you're over
over
here.
our platform
Come on,
and disrespect us.
the whole conversation ain't just about you, bro. It's a
the
whole
mighty
goddamn
Hebrew
panel,
been on
bro.
here for like
Cut that
10
shit
minutes
out,
and he
man.
hasn't stopped talking. He
So no,
hasn't
but you've
stopped
been on here
talking.
You've been
all
Don't
on
this
come
all
on
day.
here
time.
and tell me
But
to
you've been
how
on
to
here.
act.
But you
All he doing
this
is
is the
yelling
Israelite
and
thing.
putting
This
out,
my brother.
it's
This
fake
my
information.
brother's show. You can lead the show, but you can lead the
Yeah.
show. How about that? This my brother's show. You ain't Israel. So you can step off. What I'm saying is you've been on here the whole time lying. And what I'm saying is when I looked it up, all I did was just type in, are Rastafarians Israelites? And the very first thing that come up, Rastafarians regard themselves as general Israelites. They believe they have been persecuted by white people, and the form of their punishment is their subordinate position as the slaves of whites. And it goes on and on. Then it gives you all these links, and then I put it in the back chat. But you sat up here, look, history of Rastafarians, the Israelite past, one, Rasta knowledge, the nation of Israel, God's chosen people. Rastafarian roots stem from out of Israel, being of the tribe of Judah. What are you talking about, bro? Why are you sitting up here lying to people? You have a hidden agenda. Take your ass back over there to them goddamn sellouts over there that you came from off of. You're
You
not
see
going to
how I'm
come on
sticking
this
this nigga
show
Elder
and sit up
Terry?
here and keep lying to people, man, and sitting up here saying that the Rastafarians didn't believe themselves to be Israelites when the foundation of the Rastafarian movement was predicated off of the Israelite culture. You a goddamn liar, man, and you stand correct. I'm done.
Facts.
That's why he didn't want to debate me. That's why he didn't want to put
They
that two
never want to
stacks
debate.
up.
They
I
never
got
want to
bread.
debate,
I
bro.
got bread, bro. I got more money than all y'all cats over there. Y'all ain't got no fucking money. I put $2,000 up anybody that want to debate me about the Rastas. The first original founding fathers of the Rastafari movement believed that. It's funny, you don't want to accept the Israelite paradigm, but then you on the side accepting the Rastafarian paradigm, and you won't label the Rastas as a religion, but a culture. But the Rastas believe that the Israelites. So what are you talking about? Get out of here, man. Y'all playing games. Checkmate. You see why they don't want to debate me? Because they can't come with me with that shit. Talking about the Rosses ain't believe that. He came, the founding father of that movement came out of a secret society in Costa Rica called the Ancient Order of Israel. Go look it up. Where they was
And you know what's
teaching them
bad?
black West Indian Negroes. He supposed to know this information. And he
Google
supposed to be
Scholar
from
is
Jamaica.
Google Scholar is Googling Rastafari right now. That's what's bad about this.
I know he
You're
is.
done, son. You like that's madness, man.
These
For
dudes
you
ain't
even come
real
out your face
scholars.
to say
This
that.
guy. And the only reason why I brought that up, because earlier before I was on the show, I was in the audience listening, and what he tried to do is try to make it seem like you into religion, he not. And then when the roster thing was brought up, as if that wasn't religion, in our culture, right? So you'll know worship is a verb. Work and worship are synonymous in Hebrew thought. When you look up in the commandment, it says, Sheshamim ta'avod. For 6 days you shall work or worship. Paying reverence and worship is two different things. You think going to the Juma on Friday is worshiping, synagogue on Saturday is worship, church on Sunday is worship. No, that's paying reverence. Worship in the Hebrew Israelite culture is everything we do 24/7. The clothes we wear, the food that we eat, the
A way of
conversations
life.
that we have, the people that we are around. It's a way of life. Stop trying to make it seem like Israelites is a religion. It's not a religion. It's our heritage, period. If you don't like it, kick rocks and tell your story walking. Let's stop playing with you guys, man. You come on here, you lied on the Rastafarian movement to try to take them out the paradigm of Yisrael when in fact they acknowledge that they Israel. You know it in any other body, every Jamaican dude. Why you think the Jamaicans don't never have no beef with no Israelites? The true Jamaicans don't be having no beef with Israelites because they know they Israelites.
Hey, he
This
ran
guy's
up out the
crazy,
building.
man.
He ran out the
He
building.
always
Yeah.
run off.
Just what
Then
he
I
do,
gave
though.
him
See, Google,
sources. I gave him sources from the students of the founding fathers of the Rastafarian movement. And out of their own students' mouth, they saying that they Israelites. We
Israelites
giving
used to
y'all
come
prime
worship with
every
us.
time I come on. Yeah.
Yeah, Rastafarians used to come
When you
worship
go
with
to
us
New
here.
York, Rastas always work. If you notice, when I just did the recent Passover, y'all can see it right on Facebook. Was it not Rastafarians with me? Rastas always worship with us here, man. So what are you talking about? You silly, man. You silly, man. The Sheshamani community in Ethiopia, they keep the Shabbat. They do the Feast of Tabernacles. They do Passover and all that. They don't cut their beard. They rock the locks because they're getting it from out of the book of them. If I'm lying, I'm flying. If you locked up in prison, when them Rastafarians in prison get their hair exemptions, guess where you're getting them from? Either from an Israelite community or the Rasta Nayabini order. And what do they use it as the premise? If they're not saying they Israelites, they're using Numbers chapter 6. That is the paradigm that they're using for them not to shave their locks, man. But you claim you grew up as a Rasta. If you grew up as a Rasta, you would know that. That is what they use so they don't have to cut their dreads, man. But you keep saying that they're not Israelites. You don't make no sense. But they're using all this Israelite material to claim themselves as Israel, man. Y'all just hate Israelites. And then y'all dumb. Y'all think Jews and Israelites are the same. How stupid can you be? If you want to be technical, the true original Jews are only those from the tribe of Judah. If I'm a Hebrew Israelite from the tribe of Benjamin, I am not a Jew. If I'm a Hebrew Israelite from the tribe of Gad, I'm not a Jew. See, they stupid. The Jewish people and the Israelites are two different things. But you don't know what the hell you talking about. The Jewish people are converts that came during different periods of time. When you had King David, when he put garrisons on the Edomites and they learned our ways. Then you had John Hyrcanus during the Maccabean
Man, them people didn't
revolt
become Jews.
Hebrew culture.
They didn't become Jews till after the
And
7th
then you had,
century. There's no evidence of a
yeah,
white Jew prior to the 7th century,
right.
bro.
Then you got Then you got the Khazars. You got different ethnic Jews that came in different periods of time. Then you got the Khazars in 740 AD under King Bulan, under the Khazarian Empire, man.
Bro, that is the
These
first
people
time.
are not Israel.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Khazars
for
under
the
Bulan is
European,
the first
for the,
time white people ever identified with Jews,
yes,
bro.
yes, as the European Jews, yes. But there were other conversions in our scripture, because you see King David putting garrisons on the Edomites. Not to say, because I don't acknowledge that the Edomites is the white man, but the Edomites.
We don't have no record of Edomites being white people.
No.
I agree with you. I'm saying that the conversion of Jewish people is a conglomerate of different ethnic groups during different periods of time when we either enslaved a certain amount of people, or we had garrisons on them. You see John Hyrcanus doing it in the Apocrypha. You see during the 740 ACE. These people are not the children of Israel. The children of Israel were black people with woolly hair. Bottom line, accept it, or like I said, kick rocks and tell your story walking, man. Like, where is this fixation? All I see on their show is Israel like this. They done made it into a religion, meaning their belief to try to destroy Israel has become a religion to them. All they talk about is that's why I'm saying they work for the government.
Hey, ask JJ.
Covertly or overtly.
I've been saying that.
They work for them people, man.
Hey, ask JJ.
I don't trust none of them over
hard.
there.
And there's a lot of stuff that I need you to validate along with that. Because when I came on there the other day and I was trying to tell the brothers, they ain't attacking you because of your what you call spirituality. They're not attacking you because of your belief in the New Testament or Jesus or any of that. They're attacking you because you as a black man being Israel. But the brother sat up there and said that I am in the minority, and I may be, but he said that I was in the minority because of what I said Yahweh is. Tell me, is this the truth, my brother? Yahweh comes from the Hayah verb, which means to exist. And Yahweh and Yahweh is nothing but one of many conjugations of the to exist verb, which means Yahi, he exists. Yahweh means the essence of existence.
That's an absolute fact. What they're confusing is the polarity that Yahweh manifests by the way of Elohim, and they're aligning that as Yahweh. Yahweh is just the self-existent one. That's it. Period. What you said is absolutely correct. Going back to the root verb hayah, which means to exist, or I will become. That's all it means. It has nothing to do with what these dudes is talking about. And the problem that they're doing is they're using Western ideas and definition to define Eastern culture. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. This is an Eastern people, Eastern culture, Eastern thought, Eastern understanding. They talk about how much the white man developed the Bible, but every time they try to pierce the Bible, everything with them is from a Western understanding. You can't even go to a Western Webster's dictionary to define Shemitic words. You can't do that. Because one word might have 10 different meanings. The whole thought got to be translated. This is what I'm saying. These guys don't know shit about the Israelite culture, brothers and sisters.
That's why he called himself trying to correct me. He tried to call himself correct me when I use the word birth or something other than create. But he don't understand birth, son. You know, the word being means to build. It also means son as well. So to make or to create, I have the right to say that.
Yeah, let me say something real quick. You see, let me say something real quick. That's why Commission stepped back. He called me and said, Judah, if we ain't building over here, I can't rock with dudes like that. So who was starting? If I had a choice,
I don't like them dudes.
Listen, I gotta pick Commission. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, why do you niggas when I get to hemming them up, they move me out the way and just want to attack y'all? They don't never want to deal with me. The shit I say.
Yo, Jay, man, I ain't mean to get raw on him, man. But that nigga, man, it's time to that bullshit.
I just have to do that, Jonathan, because I'm thinking about the people watching and shit, the little kids.
Yeah, no, I ain't saying nothing about that. I'm just saying, man, I had to. Yo, man, he started to flame in me, man. You know what I'm saying? When he called me nigga, that was it, man. I was off, man. I went off real quick, man.
Oh, I missed that part. I thought you were talking about Google Scholar. You and
no, I'm talking about Google Scholar.
Really
man.
steamy.
Okay,
Yeah. I heard him, Jonathan.
Yeah.
I heard him say that. He was steaming me when he was trying to say, oh, they let us read the Bible. It was just leave. No, the fuck it was not. This dude don't know. And it's no disrespect to my West Indian brothers, but I'm tired of them coming Garfield order trying to tell us about African American culture.
Hey, look,
I'm sick of this shit.
He'll start off on the other side of the fucking fence, right? And afterwards, or his last statements, he agreeing with the fuck I said. But he tried to make it like that was his original stance from the get-go. No, it wasn't, bro.
Hey, Mighty Hebrew.
Right. Anybody? Yes.
Captain,
yes, Lord.
He's hating on you because you over in Africa. So I would never leave the United States and abandon my people, go over to Africa. That's because he hate Africa. Yeah, man, but you're doing a great
job. Listen, first of all,
great job.
First of all, I didn't get to hear it. I heard he said something like that, but I want him to hear this. First of all, Tazariah, I ain't got to answer nothing to what you talking about. You don't know what the hell you talking about. Number one, to me, you ain't nothing but a chocolate covered Christian. Since you want to bring my name up and talk about you abandoned our coaching when you sat next to that white hybrid. That's what I mean. So don't sit up here and come talk about I know what I'm doing.
I told him
that's what I'm saying. See how
I typed in there, so bro, you hate
how
man.
Covertly you see how covertly he'll openly attack me, but covertly he's attacking our elders.
What is he doing? Because did he do that today in the chat?
You attack.
He did it yesterday on the TV.
Oh shit!
Yesterday, I said, bro, you hating, bro.
And what you talking about? What the Sinetta say?
Sorry, didn't say shit. He just let him ramble. You know, it was.
Well, I bet you he won't debate you. I guarantee you that.
That's the debate, right?
He can't fuck with me in no debate. Yeah. I'll destroy him.
I guarantee you he won't.
I know everything about One West doctrine. I know everything. He don't want no smoke. Let me tell y'all the truth about something. Me and him had a private debate. It was like 3 hours in the past, like 2017, on the Messenger back page. I'm saying it live. I smoked you. I'm the one that taught you about Kemet, bro. When you first was learning about Kemet, you ain't know shit about Kemet. Tell the people how I gave you that 4-part disc from my elder, Zaquin El Natambe Adam. That body Kemet, to this day, you still ain't give me my disc back to Zarya. He ain't know shit about Kemet. I was putting him on the shit. He ain't never put me on to nothing. That man came to my block. When he came to Philly, he came to my block. I ain't never go to his hood.
And he must didn't read that.
Down there at Max's.
He must didn't read that book because he still ain't shit.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, I ain't got to have no personal attack on him. I'm talking about his lack of scholarship. If you still running around talking about sexist,
that man, I ain't attacking him personally.
Intellectual debate.
Intelligently, that nigga suck, bro. On still of 1 to 10, I give that nigga a 3.
I just didn't like the fact that he don't say nothing about when Jabari going to them goddamn museums charging people. He ain't knocking that. He ain't knocking that at all. But
I'm glad that happened because it proved my point about Sinetta. When I was on his show the other day, I said, you sit back and you let people just say whatever they want about me. And then covertly, they saying shit about Prince Yosef, Prince Asiel, because we all in the same organization and we all moving accordingly. So when they say something about me, they covertly saying something. He don't want to openly, like Tazariak, not going to openly say nothing about Prince Asiel openly, because he know that we'll be on his fucking top. You know what I'm saying? I don't care nothing about your leader. I don't care nothing about no One West camps. None of that. I know your doctrine. Tell the people how y'all believe that Yahweh Shai, the reincarnation of King Solomon. I know your whole 12 tribe breakdown, how y'all using Genesis chapter 49 when y'all talk about Reuben being the Seminole Indians, Gad, the North American Indians, you know what I mean? Zebulon, the Central American Indians from Guatemala to Panama. I know of that whole
But
one
he
West
said, let
doctrine.
me verify something. Can I verify
Hefty,
something?
get the hefty trash bag out. All
Yo, can I
trash.
verify something?
I would
Everything
destroy.
you
I
saying,
would
everything
destroy
you
that
saying
dude. Yeah,
is
okay.
100% correct on that shit, man. That's what they told us. They told us that Christ was Mount Chesedek coming back. They told us he was Isaac and shit. You 100% right on that shit. That doctrine
Right.
need to be burnt up, bro.
They
Burnt
was
up.
teaching that Yahweh Shah was the reincarnation of Solomon before he was ever even thinking about the ISUBK. Listen, I'm gonna tell you facts. I remember when they first came to Philly, they was right there on Ogons Avenue back in the day. I remember when my spiritual father, Prince Cass, bodied General Yohanan. Yeah, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about from when they went from Ogons Avenue, they went right up there on 39th from Ridge Avenue. And then they had that split with Tezadakia because he was saying that he was the Holy Spirit, but he actually sold his soul to the fucking Rosicrucians. That's why they was wearing on that red and white. He don't want no smoke from me. And then they wind up moving up there to 69th Street. What you think and it's originally
say General
UPK.
Yohanan got a
It
history.
wasn't ISUBK.
General Yohanan got a history of getting beat down by the real Israelites, huh?
Come on, listen, let's talk about it. Don't make me pull out that video of Moray Elisha, the late Moray Elisha from the House of Israel in Cincinnati. He bodied General Yohanan. He bodied him. That's one of RL. Am I lying, Elder Terry? Am I lying, Elder Terry?
I'm talking about something.
Did he not body? He destroyed him.
Man.
He destroyed Yohanan. He destroyed him. Like Tazayak, he up there throwing little slide shots. I don't know what his problem is. You know what I mean? I don't know what his problem is, but he know who I be. But all these little slide shots, you know what I stand for. I'm saying that 12 tribe chart is bullshit. I'm saying that y'all got mamzers in your fucking community. I'm telling you that y'all running around with RH monkey DNA hybrids all throughout y'all community. That's challenge to 12 tribe chart.
We saying your polygamy.
North American, Central American, and South.
We saying your polygamy is not many wives, but many whores, Babylonian temple whoredom. Yeah, all that.
Come on. Y'all teach that sex is marriage. That's dumb as fuck. Why would we have a dowry? Why would we have feasts? Why would we have ceremonies all throughout? And then you claim you follow the Apocrypha, but don't the Apocrypha teach the Ketubah in the book of Tobit? That's fucking built, Tazariah. You say sex is marriage, right? You treating the daughters of Zion like whores. That's what ISUBK teach. That you could just lay up with a woman and that's your wife. That ain't no culture, man.
They'll sit up there and lie to a woman for seduction and tell her after she done slid down the pole, sold coochie and every goddamn thing that she's an Alma virgin. Man, stop the lie. She's not a virgin, period, in English, brother.
Hold on. Let me say something real quick.
You wouldn't leave. And then you hear him talking about leaving people from America as if that's how you know that they believe that the people in Africa are just Hamites. I wouldn't leave my people in America to go to Africa. It's Shemitic tribes over here in Africa. Don't the prophecy say that we will be scattered amongst all the nations of the earth? And then I thought the land was y'all's from the Nile River to the Euphrates. Y'all dudes is just cowards. Y'all don't want to leave the slave market. Y'all waiting on the spook. You
don't sit up there and tell a woman who broke the Zana law, aka fornication. You don't sit up there and call her no goddamn virgin. Period. You call her Alma as a young woman as it was intended. You do not call her a virgin. That's a lie, brother, in the seduction. That's just like them niggas calling the black woman God. It's nothing but manipulative tactics to get in your drawers.
Hold on, let me say something real quick. He also said you could be a virgin until you like what 20, 25, see your habits. In our debate, he said that.
No matter how many things she had up in her and how she put them in there or why.
I mean, it's a lot of stuff they teach is false, man.
So Zariak was mad because I was bombing that shit on side nigga. See, the thing, you know why Zariak would lose poorly with me? Because he don't know my stance. And he haven't researched where I'm on and the information that the community that I come out of on. We are very considered unorthodox because we don't have that
Hey,
Christio
we got,
concept where the Israelite
hey,
face. So he don't know where I'm coming
and
from.
tell them, dude, well, over there in Israel, bro, in our community, and even in the communities here, if these young girls marry, you know what I'm saying, and you getting off into polygamy, you got your choice of virgin women, son.
Gang. We dealing in polygyny. Period. My whole thing is this. Why are you attacking me? You ain't attacking Jabari. What's your contention with me?
Right.
If you want some street shit, let's have it. I can fly right over there to the United States. I ain't got time to be playing with no kids. You got a personal vendetta. You know how to contact me.
I'm
Don't
just
be no
saying over
coward to come on
Israel,
the show and try to attack me.
over Israel,
Because
over Israel, you got
yeah, go
real
ahead.
25 and 26-year-old virgins, bro, and 20 and 19-year-old older women that are older, like what you, instead of that crap you telling these women over here, virgins, real women that are of marriageable age, brother, that are virgins. These women over here that sold coochie, then dozed off in the back page, homosexuality. Yeah, I saw your video the other day, bro. And then y'all got the nerve to accept these women as holy and virgins, man. You niggas is liars.
Yeah, dude. Listen, I'm putting in work. All that's cool. I did that years ago, teaching on street corners. I surpassed that. We got to build edifices. Schools of higher learning. That's why I'm gonna have Dr. Kajriel. See, let me tell y'all something live in front of everybody. I sent Netta an inbox text in his WhatsApp, and I sent Killer Priest an inbox message
I meant
in the
to say
WhatsApp
back
to
chat.
have Dr. Kajriel, Ben Yahuda, Dean of the School of the Prophets Institute, and Damona Israel to come on. So Netta ain't responding none of that, but he said live, just, inbox me stuff if you want to come on. They don't want them type of scholars to come on because them type of, watch when Dr. Sarkaz Riel come on, Killer Priest join tomorrow, and then when I interview him Thursday, watch the verbiage be totally different from the one West with Tazariak and them talking about. They can't fuck with our scholarship.
That trash, that made up conjecture.
If you take one West scholars, so-called scholars, versus the mighty Hebrew scholarship, the adapt student body, my students are destroyed.
Hey,
They're leaders.
based on your expertise, from 1 to 100%, how much of that bull crap they teach is the truth, bro? On your estimate,
20%.
I would say 99% of that shit is a lie, bro. The only thing that they saying is the truth is we Israel, bro. None of that stuff. Not even their Passovers, bro. Them niggas be doing Passover a whole week.
How y'all cooking on the Shabbat?
Sometimes a month before us, bro.
Right. And on top, how you cooking on the Shabbat when you having cookouts and all that on the shit? You can't kindle a fire. Y'all can't. And why y'all don't wear fringes on? The only time you see them wearing fringes, and then them fringes can be questioned based on the grammatical structure of the Hebrew grammar. But why y'all only wear fringes when y'all on street corners? We Israelites, we wear fringes on everything we wear. What are you talking about? It says where a garment is just clothing. They only wear the warlike garment, fringes on, and that's it on the corner. Like, come on, man, we surpassed all that. Y'all still believe that Puerto Ricans, that the bulk of y'all believe Puerto Ricans are Israelites, when in fact the bulk of them are not Israelites. Everybody knows that. Look, it got so bad that you got with the Native American Defense League challenging Northern Kingdom and all them, ran their asses off there. Why the prominent Native Americans don't believe that? Just like Jose Vera tried to use Chief Joseph and tried to say he believed he an Israelite. Chief Joseph came live on his own station, on his own Facebook, and said, we not Israelites. I don't teach that shit, and I don't even know a Jose Vera. The same thing when Jose Vera tried to use that group and fucking, that's Gideon. Just like he tried to use that group in South America.
They Hebrew.
They don't believe in none of that shit.
They Hebrew.
They don't believe in none of that shit.
That Lashawan Kadesh false. Moab not the goddamn Chinese. Esau not the goddamn white man. That chart garbage. Man, you niggas is Judeo-Christian cult, bro. That's what you is.
That's it. Why you think they use the ISUBK as a face? Because they under a 501c3 under Christianity. I'm a Hebrew Israelite Sovereign National. You can't find no documents of our movement under a
Brother,
501c3.
I forget which one it is.
Come on,
If I
man. They
think it's
control you.
IUIC,
The
if I am
government
mistaken.
controls them.
One of
They
them is
under
registered.
Islam.
One of them is registered as an Islamic organization, brother, under 501c3.
That's IUIC. That's IUIC. All of them. And if you notice, the only ones that I got any respect for, and I ain't got no contention, is like Priest Dana Allah, General Hashar, cats like that, Chief Ephraim. The rest of them dudes, the rest of them cats, IUIC, GMS, ISUBK, I don't respect none of
Bro,
them.
any of them
I
niggas
don't
talking
respect
all
them.
that
Get out
Shalom,
of here.
Esau the white man, I don't respect none of y'all.
You can't even speak that as a language. That's how you know that it's not a language that was actually us, because we got a generation, we got close to 6 decades of speaking our language, man. Why can't we play music with it? Why can't we speak it as a language? There's not one West community that has a community just speaking that as a language. Not one. Because it's made up, yo. It's made up. Where's the conjunctions in it? Where's the verbs, the adjectives? Where's the past tenses, present tenses, future tenses? And don't try to take modern Hebrew and replace the words with ancient Hebrew. No, man, don't do that. You can't even speak it as a language. And why you only got that I and that R sound? Come on, man. You have nature itself shows vowels, man. All languages have vowels, man. Cut it out. Even when babies come out of the womb, they speak vowels, man.
Hey, Hebrew,
vibration and rhythm, you can hear vowels,
modern
man.
Hebrew, nor is biblical Hebrew Yiddish. I mean, they just 99% lie, bro.
Yeah, they run around and say that the people in the state of Israel speak Yiddish. No, they don't. They speak Sephardic Hebrew, man. Modern Hebrew and Yiddish is 2 different things, man. But they supposed to be scholars. But you gonna sit up there on TV. You supposed to be an Israelite, and you on the side of the enemy going up against another Israelite. This is how I'm saying they COINTELPRO covert agents, man. The only reason why I'm coming at his neck because he said something about me. Even when I was, and he always,
that shit in 97, man. That's when them niggas took that bag, bro. 97, man, them niggas took the bag.
Yeah.
You hear me?
And you was there, yes, sir, Jonathan. You was there.
I was there, but 97, I wasn't there though. I stepped out for a minute and then I came back. But in 97, them niggas became a 503. I got
Right. Talk about how they had all the.
I got all the names that was on that shit. Your Hunter Fat Ass is on that list. Don Lightbone, that's what that nigga name is. Ariel's on that damn list. Leonard Sherrod, that's that nigga name. I know these niggas, man. And all of these niggas keep running the same bullshit. They know it's a damn lie, but they gonna keep teaching it because it's about making money, man. It's about controlling our people's minds, bro. Them niggas ain't about no goddamn truth.
They ain't trying to unify our people.
Ariel told niggas up in that school, man. Can I finish?
Okay.
Huh? Yo,
okay. Yeah, we listening.
Yeah, Ariel told us, hold on, let me finish, man. Ariel told us in the year 2000 that the Messiah would be here. This nigga told us January 1st, 12 o'clock noon, 2000, 2000 he was coming. That's what that nigga told. And them niggas was teaching that shit on the street. All right? This is my thing to Zariak, man. Why don't you be a goddamn man? Stop walking through with that punk ass nigga and be a man and step on your own, man. Well, your hunter's little bitch or something. That's what these niggas is, man. They puppets under these clowns, man. I know your 130 goddamn years, man. That nigga wasn't like that when I knew him in the school, bro. All right? He had the same spirit that a lot of them other niggas in there. They want the power. They want to rule. That's that philosophy they teach. Right? They told another one, man, before y'all get in there. They told us, man, that the Messiah was, that the Father was gonna send them niggas the spiritual divine power. They told us this shit, man. Niggas believe that shit. Right? It's a fallacy, man. And these niggas, a lot of these niggas get mad because I don't support the fuck y'all. Fuck that shit, man. I ain't down with this fake ass shit, man. And I ain't supporting this fake ass shit. Straight up. You know what I'm saying? This is what these niggas don't get, man. Your soul on the line, bro. You niggas better come clean while you can before the Father step to your ass. And when he step to you, it's a wrap, nigga. It's over. Period.
Okay. I think the boy for real, he jealous of me. Because he always got something to say out of his mouth about me. You know what I mean? You on the side of the enemy. Nigga, you was at my house. You know how I play in Philly. And you when you see pictures of me, you on my block. I ain't on your block. You know what I mean? You on my block. And furthermore, to tell the people how y'all had everybody selling their shit. Talking about your Howard Shah was going to return in the year 2000. Y2K. Prophesying. Tell them how y'all believe that chief high priest, Mashal, was the reincarnation of King David. That's how you got the house of David, where Elder Barak and all them at, because they all believe that Mashal was King David.
And that's and Tahar left with them too.
This.
And Nathaniel from IUIC
yeah, Tahar
left with them
too. Come on, man. All that insanity is coming out of the One West camps. Let's look at it. Look at GOCC. They let him. I remember they was originally the light and body of Christ, right? They were the light and body of Christ, and they were the first ones before the first one was Shadrach and them from out of Canada. But I'm talking about out of the One West camps. He was the first to let white boys be priests and all that. Yeah. I ain't lying, this is fact. All the crazy shit that's making us look bad and come out of One West camps. Then you want to sit up here and talk about exposing the Mona and exposing this person and exposing that person. Well, don't you expose your own community? You know what I mean? You want to sit up here and talk about people,
brother, back in the 90s.
That don't even look at you. They look.
Back in the 90s, the jealousy they had of Ben Ami reeked so hard, dog.
Yeah, they
the
jealous
hatred and the jealousy was just sickening, bro.
Because they can't do what we do. That's the problem. Because I'm doing what you can't do. I'm going to give you one of the sayings that come out at UPK. Don't be mad at me because the Most High made you a loser. Like, come on. I'm a winner. And out of all the obstacles, I'm right here. I don't need Sinetta platform to make me who I am. I'm known all over the world because of me, not because of me being on Sinetta. I was already known in Israel before I was even on Sinetta platform. You got known to Zarya because of you being on Sinetta's platform. Sinetta will tell you, I was already known in the Israelite community before I even came on his platform. I was already known. I was already traveling the world and building. This is a fact.
Well, he showed
to catch up
me
to
popular because all the same niggas I know I've been knowing for years. Ain't no new niggas come running.
Continue to sell your oils and whatever you doing. And while I'm building, I ain't
your
saying shit
body
about
oil,
this dude.
your shea butter, nigga.
Go ahead and keep selling your body oil. You dealing with the same people that tried to destroy you, but I had your back. These the same people. I ain't trying to bring up the past, but these the same people, and you know what I'm talking about, Tazariah. I ain't even got to say it. They try to destroy you and try to use women you was with to destroy you. But then you gonna come on public TV and try to insult the movement of what another Israelite is doing.
Go ahead. And tell them about how y'all shut that dope block down and see could any of them niggas do that today.
Hell no, we did that shit in 93, man, like 29 years ago, man. It was like 100 of us deep. We went around on 126th Street, shut that shit down, man. Ain't no police or nothing showed up, man. All right. But here's my thing, man. Yo, plenty of money came up in that school. We talking millions of dollars came up in that goddamn school. I ain't gonna name the cats that brung the money in, but they was prominent
celebrities in the sports world, bro. Okay, they gave them niggas millions, and them niggas took the money and didn't do a damn thing with it. Right? They do nothing with it. They put it in their pocket. Right? So these niggas is phonies, man. Their whole game is phony, man. And they get mad when somebody. Listen, I'm gonna say it like this: I don't give a shit. I don't give a damn about none of you niggas that came out of One West unless you coming back and trying to change and repent. If you niggas gonna keep teaching the same shit, I ain't in your corner. I ain't gonna never back you up. I don't give a shit if you don't like what I got to say. The hell with all of y'all bitch niggas. That's how I feel about it. And I come out of that. I come out that organization, man. You know why it was so easy for me to see the light? I'm gonna tell everybody. You know why? Because I don't like the nigga that started the lie. I despise Ariel, bro. I ain't gonna say I hate his ass, but I don't like that nigga, man. That nigga
Hey,
was
I was
that
never
nigga's the
in
devil.
that shit, never inspired by it. The
But that
first
nigga's
time
the
I
devil,
saw it, I
man.
recognized that shit is
Straight up,
garbage.
that nigga's the devil. All right? That nigga had niggas in there believing in this bullshit. Yo, you know who made Marshall go along with that King David shit? Ariel punk ass. He didn't even want to do it. But Ariel convinced him to go along with this shit. Yeah, go ahead, nigga. Tell me I'm lying. Whoever these niggas listen. Go ahead. Tell me I'm lying, nigga. Ariel made that man go along with that shit. And that man wanted the fake ass glory. That's why he went along with it, bro. He knew damn well he was no goddamn King David. He knew that shit. And I'm gonna say this too. I knew that shit when I came in the first time came in there, man. All right. Within the first 6 months of being in there, I seen through all that shit. I told a brother straight up. I said, ain't no way in hell my shot King David. I can see right through that man's spirit, bro.
Hey, this nigga say he can't have no little kid. He ain't gonna feed the little kid at the barbecue because he ham. But he got the biggest comedic atheist motherfucker in America filming and being there at the Passover. Man, that's crazy.
That's phony, man. Phony. All right. Hey, yo, dude, when I was in there,
And
they
you
had
know
crackers
for a
up in their
fact,
ear, bro.
and speaking of that, you can't even have heathens, people that think in the mind state of a heathen, even at your Pesach. You see how they violate one minute. If they telling you that you can cook on the Shabbat, like they be having cookouts on the Shabbat. This is wicked. Period.
Yep. And
They
your hunter gonna
telling
have
us
his
to
little
violate the Shabbat.
barbecue this month. Or August or July, he gonna have his little barbecue in up here in New York.
Brother, they don't know that the idea of rest is so serious amongst Israel. There are some people that don't even turn on lights because they say the light got a fire in it, bro. Over in Israel, the Korahite Jews are very strict, bro. No lights, and they don't cut on nothing, bro. Everything dark. I'm just showing the extremities between the seriousness of people don't do nothing, rest, and don't light a candle or a light to niggas out there barbecuing and eating and feasting and getting fat. They ain't supposed to be doing it, bro. They're not supposed to be lighting the fire.
These niggas, listen, they gonna do what they want to do, man. There ain't no guidelines with these men, man. You understand? These men don't follow what the Most High say. All right? That's why listen, check this out. They got an order structure of giving men titles and rank. General, captain of this. Do we got any power? We ain't got no power. We ain't got no army. We ain't got no government, man. All right? So I'm saying to myself, these niggas think they make these niggas feel like they important. But then I'm gonna say it like this: unless somebody on this earth recognize your ass, you ain't shit. And nobody don't recognize none of you niggas. So none of you niggas ain't shit. Point blank. Anybody there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm kind of multitasking at the moment.
No, you Terry tasking. That's what you do.
Yeah. That's why I just have to jump in when I can try to find a chance. And then y'all boys,
I'm gonna ask
Hey, look.
Mighty Hebrew a question. The way things are,
Yes.
right? Even though we know we Hebrews and all of that, do you think that we ever gonna come together as a people with all these
I
false
acknowledge
doctrines out
that
here?
there's going. I acknowledge that it's going to be a remnant from all these different Israelite schools. It's going to be remnants from each of all these schools that's going to recognize and realize the importance of Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationalism, and they're going to put their differences to the side, and we're going to come together by the way of national issues and start building. But the bulk of us, no, the bulk of us is going to be destroyed. Because look at what's going on right now. Just that alone, where Elder Jeremiah Judah was saying that what Tazaryak said. That alone, you see how they cause division. Like they purposely cause division on purpose. So other people would look down on another Israelite. Verse, if you got an issue you want to debate, then that's debated. You know what I'm saying? But the reality is, yeah, bro, remnants of us is going to come from out. Look at us right now. We all Israelites on here, but we may have different paradigms, but we see that there is a national cry for us to unify. And the reason why we're unified on this panel is because we're not trapped in a camp mentality. If you notice, all of them, and it's just facts, all of them that's like in a camp mentality, they got like cult-like behaviors. If you go to IUIC, if it ain't IUIC stuff, they can't read the material outside of IUIC. It got to be strictly IUIC. Nobody from IUIC can deal with other Israelite communities or camps. They can't do none of that. The same with ISUPK. They really believe that they have the truth. But how is it that y'all letting Christian apologists come on and just destroy y'all and mop y'all the fuck up? Something is wrong with that picture. Y'all information is outdated. It was good for that time when we didn't know certain things. But we in 2022 and y'all still regurgitating that same information. It's time now for us to build now, man. All nations on the earth build. They all build, and we keep using excuses why we not building, man. You know what I'm saying? Okay, it's cool that you help brothers and sisters in America. That's cool. If a brother don't want to leave America, that's fine. But don't knock the person that feels the conviction in his heart that it's time for him to leave. We just had one of my elders on, broke down the whole 1619, 2019. We over here acknowledge it is time to leave. If it wasn't time, we wouldn't be in the land of Israel. We wouldn't be over here in Africa. There's something that is happening. There's a paradigm shift that's taking place. And them old ways of thinking as Israel, back in the day, that was good for back then. And then you got to look at the paradigm shift because our founding fathers, like Rabbi Arnold, Josiah Ford, them cats was about leaving America.
What Ben Ami say,
it
man?
wasn't about
Ben
staying in
Ami
America.
said, Ben Ami said that Shaitan in America has done everything possible that he could do to you. He said, what more do he need to do to get you to understand? What more?
This is what Captain Tazariak's supposed to say. I may
They,
not
yo,
agree with
they
everything that the
they
mighty
must
Hebrew
love being
believe in,
abused.
but
Do
that's
you know
still
understand
my
what I'm
brother.
saying? Our people must love being
Dang.
abused, man. That's why them niggas keep on doing it. Keep on rolling with the same shit.
Dang.
Say it again, Mighty Hebrew.
Dang.
Say it
I
again.
was saying, Captain Tazariak, this is what you're supposed to say out your mouth about any Israelite. I may not agree with that brother or sister, but that's still my brother and sister. That's all that's supposed to come out your mouth. And the reason why I'm quick to say something, because you let Sinetta use you, man. Like Sinetta say statements like, well, you know, so what you saying is that everything with what ISUBK is saying, it's not true. Sinetta says that on purpose because he know I don't acknowledge it. I'm a grown man. If I don't acknowledge something as a man, I'm going, it's not a personal attack. But you trying to tell me I can't respond? This is what you signed up for, Tazariak. You signed your name to be on that side. You didn't use that platform for the advancement and betterment of Israel. You used that platform to big yourself up, your organization, and the down of the Israelites.
In the sell oil.
Fact. And you think you really winning real debates, but the way y'all do debates, that's not really a scholarly debate. You just grabbing some information from this person and that person. Where's your own footwork research at,
brother?
To verify what you're saying is true.
I have never in the 30-something years that I've been in this, I have never seen them. I'm talking about even 30 years ago, brother. I've seen Christians mop them up way back 2-3 decades ago, bro. Anybody who know what they talking about can mop them boys up, bro. And I've seen it. The only people that they can beat, that I've ever seen them beating the debates, was people who didn't know nothing, bro. That people who running around here like Google Scholar and them, who ain't got no foundation.
Right. They
You know
like real basic, and they stop. How you gonna come up and get somebody that know everything about your doctrine? I know everything about ISUBK doctrine. I know everything about it. So it's nothing. They can't come to me and say, like, all the books that they reading from, when you look at Katazak's viewpoint of the 12 tribe chart, and Jonathan is on the phone with us right now. Jonathan, did they not get all these foundational books from Chief High Priest Yeshaya?
Yeah, and Kazak.
Fact. Thank you. All them books. I remember when they was teaching that the Israelites were the Hyksos, and I know about all that shit. They went from UBK. It was originally the old Tanakh school, because you had Rabbi Bibbins that came out of Commandment Keepers. Then from there he went from Commandment Keepers, created the old Tanakh school. Then I ain't gonna get into his death right now, but that's mysterious. That's either here or there. I'm not gonna talk about that. My whole point is, then it went from UPK. Then they had like this lawsuit that was going on in New York City. They want some money with their stands. They want some money. They went from the universal practical knowledge to the Israelite school of universal.
Can I tell you something? Can I say something? It was called the Israeli Church first. It was called the Israeli Church.
It was called the
practical knowledge.
Facts. Fact. I hear some noise in the background. That's what was throwing me off. But like I said, they went through all this and wound up becoming a 501c3, all that. And the only reason why Yohanan was able to get that name, because the original founding fathers broke off with the late Tzaddakiah, and they became the Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ. And that name UBK was still there. So he wound up patenting that name and taking that name. He is not the founder of that name, man.
Hey, but you know,
facts, man.
There's countless. Not only did they get a lawsuit, there was countless sports figures who came in there, and people, entertainers and shit, that donated millions of dollars.
I said that already.
Yeah.
Facts. Like Tazariah, we know about. I've been in this culture going on 32 years. So it's nothing you can tell me. There's nothing you can bring, but I can tell you stuff. You don't even know. You still, like, for instance, they'll say, yo, that's my red. I'm going to use this as an example. They'll run around and say, that's my red. But they don't even know that the Hebrew word is the law, which is the feminine principle that resides in Adam, and it's only the side. It's only the side. Yeah.
That's me, y'all. I'm sorry.
It's the side. Oh, yeah. It's the side, not literal red. Just like the first pages of Genesis, they don't know how to properly translate. They know that the King James Version has all these different mistranslations. And then when you point these things out, they try to call you a heretic. Or I seen this comment, you fucking crazy. Why? Because you can't surpass the basic Western understanding of defining yourself. Language don't define me. I define language.
Hey, don't you know how that?
Like, I don't let these things bound me, man.
Hey, don't you know how when you study Don't you know how when you study, stay here 5 minutes. I'm finna get off here. We can do that.
Okay, go ahead. Just call me. I gotta get it from work.
All right.
I told him to walk through on the phone.
All right. So you got man, I forgot what I was finna say, man. I done let a onion or some good greenery come flying in my face. And I done got distracted. What the fuck was I saying before that, man?
You were saying,
hey, for 50 bing, hey, look, for 50 bing bing, they just took my whole damn like, okay.
Yo, and Elder, where's Elder Jeremiah Judah at?
Did he fall? Yeah, he on here.
Where's Elder Jeremiah Judah?
He done probably fell
Where's
back.
Jeremiah Judah?
Yeah, he at work. He at work right now.
I wanted to ask.
Yeah,
I wanted. Oh, yeah, work. I wanted to ask.
Yeah, he's still in the chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
What's going on?
Okay. Question. So so tell me where was that at? And when you was saying what side nigga joint was it called?
Yesterday.
So I can hear what you
it was there was the Garfield Gorilla preview.
Okay.
It was yesterday.
He must have said something brief. Okay, so what did he say in detail? It must have been real brief.
No, he just was hating that. Man, just exactly what I said. I will never leave my people, abandon my people to go over to some fucking country that don't care about me or some bullshit, man.
But you know, Garfield don't preach that pro-black back to Africa or none of that.
No, we're talking about Tazariak though.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Right, and he mentioned my name, correct?
Correct. And then when I seen him, he said it, I got on him in the eyes. Bro, you hating, man? Get this shit out. So it ain't like I'm telling you something I wouldn't tell him. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
I told him, bro, you cut this shit out.
And what was the audience saying?
I don't know, man. He just went on. It just went on whatever he was babbling. He wasn't no big, long, drawn out.
Wasn't drawn out. Because I'm noticing that the audience over there went from pro-African. If you peep, they actually becoming more and more anti-African. If you peep it.
Huh?
Are y'all peeping the change? Are you peeping it, Jonathan?
Hold up.
You late every day. Let's go to 2:30.
Somebody got mute the mic. Can you hear me?
Y'all can hear you.
Yeah, he'll get him to throw jabs at me. He'll try to get people to throw jabs. That's what he do. So, I mean, just take it with a grain of salt.
But you notice they becoming more and more anti-African. Now it's to the point, man, fuck that, going back to Africa. I remember Sinetta used to be pro-African like a mug. I don't know what happened. Them boys have flipped the whole script.
Listening to his teachers.
They flipped the whole script. I bet you any amount of money, if or somebody moved to Africa, they'd be up all on for it. But it's because Israelites is doing it. Because you got to remember, our teachings talk about repatriation. It's built within our social construct. They don't have that. It's just intellectual spoiling with them, and that's it. They're going to die in America, man. They just going to have regular 9-to-5 jobs, and only thing they're going to be remembered is debating people. That's it. That's their legacy. Martin Luther King wasn't debating people all day. Malcolm X wasn't doing that all day. They was moving. They was building. You know what I mean? Denmark, DC, Rabbi Winthrop A. Matthews and William S. Crawley, and they weren't doing that stuff.
Yeah, man, but look, we proud of it. We don't need some other validation.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
No, it wasn't about side nigga. It's about Tazariak. You supposed to be an Israelite, but you really not, man. You with them.
You know why
some cats, man.
You know why Sonetta didn't throw your video up? Because you didn't shout his name. You know what he said? You shouted out JJ name and Quinat name before me.
Right.
I mean, come on, man. That's simple, bro. Show the video. Show the video.
That's right. That's simple.
Petty ass shit, man.
That was pure hate right there.
Right.
So the video, your name was shouted out. Your name was shouted out as being the challenge that we challenging y'all.
Right.
Why you want us to shout y'all out when y'all sitting up here calling us converts? Right. Y'all doing the same thing that the white folks doing. We challenging y'all. So why are we gonna shout y'all out like y'all ain't looking at us in a positive light?
I don't know.
You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. They trying to use the One West paradigm to put all Israel in that same boat. That's why if you watch it, he was like, oh, I know you don't think like that. We talking about the King James. Like, if you know I'm not on this note, what is your point of having me on this show if you know I ain't vibing on that level? Like, you know I'm not vibing on the level of that basic beginner. You go to beginners with that. You don't come to a master with that. You go to beginners with that. It's about ratings. It ain't about redemption over there no more. Originally, I believe it's about helping our people. But as time went on and developed, it went somewhere else. Now you got white boys all on your show, and y'all mean you let white boys talk to brothers and sisters any old kind of way. I thought they was the devil. I thought you was riding with the late Dr. Khaled Muhammad. And then you saying, and I'm only saying what I'm saying because he proved my point. You had somebody on your show that threw a shot out at me, like a shot against me, said, you like, oh man, that brother went back to Africa. He doing big things. Why you sitting up here? See, he don't do that. So this is why I don't support that over there. It's no need to support them people over there because they hate us, man. Let's let them hate us more by putting in that work. They don't have nothing to show but them going back and forth to Africa on a goddamn tour. White people been doing tours back and forth to Africa for years. What that mean? That don't mean they're going to change their world view.
It's the same.
So wait until tomorrow when Dr. Kajriel. Huh? What's up, JJ?
No, talk to somebody at work.
Yeah, so I love all y'all. I'm about running these cats off. Like, I got a personal vendetta against them. Like, I'll be wanting to sometimes take it on some street shit. That's how upset I am with these people, man. Like, they sit there and they sold out, man. Them cats sold out. They disrespect other Israelites because they don't agree with their paradigm. I'm going to disrespect you if you disrespect me, period. I don't care who you are or who you claim you rolling with, because at the end of the day, ain't nothing but another 501c3 organization that ain't gonna be nothing but another Christian church. That's just the bottom line.
Hey, my lord, this the shop over here. Hey, check it. If they disrespect you, they disrespect me. So if they disrespect you, I'll come the same way you come. You gonna come with knowledge. I might come a different way. You know how I live.
You already know. Like, he don't even know who he dealing with. He comfortable. He comfortable. A lot of cats get comfortable on their social media shit. Why do you think lately cats been, you see what happened to Mikey T when he was disrespecting what's the brother name? Leek Moss and them out in Philly when they was having a situation with our Israelite brother Dark Low. And when they seen Mikey T in front of Max Estates in North Philly, they whooped his ass. Like, cats be just talking ill to people on social media. They keep forgetting. They think all Israelites, a lot of Israelites come from the street. You got a lot of old heads that don't tolerate a lot of the bullshit that these cats do on. So I'm not used to you tell another man's mama to suck your private, and then y'all cool, and then the next day y'all cool. Like, where I'm from, like, that shit'll get you killed. Or you just disrespectful on social media, and then when you got to be seen face to face, you can't handle the weight. Like cats ain't coming with fists no more. Cats coming with them burners. Like cats don't be realizing that you dealing with people that came from the street. You know what I mean? And you just talking out your mouth crazy. Just like when Michael Edwards put that thing up when Tazariak was in my business in the past and he tried to come at my alopecia. You know what I mean? He always got something smart to say, but face to face, it'll be, I ain't polite. I would have crossed that line and somebody would have got fucking body, period. And the damn sure wouldn't have been me. Because I ain't playing all that, you touch me, you gonna feel something. Like them dudes is crazy. They disrespect people on social media. And then Katazak, he just talked real crazy out of his mouth, knowing he wouldn't be in the heart of North Philly talking the way he talked. And then I'm listening to the vibration, the way to Zaryak, and they gave him that heart to disrespect other black people. If he ain't had them black, if he ain't have our people beside him, he wouldn't say shit. Because if you watch the video, Polite chumped him. That's why Tazariak had to get involved. Like, come on, weak ass nigga.
Hey, Prince, look, check it. Weren't you the one that had to walk Tazariak and them through Philly? I know the whole backstory on that joint.
Yeah.
Didn't you?
Yeah.
It was you that had to do that, right? They can come through Philly like that. No,
Absolutely.
where you live at. I know the whole joint.
Absolutely. Yeah, because I threw that shit on video. I put that shit right on Facebook. They had to, when they was down, listen, when they was down Black and Noble Books, Hakeem got in contact with me because Tazariak wanted to get in contact with me. And then we was at Max's Estates. And he seen the people knew me. They was in the back. I'm the one that got them in the front to get their steak because they, the people from where I'm from, they respect me. And they respect my father peoples. He wouldn't have been able to come on my block without me there. I brought him to my hood. I brought him there. Like, come on, and he know this. I brought him a Katazak.
I know. What people don't know is you showed up at my joint at 1 in the morning. The whole hood. Remember when you and Mikael came? It was like 1 in the morning. Before you left, you went back somewhere. You went back to Philly or something before you went over there. Where now? The whole know that.
Yeah.
Hey, Scott. Might even ask you a question. You said something real fast. You said black Tazariak? I mean, not Tazariak.
Say what? What about? Say that one more time. You breaking up. Say that again. You broke up. You said something about Katazak. You breaking up. No, let me mute my joint so I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, take out the headphone. You said that Polite choked Katazak?
No, I said he chumped him. He chumped him. Not choke. He didn't choke him. He chumped him.
Okay.
He chumped him. Yeah, he chumped him.
Okay,
and that's why Tazariak got involved. Because he chumped him. It's you can see it. It's right there on one of them old Side Netta videos. And you can look directly at his face.
Yes.
That's why Tazariak got involved. Talking about cross the effing line and all this crap.
Yeah,
like, come on, all right. Yeah, you gonna say that when you got 1,000 niggas with you. I bet you any amount of money, he ain't going into the heart of North Philly with that right now. The way how Philly going down, them niggas will get killed. Like, come on. They're gonna stay on one of the main streets. They ain't going in our hoods with that shit. But I can go in the hood. I can go in the and Tshaka and all them. I done been all throughout Cali.
Hey, but you know what?
I done been all throughout.
Hey, that's just what JJ
Chicago.
said yesterday. JJ said just that yesterday. He said that them niggas be in the certain spots. He said down there where it get gutter in Chicago, them niggas don't be all out there like that.
Right.
But Ben Ami is though. But Ben Ami is right in the smack dab center of it.
Right on Maxwell Street. Right there. Yo, Tshaka. Do I not be in the hood in Chi-Town? Tshaka tell you. He tell you, look, I'm in the hood in Chicago. Mikael, from everywhere I go, I'm in the hood.
Listen.
Everywhere.
If he come to Chicago, He gonna go to the GD block. He gonna go to old block. Y'all know what old block is. He gonna go over there with Breezy and them, man. He gonna come to the Wild Wild. He'll go out west. He don't give a fuck you with GD or your vice lord, you whatever you is. The man ain't no past. He command respect. Respect is due unto a person that's
They
needed to
love
be
me in
respected.
Chicago. They love me in Chicago,
Motherfuckers fuck
man.
with him in Chicago, real talk. Fuck with him hard. Not just me, just a regular old street nigga, 50 something. I'm 50 years old. I'm an old head. I'm talking about young niggas. Listen, when he came here, son was here. I was Willie when Landon got here. Yeah,
Say what?
I was talking about my wife. So my
Right.
son was 24. He walked in, he was finna leave out the fucking door. He said, "Hey, ain't that the mighty hero you be watching?" You don't remember that, Landon?
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
Yeah,
I remember that. And he was with his homies. He was with his homies. He was like, "Oh shit, that's the mighty Hebrew." Yeah.
Yeah. And them niggas rock, them street niggas, they young niggas, and they ain't adjusted themselves accordingly as far as scriptures, because it's the time that we live in and the place that we live in. But they came down banged up and stopped, like, man, that's dude. So that's Mighty Hebrew. I was like, no, that's Chris Landine, nigga. Wait a minute, you gotta call him by his name. He's like, man, that's Mighty Hebrew. I don't know if y'all heard or not, because they was running out the door when y'all was coming in. Then he stopped and was like, man, that's him.
Right.
Not to make you out to be a celebrity, but motherfuckers listen to what you be saying. My biological son do it. Sometimes, as a matter of fact, my grandson sitting in the other room right now, I'm looking dead at him. And you did something one night, he went nuts. He wanted to get him he wanted some Zeeks. He wanted everything.
He wanted it
He
all,
was a hard
huh?
body. He wanted it all. When I told him, hey man, we're going to Africa. They sent you a goat for your son's goat farm. He said, well, we don't got no goat. I said, well, we ain't over there yet. We can't put no goat in the backyard over here. It's a rail track behind us. But man, you good everywhere. When you go to Iraq, you go over there too. We gotta go. Which we here?
Okay, we here.
You on your thing, man. Don't let them. You gotta stop getting yourself frustrated over these niggas doing this whole weak ass shit. Cause I reckon them ain't even worth your sweat. They ain't even worth your sweat, man. Now you bang people. I got the real talk. If I wouldn't have, it was something you said back in like 06, and I caught it somewhere along the lines. I don't remember. I don't know if it was YouTube or the other thing that was out before, but I was just piddling around. I'm in the truth, but you know, I was playing the fence. Like, I'm repenting every day, but I know I got to get out there and do what I got to do to survive. But I'm telling the Most High, hey, look, man, listen, man, you'll make it right for me, and he did, without question. He truly did. But I can't even remember what you said. I can tell you what you had on though, because I bet you still got it. You had on the white and purple joint. I even tied my meat tree the way you had your tie. You had your meat tree tied that day. Because man, you just don't know the influence you had on. You don't know the influence you had on individuals right now, or maybe you do. But what I'm saying is, even if you do, don't let that go to your head. Keep on doing what you're doing, because what you're doing is a little bit greater than what everybody else is doing right
Hey,
now, my
both
lord.
JJ 7000 and Eric Trueheart said that Mighty Hebrew was one of the guys who helped bring them into this awareness. Yeah, so
Yeah,
brother,
he
you've
made
had a
me go.
great
He made me
impact
go
on
look
brothers,
at that.
man.
Say,
You know,
hey, Mighty Hebrew, what I need from you, I need the
What's up?
information so I can get my flag, bro.
Oh, okay, yeah, Sister Zalima, she's our international flag woman. I'm gonna put it inside your inbox right now. I'm
Appreciate
talking
that.
while we talking. I do that right now. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right,
I bet
shalom,
you I ain't
family.
gonna ask that nigga for the flag no more.
All right, Tshaka.
Yeah, I gotta bounce real quick. If I don't know if you still got it
He
on
just go.
the YouTube joint. I'm gonna mute my mic and keep listening. That's all I gotta do. I gotta
He
go
gonna have
take
to
care of
just
something real quick.
volunteer. He just gonna have to honorarily just throw me in after a while.
Shalom, fam.
All right, family. Y'all still there?
Yeah, so yeah, there's a lot of brothers, man, that you done inspired, bro. Trust me.
Hey. We still
You
here.
know?
Yeah, when I first started, it was Mighty Hebrew, Hebrews in the Hood, Michael Edwards, and I ain't gonna lie, it was Tazaria. But then then was my four favorite brews when I first came to the game. Then I started listening to ISPK, and I'm like, this doctrine is off. So I just fell back from listening to them. Kept it moving.
You know, you didn't bring me into the fold, and I don't know how you've inspired me, but trust me, you have, bro.
And that's what he is. He's an inspiration. JJ, I can't even explain how I know you, and we from the same goddamn, we from the Eel State. And the next thing I know, we everywhere together.
Right.
And that's one thing that's important too, right? For us to acknowledge the brothers and the sisters, you know what I'm saying, that had a, that had a hand in, us awakening to who we are, man. You know what I'm saying? So, since we doing that, yeah, Mighty Hebrew, and most definitely my brother Hashar. You know what I'm saying? My brother Hashar, when I tell you that brother right there, you know what I'm saying? Not only from the spirit that the brother obtained and he has, you know what I'm saying, for Israel, but his scholarship, you know what I'm saying, how fiery he is about when the truth comes out versus the bullshit lies that we gotta destroy.
You talking about from AOC?
Yeah, I used to like
yes, sir. Or AOC or AOI. Yeah.
He rocked that mixed up old chart. I rocked with him because the brother was slanging. For real.
I tell you what, I could tolerate him.
Go ahead, my lord.
I could tolerate him better than I could tolerate the rest, but all that Esau Shalawam, I can't fuck with it, bro.
But see, that's lightweight. That little stuff right there, me greeting you, and so I ain't gonna have a problem with a brother that say shalom, shalom.
But it's like arguing over.
You see what I'm saying? I'm not gonna have a problem with nobody that say that because
I have a problem with it because I don't understand what it means or what it is. It's not a word to me.
Right, that's what's up. So you know what I'm saying? When I go ahead, man. Go ahead.
It's like somebody walking up to me saying "watch top." I don't know what that is.
So I mean that's cool. So like I was saying, man, when it come down to me, I don't have a problem with none of my brothers, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I understand what they saying. They don't have to come from, the standpoint that everybody need to, you know what I'm saying, be speaking the same thing. Like I don't need to do that because I know for a fact that we had different dialects. So everybody can always
we all need to be telling.
Come on, Terry, my nigga, come on, bro. I ain't been talking the whole motherfucking time, my nigga. Come on, man.
You can take it.
I'm just giving. You know what? You got it.
No, I just said you can take it. I'll fall back.
Go ahead, sir.
All I'm saying is, bro, you know what I'm saying? From my understanding, like when a brother tell me shalom or shalom, shalom, I'm saying shalom back. You know what I'm saying? Regardless, because I understand what he's saying. And if he don't understand what I'm saying, I'm gonna just explain it to him. And if he still don't want to accept that, that's a personal issue. You see what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to force a peace offering to nobody. Like, you don't want to accept my peace, bro, fine. Cool. You know what I'm saying? If you want to make that an argument on the fact that I say shalom over shalom or shalom over shalom, that's fine, man. That's on you, man. I'm not going to do that shit. I'm not going to go back and forth with a brother or elder or sister over some terminology when you know what the fuck I'm talking about and I know what the fuck you talking about. That's just immature, silly
It's
shit.
bigger than that. It got something to do with a lot of the stuff that we was all talking about just right before you came here. It's all of that. Any of them guys that's in corporate that housing any of that, I'm not fucking with them.
That's what's up.
My question just got answered. I was gonna ask the question real quick.
What was you going to ask?
Because someone say shalom, shalom, and someone say shalom. Some people might not understand. If I say, hey, yo, what up, nigga? You know what I'm talking about. So some of them recognize that is, I don't like that. What they call it? What's the language they say we supposed to? Yeah, well, I don't understand none of that. I can't find no information on that. Nothing.
It ain't. It's all in REI head.
Well, hold on. If JT still on the line, we ain't gonna start back talking about RER and all them, man. JT gonna go crazy.
JT gonna grab the mic, bro.
It ain't gonna be nothing. We just gonna fall back till he get that anger out. Cause I deal with it. You know what I'm saying? Like I appreciate you the other day.
But it's not just that though. Like I stated, them guys is 99% false doctrine. The only thing that I ever heard that them brothers say out of all of the research I done on them niggas that was correct was we the children of Israel. And even how they come to that conclusion is incorrect.
Because they add too many people into the equation.
Bingo.
Now I'll show you. Listen, straight up and down, Terry. I don't know if I got your email, but I'll send it to JJ. I'll send you a picture of like for real. Like we got the same father, but different mother. Right? Now, if you look at this woman and look at me, you would think that I stay on the south side, she stay on the west side. Some fucking way. But we still have the same father. It's weird. Now we are spread it around, but motherfuckers trying to put everybody into it. When the fuck Jackie Chan become an Israelite? How you explain that?
I heard something about Bruce. Somebody said Bruce Lee was an Israelite. Was that yesterday or something?
Because he can fight. He's no. They've been saying that for a couple of years now. But I'm a yield. I'm gonna listen. Because I'm gonna take the queen and go do something. I'm gonna listen.
I know. It's not me just going against these brothers. You understand? Because of one or two things. But man, 99 out of 100, I can't rock with that, bro. That's a cult to me, bro. If I done added up 99 things out of 100 wrong, and you doing it, I can't rock with you. You not my brother. I'm not gonna. And if you is my brother doing that, I'm not gonna fuck with you.
Then what they gonna do is they gonna hit you with that old song, 99 and a half won't do. No, you hit them with that, because 99 won't do. 99 and a half won't do. You gotta come hard body with it. This is not a religion. This is a way of life. Look like Derek just joined in. What Derek got to say?
Ah, shit. Let me look up my
What up, Derek?
Everybody got quiet. Everybody missed their thing. Now I jumped on here. I told y'all 9 o'clock something this morning that I couldn't hang. Now everybody done fell off when I can hang. Terry, you've been on your business all day. I like
thank
what you
God
did
for the
today with your
recording.
scholar.
Hey, Tshaka, thank God for the recording.
Absolutely. Absolutely, my lord. And what do that mean?
Well, all you miss, you can go back and watch.
Who's speaking to me? Who's that? Terry talking to me?
Yeah. It ain't lost in history. You know what I'm saying?
No, I was in it. I was in it a little bit. I went on YouTube and was watching it because I couldn't jump in the back chat. Man, dude, I don't even know why JJ let that dude call in. Man, I even put it on the YouTube thing, man. The den be killing people. You murdered that man. I ain't saying you murdered him physically, but that philosophy, he can come up with that weirdo ass shit. And
which guy you talking about?
The Google. What do you call it?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Man, I just sat back. I bullshit you not. I was sitting in the grass under a tree about let me see what time it is. Let me see what time it is. Yeah, about almost 2 hours ago, and was just listening to that shit. I wanted to chime in so bad, and I couldn't because I couldn't jump on. But I was just listening. Why do JJ let this? I even put it on the YouTube thing. When you go look at it live on the YouTube thing and look at the back chat, you will hear me say like, "Man, the lion den punish people. You was already punishing, and then why y'all let Lion Den come on the damn thing and just body him? That's why he ran off." And listen, check it. I ain't no scholar. I'm just
we was just in the ring sparring over here. Man, Landine came in there assassinated.
That wasn't no damn spar. I don't know if you remember this fight with what's Floyd Mayweather father was sparring with the little white boy. He said he was beating up everybody. He punched him a couple of times. Man, he beat the hell out that nigga. Man, you just went in there and tapped him up a little bit. He tried to go hard, and then he said, "Fuck this shit. I'm tired of being in the background." And he had a blue wrench. He jumped off. That's why I said, "Fuck this shit. I'm going all the way home with this one." And
I was
then
just trying to
Bobby.
show. I just be trying to show him how disingenuous he is, man. You know what I'm saying?
But Elder Kenny, only thing you're gonna do tomorrow is come back with some, because what he is, he's a Google scholar. So he gonna Google some shit all night. And when everybody get on in the morning or afternoon or whatever, he gonna have something to say. Just keep on, because you ain't went looked up nothing. Don't just body and do.
I can't hear you. Something going on somewhere.
Oh, that ain't me. Somebody mute your mic.
Yeah. It feels so good.
That you got it? You gotta mute your mic, K-areema, if that's you. Huh? Because I need to mute the mic. But no, man, just keep bodying the dude. Just keep doing what you doing, my lord. Because you like me on some stuff. Got me want to go do some research on something else. So we want to get in K-areema. So we got a lot of stuff going in the background. Let me try it out, man. I love you, brothers, man. I'm gonna talk to you a little bit later, my lord. Hallelujah.
All right,
All
now.
praise to the Most High.
Shalom, shalom. Yeah, it's not. You know, I've been in this game a long time, man, and it's not me causing the dissension. It is the brothers coming up with these crazy false doctrines that's causing the dissension, and them be the same ones that'll sit up there and say, "If you're not up under my leader, you're not in the truth." So that's them causing the dissension. I'm just not gonna kiss their ass and be their brothers while they causing the dissension.
And hide for my life. Pick up my boy, hide my and drop it. Here's one really